Lotus circled the transformed black dragon, and then grabbed Naksha by the hand to drag her into the backyard. Look at the altar that Karl made. Isn't it pretty? She asked. It looks like you grew a tree totem, and then he enhanced it with runes? This is quite the piece of work. Just living near it will help you advance. And that's not to mention the extra favor from the gods that you will get for having a healing totem active in your house. Naksha agreed. It's also good for the grass. So much softer on the feet than when we moved in. How long are you staying? Did you come to try the coffee? Lotus inquired eagerly. Coffee? Dwarven coffee is a harsh thing, but the demons must make something different if you're so excited about it. Naksha asked. Oh, it's so good. We will have to go to the boardwalk and see all the things. Why don't I take you on a tour of the city? We can grab Thor and Tessa and make it a full outing. I take it that the one known as Thor is the Red Dragon Cleric's bonded knight? Naksha replied with a smile as she followed Lotus back to the front of the house. Sort of. Technically, he's one of Karl's bonded partners and was a lightning Sero before he evolved to become an overlord. But they're together a lot. Lotus winked as she finished the sentence, and the black dragon smirked. Whether he was someone else's bonded partner or not, it did sound like he was certain to become the Red Dragon Cleric's knight. Inside, everyone had gathered in the shop, which had no customers at the moment. These are all my people, Lotus explained, then went around the group, introducing everyone to Naksha. When they got to Thor and Tessa, Naksha smiled at the protective way that he was standing by her shoulder, then examined him more closely. Some sort of behemoth? An impenetrable bulwark behemoth, I believe. I have felt that skill before, but an overlord and still so young. Not even 3 years old yet, but very soon. You have a bright future ahead of you, Mr. Thor. Take good care of your cleric. She greeted him. Thor smiled at her. Have you met our Kara yet? Naksha nodded, confused by the sudden change of topics, but Kara knew what he meant. Turns out, all black dragons taste the same. Karl rescued her before someone gave too many details. The winged void badger has a thing for dragons. She likes to bop them on the nose and tease them, so they'll chase her around. Naksha giggled softly, a noise that had a haunting echo, as if coming from another realm and not a small transformed dragonkin body. But the noise made Tessa laugh as well. It seems your god still approves of small, fearless things. She joked. Indeed. I wonder if she could convince Karl to tour the Northern Island with me? There are so many out-of-control monster and beast zones that the god wants the black clerics to bring back into balance. But they're all overlord and totem ranked, and finding totem ranked assistance is such a pain. However, I did notice that Karl has some truly powerful skills that might level the battlefield. The black dragon cleric suggested. The others looked concerned, but Karl considered that for a bit. If he could get even a few totem-ranked beast kills, Rey would have more variety for her next advancement, and they would have food above their own rank again. That had been a huge factor in their rapid advancement in the past. If they could keep eating food with complex and dense power in it, their bodies would more easily adapt to the next rank when they reached the bottleneck, Karl theorized. It wasn't completely certain, but the evidence all pointed towards it working. I think that there should be a chance for us to do it. Just perhaps not right away. Unless I leave a few of my bonded partners here, I am still needed around the guild house for the crafting at least a day or two every week. Though, Davis could put them in the branch's guild bank and I would be able to do the rune crafting wherever I was, if we weren't in danger. Naksha considered that. You still have to be close enough to another branch to get access, though. Is there a branch of your guild on the North Island? Karl shrugged. There was a thing, and I was assigned by the system to the Darklight Host Guild. So, I don't know if there are any other branches active. When I try to search for other guild members or branches, I don't see anything. She understood the issue right away. A legendary guild. Unless they are granted entry by the gods, there is no way for anyone but a branch manager to recruit members. So, it's quite likely that there are no more active branches right now, unless a member from the last resurgence is still alive. Karl nodded. There is a bronze dragon, who was young at the time. But he's on another continent entirely, and the guild system hasn't awakened there. Naksha frowned. Well, I might be able to check. I'm from Mars, on the north coast of the North Continent. Definitely too far for the guild bank function to work. If I use the guild function to search for the Darklight host near my home location. She paused, and then her eyes went wide. You have guild members on the North Island. In the nation of Saihosesa, there is a branch of the Darklight host, but I'm not sure that you want to meet them. There are only 2 listed members of the branch, and one of them is Supreme Lady Matilda. Karl shrugged. I have no idea who that is. Naksha rolled her eyes. 100,000-year-old supreme rank chaos dragon? Any clue now? Oh, right. You didn't grow up on this continent. You know how parents tell children horror stories before bed to make them behave? She's the one who created most of them, just for fun. She's insane, unpredictable, definitely not safe. She doesn't even run the country, even though she existed before it was formed. She just hangs out in the capital, causing chaos every so often when she gets bored. Yes, Kara. We will go visit the dragon one day. The black dragon misinterpreted his hesitation and continued. Don't worry about her attacking. She's not malicious in that way, and I'm sure she won't take offense to someone else being in the guild. Karl smiled and shook his head. I was thinking that Kara might have found a new friend. She also enjoys causing chaos for personal amusement. The black dragon cleric sighed as she heard the news. Of course that crazy old dragon would get along with Kara. Maybe that's all that the Supreme Lady needs. Going too long without a real friend might be why she gets bored so easily and causes incidents. I had no idea that the power level on this continent was so insanely exaggerated, though. I don't even fully understand where supreme rank would fit in the power structure. Karl explained. Naksha shrugged. Well, you have the totems, mythical beings, immortals at various stages, and then those who are simply too powerful to be called mere immortals are called supreme. Honestly, I don't think that they truly belong in this world. They have the power to leave at will, to go to another realm. But for some reason, she does not. There have been countless theories on why that is, but many of the dragon avatars, our leaders, theorize that she is an anchor for this world. The reason that the world's magic can recover from the loss of the system's power might be because the Supreme Lady and a few other truly powerful beings remained in this world, creating a link to other realms and leaking their intensely magical auras over thousands of years. I remember in my history lessons, she was asked to help recover the fragments of the World Dragon scale, and she refused. Then she told the orcs that it was hidden on another continent, and half the bloody species just up and left to go look for it. One day, they just got on ships and vanished. It left Drod and the other Orcish nations nearly depopulated. Karl felt the butterfly perk up in her space. This was a huge lore drop, and it would make a great play. Davis brought out a map, so the others could see where Naksha was talking about. Once he could see it on the map, Karl realized that he could indeed detect a guild branch there, but it was simply labeled out of range. He couldn't communicate with it from here. Remy laughed as Naksha finished her story. She just tricked an entire species into going on a 10,000-year-long treasure hunt? That is epic. I'm not normally the sort for practical jokes, but to send them all hunting for something that doesn't exist and keep them at it? Glorious. Naksha chuckled. Oh, it exists. They just haven't managed to find it. According to the Black Dragon's history books, it looks like this. She took out a small holy book, similar to the prayer books that Tessa and Lotus carried, and flipped it open. On the page was a hand-drawn dragon scale, chipped and cracked. It was small, not a major armor scale, and somehow familiar. I think we have that, Karl noted as he stared at the drawing. It's in a box in Hawk's space. Remy agreed. Hawk thought about it for a few seconds. He remembered that thing from somewhere. The disappointing broken thing that he had stolen from the totems. Where did he put that? He flipped through boxes of treasures, and then found what he was looking for. A small golden scale, buried among assorted flawed gems and water element items. Hawk's equivalent of a trash pile. He brought it out and dusted it off, now that he knew it was simply ancient and not junk. It was a bit shinier than he remembered as well, while the other stuff in the box was dimmer. Did it need energy to reform? He could feed it all the water element magic that Remy didn't claim. Remy mentally rolled her eyes at him. Water element magic was useful, and the items were valuable for trading. Plenty of people wanted them, but Hawk wanted to hoard them to limit the amount of water magic in the world. Be careful, or you'll make your space water element, just with all the items you are hoarding. She teased. Karl, Remy is cursing at me again. Karl did his best not to let on that he knew where the broken scale was, or laugh at the internal thoughts of the beasts. He didn't want to look like a crazy man in front of their new friend. Well, if they do manage to find the shard of the World Dragon scale, things will certainly begin to change in a hurry. Dana joked as she looked at the picture. They certainly would. It said that once the shard is revealed and returns to its full potential, the entire world will enjoy the limitless potential of the system. The problem is trying to keep it intact until then. More than a few groups, especially the stronger monsters, would prefer to see it destroyed, so that the weaker species can't use the system to usurp their power. The humans have some mages among them, but out at the gate I saw a slasher, a form of lesser wrath demon. Without the system, they can't make it over low royal rank. That one is an overlord. The whole power balance of the world would change if the system collapsed entirely. Naksha explained, and that would anger the death god, as they have carefully balanced everything as it is now, and changing that balance so drastically would cause mass death. Karl realized. The black dragon smiled. You get it. The death god likes things as they are. That's why I want to go on a hunting trip through the wildlands, to bring things back to a balanced state. But with totem-ranked creatures out there, it's not a solo adventure. Dana frowned at the cleric. She was really pushing to take Karl out on an adventure, but it was on that would not be safe for anyone under overlord rank. They simply didn't have the ability to properly defend themselves if a totem-ranked beast attacked, and Karl would need to have all his focus on the battle, not on keeping his friends alive. Why couldn't it have been a male dragon? This gender-selective magnetism that Karl had was beginning to get on her nerves. What she needed was a fast way to get to overlord rank. If she could catch up in power, there would be no good reason to leave her behind. Well, Naksha, why don't we borrow you for a ladies' day on the town? We can show you around all the highlight spots and then come back for dinner and get you settled in. Dana suggested. Oh, that is a great idea. How many do we have? I know that Sister Lotus will be up for a trip. I think that we can get Tessa and Ophelia as well. I'm not sure about the others. Dana paused and caught caretaker Joe's eye. The old woman smiled and nodded, then sent Mara forward in her maid uniform. From the workshop, Ashbringer called out, "Take Wendy and Loros as well. They need a break." Davis smiled. "In that case, you might as well take Mick. It's cloudy enough that with a parasol, she shouldn't have too much trouble outdoors." Naksha looked confused for a second, then realized that the girl in the black and white dress was a vampire. Karl turned toward the kitchen. "Ladies, do you want to join them?" A hand appeared in the door and waved him away. "We're watching the pastries. We will tour the city on our day off." Dana turned Naksha by the shoulders, and Karl waved goodbye as the cleric was escorted out of the property. "Well, it looks like you hit a hidden trap." Ashbringer joked once he was sure the ladies were out of earshot. "Oh, I don't think that one was very well hidden. Bringing back not only a dragon, but a female dragon cleric was bound to cause an explosion. It actually went better than expected. I think they're going to get along well together." Karl replied. Despite her being a black dragon? Yeah, if she would get along well with any guild, it would be this one. "Where did you meet a black dragon? I thought that you were going to see the dwarves and their dungeon." The demon asked. "Oh, I did. I joined the group that she was with for a trip. That dungeon is crazy. It's a whole city, and it takes half the day to clear it. But with the team, we did pretty well. The group of dragonkin that she was with weren't big on hanging out with Naksha, so we ended up shopping together. Oh crap, Ray has a whole stack of meat wraps. Where did she go? She's with the group, but she left the rest for us. Here." Remy greeted them with snacks in all her hands. "You're a lifesaver, Remy. I totally forgot about the food until everyone had already run away. Apparently these are a specialty of the Dwarven City, and we got enough for everyone, including the apprentices, so I'll go pass them all out." Karl explained. Remy handed him a wrap and shook her head. "I'll deliver them all. We're on a break from the potion lab, anyhow. You have to let their brains rest, or they get cranky." She explained. Davis shook his head in dismay. "They're only demons. You can't work them day and night." Remy nodded in agreement, but didn't seem at all repentant about working her apprentices until their brains overloaded. In her mind, that was the most efficient way. Like building muscles, you had to train to failure, right? At least they were properly appreciative when she brought them snacks. The ladies were gone for most of the day and returned fully caffeinated before venturing into the library for a girls' movie night. That let Karl get some much-needed rest while they bonded, and Naksha made new friends among the clergy. He was up right at dawn, thanks to the quiet evening, and went for an early breakfast before heading to the workshop to see what needed to be done. Karl took the chance to make a number of items that were waiting for rune work, according to the list that had been left on the table in the sculpting area. But before he got too involved in the process, he dropped all the rough or that the illusions had mined from the dungeon, along with the weapon drops. He put the spider totem statue in Remy's space, next to the other shaman statue. This one was the more powerful of the two, but Karl wasn't sure if the spider shaman totem would be well suited to Remy or not. The weapons are all mediocre, but they're overlord ranked. I say we let the guild members pick anything they want, and then you can sort the rest. The first quarter of the ore is piled in the corner. I will put the rest in the bulk storage of the guild bank. It's just too much to put in the forge. Karl explained as Ashbringer came in behind him. Did you just take all the ore from the run? The demon asked. Nobody wanted it, and I mined it with illusions and the butterflies' help. I also got a free entry pass to the dungeon, so the whole group got to enter free of charge. That was apparently worth more than their share of the ore. Ashbringer nodded. I have heard that the dungeon there is prohibitively expensive to enter, but now that I see what you can recover in a single run, plus presumably some coin, it is more than worth it. Going with more groups that don't want the ore will keep the guild stocked forever. Even this portion will take me months to finish working, and it's all overlord-ranked crafting materials. Wait, are there gems in there? Karl nodded. I didn't sort anything. We just shoveled it into a space, and then I dumped it out for you. There are a lot of overlord-ranked rough gems in the ore pile, but you can pass them to the crafters to carve into either elemental stones or cute statues. Tell them not to upgrade those ones. I will do that. No need to waste the expensive materials on commander rank runes. Ashbringer laughed and began to sort the pile into 5 different piles by or type. This is a wonderful start. There is even mithril in here. It's a core component in elven steel, but the dwarves make entire totem rank and higher weapons out of it. Just what I've found here is enough for 2 pure mithril blades. It's basically the perfect material for making artifact-grade items. Ashbringer praised as he worked. Karl looked up from carving runes into an easy childbirth charm, which was highly requested on the list of items to be made. If that many people wanted the same type of charm, surely someone wanted an overlord-ranked one, which was pushing the limits of the monarch ranked wood that Lotus had been making for them to carve. Ashbringer was in such a good mood that the flames on his head were dancing as he worked to sort the ores. The happy singing was enough to bring the off-duty guards who were having a smoke break on the bench over to see what was going on in the workshop. If they didn't want to be disturbed, they closed the door. But today it was wide open, and Ashbringer was clearly singing, which he never did. Oh, someone got a whole shipment of ore in. That's quite the haul, Ashy. One of the guards joked. Ashbringer winked at the female wrath demoness and went back to sorting the pile. Overlord Karl went to the dungeon in Bara and managed to convince a group to give him the whole or haul from their run. I've got enough loot here to keep the ladies dripping with priceless treasures for years to come. The guard laughed at his response. Since when have you ever paid any attention to the ladies? The only ladies you even talk to are the sculptors who work here with you, and they're all too young for you. It was clear that she was attempting to flirt, but Ashbringer was still more interested in his new pile of ore, and the guard was second, or possibly third, on his priority list. That was no change for him, though. The ladies had always come well behind the forge on his list of priorities. So, does that mean that we can commission some overlord-ranked metal items now? Assuming that we can afford them, that is. One of the other guards asked. Ashbringer nodded. Custom orders are welcome. Master-crafted, rune-crafted, both. Prices will vary, but we can make you anything you like. The guard smiled, and Karl knew that they would have a wealthy merchant or district overseer by to see them soon. The guard's equipment came from the city and didn't belong to them until their contract terms were over. The weapons and armor were worth years of their salary, so if they quit the guard early, they had to repay the cost of the bonded items. It was great for retention and gave the city a good reason to put a bounty on former guards who ran off with their gear. They were both getting settled in for the day's work when the stomping of multiple boots caught Karl's attention. That was a lot of customers at once, and Karl assumed that it was most likely some local merchant group coming to look for a custom order. So he finished the flooding canals, overlord-ranked charm statue he was working on and went out to greet them. Only, it was not a local merchant, but Shaman Petros and a whole group of dwarves. Lord Petros, it's a pleasure to have you here at my guild house again. Please come in. What can I help you with today? Karl greeted them. What is that in your hand? The shaman asked, staring intently at the statue Karl had not set down when he finished. Oh, the statue has a spell effect for flooded canals. We had some requests from farmers for help with water shortages in the irrigation system for the rice fields. This will create a steady flood of water when activated, and should be enough to fill a whole county's canal system. It would create a whole minute worth of flow from a kilometer-wide river, as it was based on the 1,000-year flood skill, but spread out over an hour, so it didn't actually flood the entire region. Shaman Petros held out his hand, and Karl passed him the statue, which was shaped like a smiling Remy, but made from white and red mana jade at the monarch rank. This is incredible. That has to be based on shamanistic water magic, right? He asked. Yes, a spell that I learned from the Naga shaman queen in my team. Karl agreed. Petros passed back the statue and looked around the courtyard. You know, I didn't fully appreciate the subtle magic here the first time. The runic altar is obvious, but the increased mana level inside the house, the cistern well that never runs dry, the Ghostfire Forge. The art of the runecrafter is truly incredible. But we actually came here today to see if you can assist us with something more akin to your class skills. He asked. Karl nodded and led the group up to the third-floor common area sofas, where they could sit and talk. The kitchen staff brought up a bottle of rum, glasses, and a large bowl of mixed nuts and pretzels. Karl assumed this was a traditional dwarven snack, as he didn't even know that they stocked it at the guild house. Once they had the first drink in them, the dwarves were ready for business. What we have is a dilemma. I don't even know if you can help us with it, but one of the dwarven mythical rank paladins wishes to join his family with that of the Kirin clan through marriage. However, the mythical beasts have no respect for paper contracts like marriage and want something more tangible as proof of lifelong commitment. The shaman explained. Karl thought about it. What rank are dwarves when they get their class, and what rank are newborn Kirin? Shaman Petros gave Karl a strange look, wondering why he was missing basic knowledge about the world. Dwarves are born as common rank beings and grow quickly as they mature, but most are still common or awaken when they awaken their class. Kirin are born as overlords. Karl sighed. Well, then my first plan isn't going to work. The power difference is too great. Petros waited for him to explain. I was thinking of a bond between youngsters, much like my beasts with myself. But you can't be more than a rank apart, or it will tear apart the mind of the host beastmaster. Well, it might be possible for the Kirin to be the host, but I don't think my skills are compatible that way, as even by the largest stretch of the phrasing, dwarves aren't a magical beast. That made the dwarves laugh. Well, not when young. One of the men, a berserker with blue paint stripes on his face, joked. Is there a ranger among the eligible candidates? An advancement to beast ranger class is possible, and then they could be bonded at the same rank. Karl offered. The shaman looked confused. And how would that be equal, and not just subjugation of the Kirin clan? Karl smiled. If the bonded beast attacks the space, they can cause massive mental trauma to the bonded partner. They can also read each other's thoughts. There are no secrets. So infidelity would not only be impossible, but the Kirin could kill the ranger if they tried. It also isn't a bond that can be broken. Till death do they part. If Karl combined the beast space ability with Follow Me, Little One, and Skill Master, he should be able to make a skill book equivalent to the system tokens that let the beasts pick their partners. Shaman Petros considered the option, then nodded. We do have a ranger type among the candidates, though not the actual ranger class. If we bring both candidates here to you, would you be able to do the bonding? That would make things much easier. Karl nodded. I can do it as a blessing if both partners are here and willing. But you must understand that both parties must be wholeheartedly in favor of the bonding for it to work. Petros nodded, and then one of the men left the room. He will go get them from the teleportation platform. Petros explained. Oh, so quickly. Were they already together? Or is this akin to a blind date? The dwarf chuckled at Karl's question. You'll understand when they get here. As they waited, the topic turned to the Darklight host and the items they sold at the shop, then to the dungeon at Burra, and how soon Karl was likely to be back again. Thomas was a good friend of the totem-ranked shaman, and had a high opinion of his skills, and the dwarf was looking forward to working with him again. A few minutes later, a black-bearded dwarven man followed the older dwarf up the stairs, accompanied by the sound of hooves as a small winged horse with one horn in the middle of its head twined around his feet like a cat, trying to be as close as possible to him at all times. even if it made him trip. These are our candidates. Petros chuckled, as the dwarf gave the small creature an indulgent look, then petted its head. He was a monarch, and the Kirin was an overlord. But that should be close enough for the new skill to work. Chosen partner, epic great. Allows an unbonded magical beast to choose a compatible target to bond with through a beast space. The younger dwarven man smiled at Karl. So how does this work? What do I need to do? Karl winked at him. You just need to mentally prepare yourself for what comes next. You see, my skills are all beast-related. So, the activation goes to Lily. The Kirin looked up as her name was called, then went back to bumping the dwarf for attention. How wise it was to bond someone with a stage 5 clinger of a magical beast girlfriend, Karl did not know. But if things took a Yandere twist, till death do us part might be sooner than expected. All right, Lily. Once I teach you this skill, you use it on your chosen life partner. It's one-time use, so be certain that you want to be together forever. Karl explained. The beast nodded, and Karl transferred the chosen partner's skill. Lily tackled the unprepared dwarf with a headbutt that sent him rolling across the floor as she vanished into the newly forming beast space. Karl knew that he would be in the class selection menu now, and the headbutt wasn't actually necessary to enter the space. Are you sure this is the right way? He looks pained. Shaman Petros whispered. It's right, but she's more powerful and highly excited. Once he finishes the class advancement, he should be able to hear all her thoughts, and he might be able to now, which would be distracting while he was trying to select a class. It took a few minutes before the monarch-ranked dwarf was finished, and Karl saw the class color of his name in the system interface change to the deeper green hue of the Beast Ranger. He didn't look like he was adapting well, though. He was holding his head, and his eyes were closed while he mumbled to himself. Karl was beginning to get concerned for him when he got a message from Lily. Make him teach me to transform. I want to go shopping and see the city and go in the cute clothing stores that say no pets allowed, and try ice cream, and play in the sprinklers, and give hugs, and sleep in a bed, and maximum character count exceeded. Karl smiled. Gentlemen, I know what the problem is. Lily, please come out and stand by me. I will teach you a humanoid transformation. The Kirin appeared in all of her white-winged glory, and Karl patted her head to transfer. Humanoid transformation. She immediately turned into a ginger-haired dwarven girl, no more than 10 in human equivalent years. She was wearing a simple linen dress when she transformed, and did a happy twirl, then grabbed her new partner's hand and tried dragging him down the stairs. Let's go, I want to see all the things. She demanded. He briefly resisted, as it would be impolite to just leave in what was essentially an engagement party. Go have fun. Take care of your new partner before she talks your ears off, Karl insisted, then shooed them down the stairs as Lily talked constantly about all the things she needed to see today. Why do I feel like we did something mean to him? The berserker asked. Well, nobody could have known that Lily was a chatterbox when she couldn't speak in her natural form. Karl replied with a shrug. We knew that they were fond of each other, but we might have underestimated it. No big deal. We can explain to the Kirin clan what happened, and that they are bonded partners now. That should be enough to satisfy their conditions. It's not like Lily would give him up even if her father demanded it now. Petros joked. I get the feeling that he was in no way prepared for what he signed up for. One of the other dwarves joked. Karl nodded. There is no way that he was ready for her actual personality. She's way more excitable than anyone would have guessed, and it sounds like she has never gotten to see much of the world. Now that she has a humanoid transformation, he will have to take good care of her. But they should make a good pair. With her power, she will drag him up to Overlord in no time at all, and even to totem rank. The stronger of the two pulls the weaker up until they hit their limits, and her limits are very high. Karl almost felt sorry for Lily's new partner, but what he would get in return for his efforts to please the overly excited Kirin would be well worth the effort. Well, that went more smoothly than expected. How about we have a proper meal? Karl suggested. Shaman Petros smiled. We brought ale, and we have no need to rush right back. Plus, we can't go back without Danny and Lily anyhow. The barbarian reminded them. So, you're staying overnight? We've got plenty of guest rooms. The dwarves chuckled. It was likely to be late at night by the time that those two returned, so they might as well plan to take at least a day off. Wendy and Loros came out of their rooms and paused when they heard the dwarves in the common rooms on the third floor. It was rare to hear anyone up there at all, and even more uncommon for Karl to bring guests upstairs. But they went down to the kitchen to fetch breakfast and to send Mara for a trip up the dumb waiter, a game that the little lizard folk girl loved. It was just a shame that she couldn't travel with her cleaning tools all the time. Someone had to activate the lift from the outside. The others slowly came out of the library, which caused great confusion among the gathered dwarves. They understood architecture on an instinctual level, and there was no way that many people comfortably slept in one room at the corner of the building. It's an illusionary domain, larger than it appears. They had a ladies' night last night, so most of them likely slept in the theater. The plays are solid illusions, so they are quite realistic, every bit as good as going to a regular theater run by mages. Karl explained, as Lotus belatedly tried to smooth her ruffled hair. Good morning, gentlemen. Was there anything more that you needed at the moment? We will be headed down to the kitchen, Tessa asked as she followed them out. We're quite well for now, thank you. But if you can inform your kitchen that there will be additional guests for the day, and that they're dwarves, we would appreciate it. Petros informed them. A totem-ranked guest could basically get anything they wanted from most households, so the staff would surely make a meal that was suited to a dwarven stomach. Meat and potatoes, none of the crunchy green stuff. While the others ate, Karl thought of a proper gift to give them, in honor of the visit. That was normally what you did when guests with powerful positions came to see you. There is a book you can give them. I made copies of the dwarven runecrafting book to give to the apprentices, before I knew that only a dwarf could use them properly. Remy suggested. Brilliant. Thank you, Remy. Karl took out one of the 4 copies of the book and placed it on the low table between the sofas. Here, I think that you might know someone who would be able to make good use of that. A present from me to you. Karl explained as Shaman Petros leaned forward to pick the book up. The totem stared at the book in shock, then reverently flipped the cover open and realized that it was a freshly made transcription, not an ancient tome. But the contents were shocking. This is dwarven runecrafting. Where did you find this? The art has been lost since before the end of the last system resurgence. He whispered. The dragons had a copy, and they traded it to me. My friend Remy made copies, then realized that only a dwarf or someone with at least a little dwarven lineage could make use of the contents. You see, most of it is in dwarven, and while the standard runes work for everyone, the dwarven parts will only work for those deemed worthy. Karl informed the overwhelmed shaman. The book was suddenly pulled from his hands, though Karl noticed that the strike was to Petros' hands, and not the book, which was held with great delicacy by the old dwarf on his left. It really is a dwarven tome. A primer, the introduction to the skill, but it contains the start of everything. Who would have thought that there would be such a fundamental instructional tome left, when most of the relics we have are master's notebooks? Karl chuckled. You know, in the opening pages, the author repeatedly wonders why he is making an introductory tome for things children should know. But he wrote it anyhow, specifically because he worried that one day the masters might become too exclusive and a tragedy would cause the basic skills to be lost along with them. The old dwarf smiled. It would be funny if it weren't so true. You see, I am a master smith, and 2/3 of what the ancient tomes say a dwarven smith should be able to do, I cannot. Because the skills were lost in the 10,000 years without the system. Now, with this book, there is a chance to recover some of them. But what is this language? Was ancient dwarven really that informal? No, he must be writing this for his juniors, so he's treating the reader as a brand new apprentice. The others gathered around and chuckled at the nuances that Karl had missed due to his lack of skill with the language. Shaman Petros chuckled as he watched them get excited. You know, it's a good thing you chose this as a gift. If you had put it up for sale, I'm not sure anyone could have afforded it. Karl nodded. And that's why it was a gift. Some things should not have price tags put on them. But you should know that there are sections on stone totems, a bit about the golem master's profession, and runic alchemy in there as well. If one of them is your trade skill, the book could be useful to all of you. Petros shrugged. I never did take up a trade skill. I got too caught up in learning new shamanistic magic, and never had time for anything else. Over a century, I spent just looking for new spells and studying beasts with elemental abilities. Karl nodded. Learning skills from the beasts is how my class advances. Almost all my skills come from them, and the oddball skills that many of them use were generally obtained with my help. It's a good way to learn. Karl considered helping him out with a skill, but decided it would wait until the next time that they met. A little favor every time would stack up quickly, and make him a reliable friend of the dwarves. But having the dwarves here did give him an idea. He could add another expanded space on the main floor, using the entrance to the supply closet in the back corner of the showroom. Then, he wouldn't have to take guests into the living quarters, and they could redecorate with a flap of little butterflies' wings. 2 illusionary spaces in one house seemed pretty luxurious, but if the second one was only a small one, to make a sitting room out of a closet, he didn't think it would be a problem. As their power and fame increased, they were sure to receive even more powerful visitors. But those powerful visitors would mean that the powerful residents of Drod would be obliged to come and visit as well. Something that Karl was certain would happen within the next few hours. Once Domsk realized that a totem-ranked dwarf had come to his district and hadn't stopped in to say hello, he would surely come to visit the Darklight host as well. For today, they would host on the 3rd floor in the common area, but after that, Karl would have to create an entertaining space for others, as the library was the private domain of the guild members. The dwarves were completely lost in the new knowledge to the point that they had to be reminded twice that lunch was ready on the 2nd floor, as the 3rd floor sitting room did not have a proper table. You seem to have broken the dwarves. What did you give them? Dana asked as the visitors were still engrossed in their work conversation even as the food was being brought out. A copy of the Introduction to Dwarven Runecrafting. We don't know if anyone has the skills to fully use it, but they've got the introduction now, and they should be able to bring back some of their lost racial crafting skills. Karl explained. That should do it. Is that what they're waiting for? Someone to finish reading. Karl shook his head. They asked me to bond a ranger to a Kirin, a form of flying unicorn. As it turns out, the young Kirin is quite adorable, and like Lotus, easily excited by new things. So, the dwarves are waiting for their friend to finish touring the city. I expect that they'll be staying the night, as the new beast ranger will almost certainly return exhausted. Lotus laughed, and Naksha smirked. If the Kirin has half the energy that Lotus does, the ranger is going to need a refreshing spell to get through the day. By the time that we got back, I was running almost entirely on sugar and caffeine. I didn't even make it through the whole show. Lotus made a pouting face. And yet, you wouldn't transform back into a dragon, even though you were sleepy. You are a dragon cleric. Why would you need me to be in dragon form? Plus, you know my uncle. I'm sure you've seen a black dragon. Naksha asked. Karl chuckled. It's a Lotus thing. Dragons are just one more species to cuddle with as she sleeps. Winged void badgers, werbears, bloodbath spiders, they're all appropriate nap partners for her. Naksha chuckled. You know, despite being an overlord, I'm not that old yet. My dragon form isn't fully grown. Lotus shrugged. I have a bestial transformation, and it turns me into a meter-long green dragon whelp. It's so cute. I will show you after lunch. Everyone returned to their work for the day after lunch, and the ladies went to the dungeon with Naksha so that she could transform for Lotus. An overlord-ranked black dragon was pure overkill in the royal rank dungeon, but that didn't bother any of them. A dungeon run was still experience and income. Plus, it was important to Lotus that she got to see the dragon. Karl spent the afternoon helping the dwarves with the knowledge that he had, filling in theoretical portions for the ones who had related skills. Fortunately for the dwarven envoys, their wait was shorter than expected, and the ranger returned alone just before dinner. Lily fell asleep in the middle of the boardwalk, so I moved her to the separate space. I think that she's out for the night now, but I'm not sure if I can handle that again in a few hours. He whispered, as if afraid that he would wake her up. Karl gave the man a consoling pat on the shoulder. Now that she's seen most of the things, she should calm down. Everything is new to her, and she couldn't talk to explain it to anyone before, so you got months of pent-up frustration all at once. Just let her rest, and tomorrow will be slightly calmer. Also, you don't need to whisper. The amount of noise outside won't wake her up unless she's on guard against threats. If she's exhausted, she will be relying on you to do that for her, and it will be the intensity of your thoughts that is most likely to get her attention. The ranger sighed and flopped down into a chair. I know that I'm still a young man, but I suddenly feel old today. That amount of energy is unholy. Petros stroked his beard with a mischievous glint in his eye. Just wait until she thinks that someone is trying to steal your attention and affection away from her. You'll find that this is nothing at all. After dinner, the dwarves returned home, and Karl began catching up on some of the most requested items. Not things that customers had paid to have custom-made for them, but ones that they had inquired about. to see if they might be in stock sometime soon. That was how Davis was guiding the shop's stock. First, replenish what they sold, then try to bring in the things that customers had asked about to see if they sold well too. The fact that it was all commander rank items now, with a few royal rank utility items from Dora, wasn't a big deal to them. The more powerful items might have caught the attention of passing merchants and the super wealthy, but the commander rank items comprised the vast majority of what people needed out of combat. If you were getting a charm made to repel dust in the house, it didn't need to clean the entire block, just the kitchen. The next morning, Karl was just getting started on the first item of the day, an Overlord-ranked mana storage trinket, when Naksha and Tessa came back from the gate together. There is a new mission on the day's sheet. Tessa informed the room. Oh, something caught the attention of the Red Dragon? Dana asked, looking up from a magical theory book. Apparently, the Black Dragon as well. I found Naksha there when I got the urge to go get a mission sheet from the guards. Tessa agreed. That was interesting, so Karl motioned for her to put it on the table, where everyone could see it. Most of the missions were lower-grade monster suppression missions, and a few bandit bounties. But the new one was a border mission. A few hundred kilometers northwest of Gazdri, in the northwest corner of the nation, there were reports of undead raids coming in from Bomgan. Now, the undead came in many varieties, from the shambling zombie and skeleton hordes, to intelligent forces like the Lich Lords and the Whites. The sheet didn't specify, but if it intrigued both the Black and Red Dragon, it was certainly organized with intelligence, and the threat level was considerable enough to cause mass destruction. Should we go over? I can open a portal to Gazdri, and then we can either get a wagon, or I can bring the group over. Karl offered. Naksha looked confused. If you aren't using a wagon, how would we all get there? I could transform and fly with someone small, but the rest of you won't fit on the Thunderbird. Karl winked at her. I have a way to cheat, but it's a small secret. Naksha's full attention was now on him, and Lotus giggled as she realized that Karl had mastered the art of dragon baiting. They loved secrets and new information. It didn't matter what dragon species, they all shared that one common trait. It was practically etched into their bloodline. You have my word that I won't leak the information. Naksha swore. All right, everyone, please step through the portal, and I will bring us to the battle. Dana, would you mind giving her the grand tour? Rated named this the Dana space, after all. Dana laughed and stepped through the entrance to the tiny world. Naksha was right behind her, and Karl smiled as he watched the dragon transform and begin flying around the separate space, examining everything. Then Karl gathered the remainder of the team, Remy included for a change, and went to Gazdri. The guild could function without them for a bit. They had enough workers to take care of everything, and Remy had taught her apprentices enough to make the common potions, even if they couldn't make the powerful healing potions that were one of the best sellers. When they had downtime in the evening, she could just make some and refill the stock in the guild bank. They weren't even leaving Drod, and Karl could easily access it from where he was standing in Gazdri. Karl called out Hawk, and then used Remy's swims through air, racial ability to get up to his back. You too? First my sister, now the Karl swims in air. Hawk sighed. But you're still flying us to battle. Let's go see what was so interesting that it attracted both clerics. Hawk raced off to the northwest, following the directions from the guard's map. If it was big enough that Tessa noticed, they shouldn't have any problems finding the battle. 20 minutes later, they had located the most likely source of the threat. There was an entire army of skeletons, led by a Lich Lord and a large group of Death Knights. A small force of defenders had gathered, and there was a single totem among them to face the Lich Lord, but Karl had a good feeling about this one. If they worked it right, he might manage to get the overrank kill. It was only a 90% damage reduction, and they had a Kara. Karl landed at the back of the army of orcs and demons, then opened the exit to lead everyone out of the separate space. To others, it looked like he was just summoning them out of a portal, and the defenders began to perk up when they realized he had brought another overlord, and a half-dozen monarchs. Then the beasts came out of their spaces, and things started to look up for the defense. Team. Karl went to the totem, who was most likely the nearest city governor, and nodded in greeting. What does the total force look like? We only got the basics from the Drod City Guard's notice. He asked. This is what we're at this morning. There were 8 points of attack yesterday, but most started afternoon. Standard strategy says that they're testing the border to find vulnerabilities to spread the blight and claim more territory. Karl smiled. Well then, I suppose that I should take a team and go kick some teeth in. Did you want assistance with that Lich Lord? I can lend you a Kara. She can nullify magical attacks. The totem looked at him strangely. You didn't even look at my nameplate, did you? Karl belatedly checked it. Prince Stephen, 34th heir of Drod Cleric. Oh, not a combat specialist. Karl shrugged. In that case, you do the healing thing. I brought you a healing tree as well. A monarch-ranked green dragon cleric with the epic healing ability, Tree of Life. Then he turned to the group. Kara, Ray, you're with me. Everyone else, spread through the defenders in pairs. Watch each other's backs, and let's make the dragon gods proud. Thor bugled happily, and the defenders cheered. Tessa hopped up on his back, and Thor began to expand as he canceled his shrinking abilities and activated his area, holy damage spells. With Behemoth and Brutality, both active, Thor was even larger than Ophelia's titanic dire bear form. The pair of them towered over the battlefield, dwarfing even the largest of the Wrath Demon Clan's warriors. Then Thor activated Bestial Raiment, the trusty armor skill that Karl used for daily fashion, and his already near impenetrable scales were covered in thick plates and layers of chainmail. Against any other army, that sight alone might have been enough to break their morale, but the undead knew no fear, and they continued their charge unabated. Tessa wielded her spear, but she was using it as a conductor's wand. She directed the armies nearby to spread and let Thor through, while she enchanted weapons and granted the defenders holy armor. That made the demons laugh, while the orcs cheered for a warrior with a sense of humor. The Lich Lord was floating above his armies, driving them forward, so Karl did the same and stepped up into the air. Any totem could walk on the mana flows, but Karl was still an overlord, and the sight caught the Lich Lord off guard. Karl smiled at the undead mage as he took out his bow and fired a poison arrow coated in Void Blast and Nullify at the undead leader. A wave of the mage's hand brought up a black misty barrier, and the Lich Lord turned away toward the undead closest to the orcs. But the arrow punched through the barrier, sacrificing Nullify in the process. Then, Void Blast exploded as the arrow touched his barriers, and the Death Knights below him were thrown to the ground. No ignoring me. I will continue to poke you until you take this seriously, Karl warned. Ray, take out the knights first. They're probably a power support system. Kara was giving the Lich Lord a strange look. I have his box. It smells like him. See, she dumped a bone-covered coffin on the ground for a second, and the Lich Lord's eyes flared with magic and rage before she took it back. Well, it's not ignoring us anymore. Karl ignored Kara's smugness and fired off a volley of arrows toward the Lich Lord. Magic exploded in the air as the undead leader realized that Karl could bypass only a single layer of barrier. Throwing multiple spells at the arrow stopped them with ease, but Karl was happy to keep attacking, and he only had to fire one arrow for every 2 spells. The whole battlefield began to change as Remy activated Apocalypse. At the same time Hawk used Firestorm and Hellstorm on the undead horde, creating an extra layer of fiery blizzard to go with the multiplying tornadoes. The stronger undead hacked at the blizzards with skills, collapsing them, but the orderly charge was no more. I am going to rip your very essence from your body. The Lich Lord's voice echoed in Karl's mind. Karl smiled and equipped the Haint Claw. Funny, I was thinking the same thing. I wonder how much of a benefit I will get from the soul of a Lich Lord. He asked as he hung the Blade of Champions from his hip in the sword hanger created by the Bestial Raiment armor spell. Inky black explosions rocked the air around the Lich Lord as Kara split Void Blast into a dozen smaller explosions all around the Lich, and the ground under them shook from the aftershocks. Void Blast had directly become a totem-ranked spell when Kara advanced, and didn't suffer from the damage reduction that a totem would normally enjoy against an Overlord-ranked opponent. But a Lich Lord was not an average magic user, and even with Kara's attempts to nullify his defenses, he was still throwing up defensive spells as fast as Kara and Karl could launch attacks. Ray was already finished with the 10 Death Knights who were closest to the Lich Lord, and their bodies were in her space, just in case the Lich Lord tried to resurrect them. She wasn't clear on what they could do, but it must be some sort of necromancer to be leading an undead army. While the three-way battle between Karl, Kara and the Lich Lord filled the sky with explosions and flashes of light. Thor was on a rampage through the skeletons. Consecrated ground was even more effective against the skeletons than it had been against the whites, and the ones closest to him were effectively crippled before he even charged into them. On his back, Tessa held her spear high with a Darklight host flag attached to it, periodically pointing into the crowd to smite a large group of skeletons who were giving the defenders trouble. Naksha and Hawk were flying overhead, bombarding the undead army through the storm, while Remy approached with her bodyguards and Karl's, as well as a group of lizard men who weren't bothered by the terrain of her Naga swamp. Even the butterfly was in on the fun, creating armies of demonic warriors that charged at the skeletons, causing them to turn away from the real enemy, only to have the illusions vanish an instant before contact. Then, she disguised the vortexes as stone pillars and made the battlefield look like a ruined city. The skeletons couldn't understand that the pillars were still flaming vortexes with an illusion over them, and they stopped avoiding them. That led to them being sucked in, and the vortexes spawned their reduced power clones. They attacked the new ones, but ignored the ones hidden as stone pillars, which made the butterfly laugh hysterically. Stupid skeletons were great entertainment. Karl began to draw on the mana storage totem that he had been making when he left for the battle, letting his own mana regenerate so that he didn't reduce any of the beast's supply. Kara had no such issue. She was much more mana efficient with her innate skill than Karl was, and the butterfly had made her invisible, so the undead had to guess where the explosions were coming from as she flew around the battlefield. Among the group, only Ray was in a bad mood. Skeletons had no bodily fluids at all, so she couldn't make them blow up. Smashing them into tiny bits was a small consolation when she had been looking forward to using blood destruction on a large scale. Maybe next time they would find nice juicy zombies. No, that would smell terrible. There was bound to be something better than skeletons among the undead hordes. At least her demonic oppression skill muted the magic of the constructs, slowing them and reducing the power of their attack skills. Most of them were royal rank, with scattered monarchs among them. Only a very few were overlords, and those were mostly the Death Knights leading groups. But that made her new, entangling vines skill, obtained from the Orcish druids, much more fun. She could throw down a large net of web, then raise vines to tear apart the trapped skeletons while she stabbed the strong ones. The Lich Lord was beginning to weaken, and some of the spells had managed to disintegrate portions of its robe. That was when Karl summoned his golems. Please choose a form. Ghost Fire Thunderbird, chosen. The dull imitations of Hawk might not have any of his skills, but Karl coded them in Ghost Fire Body without any issue, and they began to dive bomb the Lich Lord, who was already struggling to avoid annihilation. The sudden change in tactics was too much for the undead, and a single arrow made it through its barriers, exploding within the bone cage of its chest. That created a link back to the Hank Claw, and the battle between Karl and the Lich Lord turned into a tug of war for its soul. Karl focused all his attention on the Hank Claw, working to tear the soul from the undead, while the Lich Lord took blow after blow from Kara and the golems. The golems didn't do much but distract it, but that was all they needed to do. Each slip costed a bit more of its power, until the bone construct of the Lich Lord's body collapsed and the ghostly image of a pirate lord appeared in the air. No, I will not allow this. The Lich Lord roared, and then charged Karl, slamming into his body in an attempt to merge and possess him. That was the moment that the Lich Lord learned what true terror was. A glowing golden scale floated in the void of Karl's mental space, and the centuries-old undead lord felt its very essence destabilizing. Then, a ghostly butterfly appeared from one of the linked mental spaces and gently brushed against him. As if attacked by a vampire, the Lich Lord felt its essence being drained at a rapid pace. But without a body, it had no way to defend. Of all the magic that it had learned, spirit combat was only a tiny fraction of a percent. But the butterfly happily fed on magical power, and that was all that a Lich Lord was, once robbed of its body. Within seconds, the totality of its power was siphoned away and flooded little butterfly's space, leaving only a tortured fragment of a soul that was being constantly drawn into the Hank Claw. No, please, I cannot die. Not like this. The Lich Lord pleaded. Then it was gone. Skill advanced. Skill Master 4, Skill Master 5, requirements met. All functions unlocked. Skills may upgrade to 1 rank and 2 grades above their base. Karl didn't have the time to think too much about that, as the battle was far from over, and the death of the Lich Lord had not stopped the skeleton horde, only left them aimlessly rampaging. Not that the orcs and wrath demons minded. With the extra area damage, the skeleton horde had already been weakened, and the warriors were smashing through them with ease, while Tessa's holy armor was refreshed every half minute or so, and absorbed the majority of the skills that the skeletons were using. It was the only skill that the average skeleton knew. While it wasn't much, in large numbers, it would allow them to cut through entire villages with ease. But with the bodies of the skeletons weakened by the fires of Remy and Hawk's area skills, any of the Orcish warriors or wrath demons could smash through a skeleton every few seconds. Plus, Lotus and the totem rank prince were moving forward with the battle, keeping area healing effects active on the majority of the defenders at all times. Without the guidance of the Death Knights and the Lich Lord, it was devastatingly effective as a tactic. The skeletons just attacked whatever was closest. Karl took a moment to catch his breath and watch the battle. Tessa definitely needed a new spear, with bonuses to smite or another ranged spell on it. The tactic of fighting from Thor's back was far too effective for her to stop now, especially when Thor was so happy stomping on skeletons as consecrated ground crumbled them into dust. The battle was quickly coming to an end, and the Hellstorm spells had been stopped to minimize property damage. Unlike the flaming blizzard effects, neither Hawk nor Remy had learned how to make the flaming vortexes stop damaging everything that they touched. They didn't even have the decency to spare buildings caught in their range. As the last of the skeletons fell, Lotus transformed into beast form and flew up to Naksha as a tiny green dragon. Oh my god, she is even more adorable than I remember. How can a dragon be so cute? The black dragon rumbled. Karl landed next to Prince Stephen and gave the royal a polite nod. Your Highness, the battlefield is clear. Do you have any updates on other battles nearby? He asked. The demon tried not to let his shock show. He had just defeated a totem-ranked Lich Lord. Was that not enough of a feat for one day? Indeed, that was not enough for Karl. After all, he had cheated heavily. Not only was it a pure mage-type undead, subject to nullification, but it was also deprived of its phylactery, unable to restore its power, and the single best target for Karl and Kara to gang up on. Against any other enemy, things would not go so smoothly, he suspected. Nothing so far. It might be as much as an hour before the next attack is reported. The undead have been adjusting their deployments and splitting larger groups to deal with multiple defensive forces at the same time, depending on our deployment. He explained. Karl nodded and checked in with the team. Everyone was in good shape, with no lingering injuries. Most of them were ready to continue if they needed to, though Lotus and Naksha were currently distracted, as the nature priestess chased the black dragon around the sky. She was limited by her tiny transformation, but Naksha was having fun, and every so often Hawk would give Lotus a boost, shoving her forward with a wind barrier, so that she could catch up again. After a few minutes of playing, the two priestesses transformed back and returned to the group to get an update on the situation. We're waiting for news on the next point of contact. I will bring us there the same way again, and we can move along the line, keeping everything in order, Karl suggested. That sounded great to Naksha and Tessa. Their patrons were pleased with their performance here so far, but they would be even more impressed if they did it again. While they waited, Karl selected an Overlord-rank spear that Ashbringer had created when the ore was first brought back from the Bara dungeon. It was in the guild bank, along with a number of other items waiting for upgrades or custom orders. Karl only knew a few abilities that would be suitable for her use. But if he combined Smite with Blessed Item, he found that he got Holy Spear, and that sounded like something appropriate. It took a while to work out how the runes would go, but they were still waiting when Karl started to carve them into the weapon, with additional runes for multiple targeting. The idea he had was hurling a whole wave of spears from Thor's back into the crowd of enemies. The demon prince watched Karl working, first with confusion, then awe as the weapon was completed and handed to Tessa, who had come to see what Karl was doing. That should be more effective from Thor's back than your current weapon, Karl offered as Tessa examined the spear. Overlord rank, epic grade. A unique spell, Holy Spear, and bonuses to holy damage with mana cost reduction? Yes, that would be a wonderful weapon for her. She would be able to use that in any situation and for quite some time, as it was a rank above her. You're a crafting guild? Prince Stephen asked, utterly baffled by the situation. Mostly. We do have some combat capabilities, but we're best known for our shop at the Western Frostfire Gate, in the old guard barracks. The Darklight Host Guild House sells all manner of potions and crafted items, from commander to overlord rank. Though, by order of the Lord, we don't sell combat items over commander rank without special order and quantity limits. If you're in the capital sometime soon, you should drop in. We've got a number of mana storage items on sale that are quite popular among tradesmen, shamans, and clerics. Karl explained. He held up the overlord rank totem that he had been using during the last battle. He hadn't bonded it, and it was currently depleted, but slowly recharging itself. The prince sighed. With as many children as my father has, do you think that he gives us all enough allowance to afford such luxuries? Plus, I am a cleric of the god of magic. Unlike the demon gods, my god does not encourage his adherents to hoard wealth. Instead, we spend it all to obtain new knowledge, much like the adherents of the blue dragon do. Oh, that makes sense. I suppose that is also why you specialize in healing magic. I was under the assumption that the demon god clerics were less healing-focused. Karl realized. Prince Stephen nodded. Exactly. Some of them cannot heal at all, while others specialize in damage transfer instead of healing. It's a drawback of having a whole population dedicated to one type of god, but there are still some of us who followed other paths. They continued to wait until mid-afternoon, before deciding that might be the only probing strike of the day. The undead of Bomgen were rarely on an urgent schedule, as they literally had forever to accomplish their goals. So, when they suffered a heavy setback, like the loss of a totem, they could take time to regroup and make a new plan. All right, I will take my team back to Drod for the evening. There is no need to sleep out in the wilderness when I can open portals. Karl decided. I will send you a message if there is another attack here. With the dragon gods involved, your team will most likely want to return for future battles. Prince Stephen agreed. Tessa and Naksha both nodded, confirming his guess, while Karl opened the portal back to the open ground outside the gates by the guild house. The guards were startled for half a second when the portal opened, but when they saw who was coming through, and then the prince waving to them from the other side, they didn't make any complaints about the proper location for portals. After all, the guild house was right there, and they were outside the secured inner city, so the wards wouldn't trigger. Welcome home, Darklight. Host, did you have a productive day? The guard on duty asked, while the other made a discreet trade of chocolates for a bag of herbal cigarettes from Lotus. Karl recalled that the Lord had warned them about that. Or maybe it was smoking them at work. But as long as she wasn't caught, it should be fine. Indeed we did. We helped eliminate a totem-ranked Lich Lord and his skeleton army. Prince Stephen says that there will likely be future attacks, so we asked him to contact us through system message. The dragon gods are interested in the outcome. Karl explained. Oh, well, that does make things feel a bit more serious. Karl spent the rest of the afternoon making assorted items for the shop, in case someone with too much money came in while they were away, and then turned his attention to the equipment of the rest of the group. Dana used a narrow, straight blade. Ophelia liked axes, though the form didn't matter as much as she usually fought transformed if it was serious. Lotus could use an upgraded healing staff, and Remy could use one for extra spell power or lowered casting costs, as she liked to go all out with stacked area effects, which rapidly drained her mana pool. It was extremely impressive, but in a longer battle, she really did struggle with her mana levels, and simply played it off as reducing the area output as the number of enemies dwindled. That worked most of the time, but there was no telling what they were going to face in the near future, especially not when they met with a totem-ranked Lich Lord today. If that was the standard of all the attacking groups, they would have to hope that there were more combat-oriented city leaders along the border. It would make sense for most of them to be strong combatants, as they were bordering not only a hostile nation, but one full of undead, where the spread of their cursed energy could render land barren for years after they had occupied it. In conditions like that, even occasional losses would be catastrophic, and recovery would be a generational process, not a simple matter of defeating the enemy next time, unless that next time came soon enough that the land hadn't lost its life force to the undead horde. Even just passing over on their way somewhere would begin to wither the plants. So Karl assumed that even a few months would be enough to cause irreparable damage if the undead lingered in the area. Karl started with the easiest, a new healing staff for Lotus. He had already made her multiple healing items, so he knew the basic rune clusters pretty well. But this time he added a spell to a nature stone to increase her healing output. Healing Totem was a shaman spell, but the requirements to activate a spell on an item were much less restrictive, and Lotus had an unfathomable affinity for the nature element. If anyone other than the shamans could use a healing totem, it would be the green dragon clerics. Then he added runes for immense amounts of mana storage, reduced casting costs, increased healing effects, and stamina regeneration. The monarch ranked would held an overlord ranked inscription at epic grade very well, and the runes were a happy leaf green color all along the dark brown wood. Karl called Lotus over and handed her the new item. Here, try out the spell and let me know if it works properly. It's originally a spell that appeared for Remy, but I think that you can use it, he explained. Lotus picked up the staff, which began to hum with power in her hands, then activated the nature stone. Four wooden totems, all shaped like Remy, appeared evenly spaced around her and pulsed with healing energy. Oh, that works very well. It's nearly as much healing magic as the healing tree, but I can put them further away so that I'm not always the target. Lotus realized. Doubled area healing that could be cast on an infirmary staging area to even if Lotus needed to change locations or transform to perform other tasks. That would change the flow of any battle. They also had a much longer duration than the burning venom totems that Remy usually used. They didn't vanish after half a minute. They just continued to sit there and pulse with magic until she finished her inspection of the item and retracted them. Thank you. Are you making new poking sticks for everyone? She asked. Only you, Remy and Tessa. Dana will get a sword, and Ophelia will get an axe. I'm not sure what weapon Naksha would prefer, as she was fighting in dragon form. Lotus smiled at Karl. All right, I have my mission. I will go find out what her favorite shaped weapon is and tell you before you finish with the others. Karl moved on to an axe for Ophelia, as there was a two-handed war axe in the guild storage. Ashbringer was making a new blade for Dana, in the same style as the one she was using, but it wasn't ready yet. So, her turn would have to wait. Karl used a fire stone to imbue with flaming body, and then added skill power, strength, and life steal on hit to the runes of the weapon. The combination made for a wonderfully deadly weapon, and it would let the berserker self-heal as she fought, reducing the need for a cleric to be nearby if she went on a rampage. Karl left that one out on the table and began on a staff for Remy. Mana storage, mana cost reduction, spell power, elemental damage, and a nice overlord-ranked lightning gem with even more mana and mana collection embedded at the top of the staff. Just what Remy needed. That brought Karl to Dana's blade, still hot from the forge. To complement her fighting style, Karl gave the gem in the hilt, swims through air, which was a passive, so she didn't have to use mana to walk on air anymore, and then enhanced the blade entirely for skill power and reduced mana cost to the epic grade. That would add to her combat longevity, while increasing the damage done by her golems. The new greater golem was a beast in combat, easily tearing apart skeletons at its own rank when it was fully buffed by Karl's skills. So, giving it even more damage would solidify its role as Dana's guard dog, while her epic guard was free to work as her wingman, as they shared the same primary attack. Spells. Naksha wasn't around to answer, so Karl went for a simple choice. She was a cleric, so she got a staff with skill power, mana storage, and mana regeneration on it. That should let her do whatever she needed, while a spell gem of haste would let her do it faster. That would also increase her flight speed, making her breath attack cover a larger area. With all the new epic grade overlord weapons, the group would be in an excellent spot for the next battle. But Ray had plans as well. It wouldn't be fast. Art took time, but she could make full new suits of clothing to replace the old ones. She was an overlord now, but only their work or had been upgraded. That needed to be remedied. Once the weapons were done, Karl just had to locate everyone to pass them out. Some were easy to find. Ophelia was training guard candidates out in the yard, and Karl could bring her the axe whenever he wanted. Remy was in her alchemy lab in the library space, but he just put her staff in the Naga Queen's space, against a bookshelf on her altar. The hard ones were tracking down Lotus, who had vanished as soon as he had finished talking to her, and Tessa, who had run off with Thor and Naksha. Actually, that made it easier. Thor, pass this to the black dragon, would you? Done. Oh, she's delighted with her new stick. Thor agreed. Karl went out to the yard with Ophelia's axe in hand, and the whole training group stopped to see what was going on that involved weapons being drawn. Ophelia, test this and see how it feels in your hands. I had Ashbringer make this with you in mind, and enhanced it to complement your fighting style. Karl called as he walked over. The big werbear grabbed the two-handed axe from Karl and hefted it easily, then gave it a spin around her hand to check the balance. Not bad, though I wouldn't expect anything that comes from Ashbringer's forge to be less than amazing. Then she transformed into a dire bear and made a casual swipe of her paw at the air before transforming back to a work bear. It bonded perfectly and works properly with the dire bear transformation. Having two smaller weapons gives a wider variety of buffs, but this is a much more powerful weapon, and it should add much more to my attacks than the others did. Thank you, Karl. And Ashbringer, who I know is listening from in the forge. Karl laughed as the sound of hammering paused for a moment, then gave two ringing taps, clearly of the hammer directly on the anvil, before returning to an intermittent working pattern. Now they should all be ready for the next battle, with Overlord-ranked armor and weapons. Karl couldn't say how long it would take them to advance in battle, but they had won some significant battles in the recent past, and the system recognized them as a party, so they were presumably sharing bonuses. There was some sort of standard to the advancements, but Karl didn't know if it was deliberately unclear how long it took to move up a rank, or if the method to judge it had simply been lost to time. Most likely, there was supposed to be a progress meter of some sort in the system interface, and they had all just forgotten how to turn it back on. Once someone did, that would be a turning point for training methods. Being able to clearly see what was working, what was not, and what only worked a few times before stopping, would revolutionize training for everything. But there was not going to be a lot of time to be training for anything this week. As true to his word, Prince Stephen sent them a battle update at the end of the day. There had been 6 possible engagements located for the next day, and they had all been forwarded to the city guard as well, to be put on the morning's sheet. Some of the battles would begin early, some later in the day, but those 6 were the ones that the military were the most confident were going to happen. Karl waited until they had finished eating to bring up the information. We have 6 locations identified for battle tomorrow. There are 2 that look like they might be above our pay grade, with multiple totems and hundreds of overlords. But there are 4 that should be at our rank or Kaysir. One of them is just awakened and ascended rank skeletons, so we can likely skip that, unless someone wants to go charging through them for fun. These 3 are the most likely choices. None has a reported totem rank leader. One is a group of Lich Lords with their summoned undead. One is zombies, and one is a mixture of wights and skeletal hounds. Does anyone have a preference? He asked, then waited for the others to think about the answer. Ray was obviously going to go for the zombies, as they were the only non-skeletal option. Her new skills worked best on the living, but zombies should be close enough that her blood destruction skill would destroy them with ease. But fighting against new types of enemies was good as well. There was no summon type of monster specified with the group of Overlord-ranked Lich Lords, so it could be something unknown and perhaps worth fighting. She knew that she could destroy most types of things, but what if they came up with something new that would put up a real fight? Wouldn't that be great? After careful consideration, Naksha pointed to the Lich Lords. You and Kara specialize in nullifying magic. I know that it might not be the most glamorous fight when you don't let them do much of anything. But going where we are the most able leaves others free to deal with the rest of the challenges, where they might also be the most able. So, we should take out the Lich Lords as quickly as possible in the morning, and then wait for other magic users to present themselves for culling. She explained. Tessa shrugged. The undead were undead, and they were at war with them all. The Red Dragon didn't care which target they chose, only that it was strategically important and against the enemy, not civilians. All right then. If there are no objections, we can take on the Lich Lord Horde in the morning, and then either camp out near the border, or return here again for the evening. Dana smiled. Why don't we have Lady Ray make us a tree fort again? We haven't done one of those in a while now, and it would keep us near the border, where we would be on hand if there were unexpected enemies. A tree fort sounded great to everyone. They were comfortable to sleep in, and being near the lines would help keep them in the right frame of mind. Being here in the capital at night removed the sense of danger and urgency, allowing them to talk about picking targets at random instead of defending areas of land. Fighting was fighting, in a way, but the determination to protect could make all the difference when it came down to morale and combat results. If they knew nothing about the area and its inhabitants, they were unlikely to fight as hard as they could. That sort of casual approach to defense would make the locals fight that much harder when something unexpected happened, and there were too few forces nearby. As much as they might like to think that they were giving it their all in battle, if they were only showing up to fight and then leaving, they were never going to have that sense of commitment that would drive them to the greatest feats. It wasn't proven that those were what helped you advance the fastest, but there was strong evidence that harder fights were more likely to help break a bottleneck if you were at one. Logically, the two should be related. One last night in the guild house, catching up on work while they were away, and quietly listening to the buzz of the city, then they would leave at dawn. Many of the people were talking about the fights at the Bomgan border, as so many of the troops had been mobilized to help deal with it, but the reason for the attacks wasn't clear. The undead raided, pillaged, and were a general blight to the world, but they were rarely organized across more than a single group. Now, there were multiple groups attacking at the same time, and no obvious reason for it. That alone was enough to be concerning. They had just suffered an attack by the pirate fleet, but now they were facing intense attacks from the undead horde that lived inland. Did something happen to change the undead? Or did something happen in Drod that was drawing them to the demon nation? That was the great concern of many. The pirate attacks had been increasing for most of a year before the invasion attempt, affecting shipment lanes and travel times, when the goods did finally make it to their destinations. So, it wasn't as if the extra activity came out of nowhere, just that it now had a focus, and they couldn't see a reason that they had been picked. First thing in the morning, Karl put on the leather over silk armored pants and jacket that Ray had made for him. Not that he really needed the extra armor. Karl suspected that she had made him a new set so that he wasn't always wearing a skill instead of smelling like her silk. When he was in battle, the armor skill would be in place, so most of the time the fact there was armor under it wouldn't change much. But it made Ray happy to have everyone in her armor and wielding Karl's weapons. Except Karl himself, who was still using the Blade of Champions and the Haint Claw. Both of the items were artifact-grade weapons, and both were perfectly suited to his skills, so there was no real reason for him to change to something that he had made himself. However, he did have a number of elemental gems in his armor set for skill power, mana storage, and physical enhancement. Those were too good to miss out on, and he couldn't always rely on Rampage to increase his damage enough to put him above his opponents in direct output without exhausting himself. Naksha, will you be airborne again today, or will you be on the ground with the other clerics? Karl asked as the group prepared to leave. Unless I am needed on the ground, I will be in the air with Hawk. It's safer to have two flying targets so that the enemy can't focus on one of us without being vulnerable to the other. We don't know if there will be a full legion there today, so there may or may not be air support. The Black Dragon's reasoning was solid. The safety in numbers mattered, and she didn't have any abilities that needed her to remain within a short range of the target, other than her attack abilities, which would be much more useful in dragon form. Did anyone else have a request for changes in the deployment? If not, I will open the separate space, and we can travel to the battlefield. Nobody raised any concerns, so Karl opened the way to the tiny world and let them all in. Then he opened a portal to their last battle location, which was a short flight from where they were expecting to find the group of Lich Lords this morning. At least for Hawk, it was. I see the defenders in the distance. Should we go greet them and let them know that we will be here? Our group is a little odd. Hawk suggested. That would be for the best. Who knows how they might react when we show up? We don't want them thinking that there are enraged beasts defending their territory here. Those would be a threat to both sides, and the reaction might be unexpected. Karl agreed. Far below, the commander of the 19th Border Legion watched the Ghostfire Thunderbird descending with a cat demon on his back. That was one of the most insane combinations that he had seen in his life, but the man was waving at him, and the bird wasn't attacking, so he was willing to take it as a good sign. Commander, I have brought a team to assist in the battle with the Lich Lords. I am a beast master, so don't mind the species diversity, but I also have dragon clerics and a black dragon with my team, as well as a mage and a Wer-Bear berserker, Karl declared the moment that he landed. What is your team's specialty? Or are you a new group for the border war? The Legion commander asked. Myself plus one other anti-magic specialist, then two flying artillery, the Thunderbird and the Dragon. The others are a short-range combat unit, with a green dragon cleric specializing in area healing. I recommend putting them near the center of the line, where troops can be brought to the healing tree for recovery. The commander smiled. Glad to have you then. Might I ask, where are these others you speak of? Karl opened the tiny world and let the others out, which brought a startled noise from the commander. So, you fly to the battle, then bring the others in with a portal. Very efficient for moving long distances. How long will you remain in the region? He asked. As long as there are appropriate targets for us. If you are quiet in this zone for the day, we will likely move to an active battlefield so that we can make the most of our presence along the line while we are here. You have a region to defend, but not every portion of the border will see action every day. The commander nodded. Excellent news. The Lich Lords are behind their army, with 10 kilometers distance between us. You said that you specialize in that sort of thing, so I will have you join Delta Force for the morning and move with them when the enemy has engaged. They are our Overlord rank specialists, and I will be dealing with any unexpected totems, as well as unit organization. Wonderful. I saw them from the sky on my way in, and I didn't sense any totems with them, but you can never be too careful. Lotus grabbed Dana and split off to join the healing group, a motley bunch of trollish shamans who were setting up cots and some sort of shrine that Karl couldn't identify. That was better than he had feared. Many demonic armies didn't have proper healers, but the trolls were easy to get along with, and as soon as Lotus and Dana had arrived, they began adding their personal touch to the shrine, which turned out to be no shrine at all. They were arranging skewers in advance so that they had fried fish to snack on during the battle. Dana probably wouldn't stay with them for the whole battle, but she normally sent her golems forward to fight, while she kept the epic guard near her toward the back of the battle, keeping the enemy from getting too close to the healers. Thor and Tessa were with Ophelia, not far from where Lotus was setting up for her healing tree performance, so Karl left to go join the Delta Force team, as the commander had named his elite unit. Greetings, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Karl, and this is Kara. Oh, we have Remy with us as well. Are you sure you didn't want to go with the healers and mages this time? Karl began. Remy nodded. I can fight and heal, so we will join your team this time. Karl smiled. All right, Remy here is a shaman queen, so she has some healing abilities, as well as her fighting skills and her bodyguards. The totems have a limited range, so if you're injured, retreat in her direction. Kara is an anti-magic specialist, so she will be doing her best to stop the larger spells from the Lich Lord group. The army today wasn't made up of all skeletons. There were ghouls, wights, and zombies as well, representing the differing specialties of the various leaders present. Lich Lords were normally among the hardest undead to deal with, as unlike so many other species, they were the elites of their magical disciplines before their death. A vampire could have come from anyone. Zombies and skeletons were morons. But a Lich Lord could only come from an incredibly powerful mage and retain their intellect. However, they weren't all military geniuses, even if they were brilliant mages. That was proven true the moment that the army approached, and Karl realized that the wights and the ghouls were at the front, leading the charge. It should have been the zombies and skeletons to soak up the first wave of damage, so that the more capable fighters could face less cohesive defensive lines. But the extra intelligence had them charging forward, while the shambling hordes lumbered along behind them, just trying to keep up. Battle strategy appeared to be the last thing that the Lich Lords were concerned with, and they were simply driving the undead forward, intending to use the weight of a massive numbers advantage to deal with the defenders. The 5 Lich Lords would be able to not only bring their undead back to life, but turn the defeated demons into undead to replace the ones that they had lost, potentially increasing their army with every battle. For that purpose, they had brought along a small group of supply wagons holding the relics that the undead army was tied to. Defeated skeletons could easily be raised again, wights reformed from their essence, leaving only the ghouls and zombies susceptible to permanent mutilation. But even if they were defeated in that way, they could still return as skeletons, as a blow to the head was not enough to keep the animated bone monsters from reforming, as long as the source of their power remained intact. Once the armies are fully engaged, we will move to take on the Lich Lords. We don't want them turning the army away to surround us, so don't jump the start. The leader of the Special Forces team, a burnt orange demon with 4 wings and a bird's head, warned. How should I address you? Your nameplate is hidden, Karl asked. The demon smiled. I am an old man, though I suppose not everyone is good at guessing ages. I was born long before the system started to reactivate, so I don't have an interface of my own. But you can call me Delta. Delta Force. Karl had assumed that was a phonetic thing for the 4th group in a series, but it turned out to be someone's name. Perhaps they could fix the demon's system status after the battle. If he could lead a strike force as he was certainly not a weak opponent, and his species was well known for their magical abilities. Karl heard the demons cheer as Tessa used Holy Weapon as a group spell, enhancing their blades and spears with holy damage that would tear through the undead like butter. From Thor's back, she made a brilliant red target, standing over the demonic army like a figurehead, and glowing with holy power that was anathema to all things unliving. But she was also behind the lines, protected from the initial charge, which would surely be headed directly for her once the Lich Lords realized that she was a dragon. Cleric. Hawk. As soon as the 2 sides make contact, you can lead Naksha down into battle. Happy hunting, Karl announced as the charging undead reached the 50-meter mark from the defenders. Happy hunting. Bring me back something shiny. The 2 sides crashed in a flurry of blades, and holy light shone from all over the battlefield as the enchanted weapons activated on contact with the undead. That immediately caught the attention of the Lich Lords, and they began to glow with power as they ordered their troops to adjust and target the Red Dragon Cleric. But that was not to be. As soon as the undead horde began to shift attack angles, Hawk and Naksha descended from the sky to drown the army in fire and a thick black smoke. The power of the god of death seemed to call to them, and the undead visible began to disintegrate around the edges under the onslaught, even while the animating magic of the Lich Lords regenerated the damage done to them. With the 2 sides now fully engaged, Delta ordered his troops forward, and the team began to circle the battlefield. Take the short route and take point. Keep them from casting while we charge, Delta quietly ordered, hoping that Karl wasn't joking about being an anti-magic specialist. Kara leapt from Karl's shoulder, and Remy moved beside him as Karl used Gravity Slam to toss the few intervening undead out of the way as he approached the Lich Lords. Unfortunately, one or more of them was aware of the horrors of a winged void badger on a mission, and all 5 turned their focus to Kara, who was ready to dive at them. Both Karl and the badger focused their efforts to nullify the spells, while a disintegration-based shell around Kara absorbed the worst of the other 3 attacks. Nothing hit her hard enough to cause actual damage, but it bought them some time, and before they were ready to cast again, Karl and Remy would be in melee range. The ground turned marshy under their feet as Remy activated the Naga Swamp, drawing the attention of the undead leaders only an instant before her bodyguards appeared behind them. Then Karl called on the Naga bodyguards, as well as a pair of dire bear golems, to attack from the front as the Delta team charged through the swamp. Rather, half of the team charged through the swamp, and the other half simply flew over it, avoiding the delays of the swamp's soft ground. There didn't appear to be any sort of power difference between the 5 Lich Lords, which didn't seem right to Karl. Even if they had advanced at the same time, there should be some sort of difference. So, his first thought when his attack was blocked with a casual wave of the Lich Lord's hand was that they were all sharing a power source. This wasn't a group of regular overlords. It was a situation more like his own, where multiple powerful beings were linked together, and the ones that were in the most trouble were able to draw on the reserves of the others to save themselves. That meant that breaking their barriers would mean breaking all 5 at once, as trying to target down a single Lich would only result in them using the power of the others to defend, leaving 4 on the offensive side. Fortunately, they had an entire team coming to them, and the Lich Lords would all be engaged at once, but the threat of one of them using an overpowered attack and taking out a demon in a single strike was very real. Of course, there was a chance that they could also do that to Karl or one of his teammates, but with Void Body active on the team, the chances were lower that it would work. Instead of engaging, Karl stayed back from the battle and let the summons do the heavy work, while he focused on assisting Kara in nullifying any attack that felt like it carried a dangerous level of power. But with 5 Lich Lords, and only 2 of them, It was proving impossible to get them all. Kara nullified an overpowered fireball, then had to dodge as Karl took out an area spell that was raising skeletal hands from the swamp, but couldn't cast fast enough to deal with the unholy fire that another of the undead mages sent her way. Their casting speed was ridiculously fast to begin with, and for the first few seconds, their barriers were having no issues keeping the melee warriors at bay. That changed quickly when Delta began to cast some sort of channeled incantation. The barrier around them began to destabilize, first letting bits of attack abilities through, then failing entirely. The Lich Lords tried desperately to bring it back up, but with Kara and Karl working together, the process was proving impossible. They had to use all 5 of them to make it as strong as needed, as the effects of Rampage were beginning to stack up, and the damage done by each strike of the bodyguards was enough to take down a lesser barrier with every blow. The Naga were fighting seriously, with grim expressions on their serpentine faces, while the Lamia bodyguards that Karl summoned were clearly smirking at the Lich Lords, even as they rapidly hurled spells at them. They were holding back, limiting their output as the effect of Rampage began to near its time-limited peak, and Karl didn't have to guess why. Once the barriers on the Lich Lords fell completely, they would exert as much pressure as they could and force the undead to buckle so that the demonic special forces team could finish them off. Only, the Lich Lords did not appear to be weakening. Like Karl and his team, their mana reserves seemed to be limitless, and while they were taking damage without their primary barrier, they were not showing any signs of reducing their mana usage to conserve energy, even when they were fighting 5 opponents at a time. They have a mana battery here somewhere. It must be in the wagons. Delta shouted to Karl as the battle began to drag on, and the demons were beginning to reduce the frequency of their attacks to save stamina. Go, take care of it. I will hold them here while you deal with whatever traps and trickery they have in store. Karl insisted. Hawk, bring Naksha and find the mana battery that the undead are using. Destroy it if you can. We're having trouble doing any real damage to them. If we can't destroy their power source, they're going to escape once they lose their armies. Karl quietly instructed. With 5 Lich Lords, there was no way that none of them knew, portal, or a related escape spell. The moment that Hawk and Naksha headed for the wagons, the undead changed their tactics. They immediately stopped pushing forward, and all 5 Lich Lords moved to encircle the small supply convoy in a defensive perimeter. That alone would have made it incredibly obvious what the source of their unusually potent power was, even if someone hadn't already guessed. But it raised the more important question of what could they do about it. Karl and Kara had managed to keep the Lich Lords from bringing their area barrier back online, but Hawk was having no luck trying to get attack spells into the convoy that they were defending. We need to learn the trick to their casting speed. I want to be able to throw spells that fast, Remy noted as she adjusted the position of her totems. If anyone can figure it out, it's you. But maybe we will get lucky, and they'll have a grimoire or something on them, and you can stock up on spells after we win this fight, Karl suggested. Remy began plotting new and innovative ways to make the Lich Lords vanish without destroying the caravan, just in case there were good things in there to loot. But that was not actually too difficult, wasn't it? Kara, Remy began. On it. Butterfly, a little help? Kara vanished, and Karl doubled down on the counter spells so that the Lich Lords didn't gain any headway while the Void Badger did what she did best. For a moment, everything was coated in a black mist as Naksha passed overhead and unleashed her breath weapon on the Lich Lords. That was Kara's cue to move. Everyone was distracted, and she was invisible, so she went directly for the core of the Lich Lords formation, aiming for the supply wagons. The undead were giving everything to protect them, even calling back their armies to defeat the Special Forces group. But the stealthy badger simply pranced past their defenses and began searching for the treasures. Food. Why do they need food? They're all dead. Spare bones, bodies, weapons. Oh, there we go. Kara narrated as she searched. The final wagon contained a large glowing gem locked within a metal box that had swung open the moment that Kara used Nullify on the lock. Yoink, yoink. Karl, it won't move. I can't even take the full wagon into my space. Kara complained. Then I guess we just have to deal with the undead first. Unless you're willing to blow it up. Kara considered her options for a half second. On one hand, a huge shiny stone. On the other hand, it was a stone that she couldn't keep. Void Blast solved that dilemma rather easily. The wagon vanished in a mushroom cloud of stored energy, and Kara retreated to her space for a half-second to avoid being caught in the epicenter of her handiwork. The metaphysical blast shook Karl's brain and dropped most of the nearby demons to their knees. Even Remy was dizzy from the blast. But standing right next to the destruction, the Lich Lords were completely out of it for the last half-second of their lives, before Hawk and Naksha swooped in to blast them to pieces. However, luck was not on their side today, and the moment that the Lich Lord's power failed, the bodies of the undead mages faded from sight, returning to whatever safe point they had designated as their fallout shelter in the event of an untimely death. Worse, the undead horde that they had brought were still fighting, even if it was mindlessly without the Lich Lords there to guide them. The plus side was that without guidance, Thor and Tessa were absolutely wrecking the zombie horde in a rolling wave of crushing gravity and holy lightning. Using Blockade, one of Thor's new racial abilities, with Gravity Slam, and Tessa's spear made for a brutal charging attack. The Gravity Slam knocked everything over. Then the wall of lightning swept them all up and pushed them forward in front of Thor, while Tessa launched holy spears into anything that looked like it might still move. With that tactic, they were scooping up entire segments of the undead army and pushing through them like a bulldozer with its blade down, driving forward and depositing the mulched bodies to the side. Well, that's not terrifying at all. Delta joked as he saw the tactic that the massive behemoth was using. Just wait until he realizes that he can use it like a flapper wheel and tilt the walls down on them to crush them as he passes by. Karl agreed. Thor laughed in Karl's head. We tried that. The undead just get pounded into the ground and then dig themselves back out. That was something that Karl should have expected. They were Overlord-ranked undead. Expecting them to be less durable than compacted grassland soil was a bit too optimistic. The new weapons appeared to be a big hit with everyone in the group, and even Remy was enjoying her newfound bonuses, even if she wasn't going all out with the area spells today. Just being able to keep up all her other spells at once, including both types of totems and a constant barrage of chain lightning, was enough to keep her happy now that she knew the undead weren't hiding any good stuff among the supply carts. She had collected the few remaining bits of the stone that Kara had destroyed, just in case they were useful, but nothing else in the whole supply caravan stood out to her. It appeared to be nothing but spare parts for making more undead. The army unit was forcing the undead into an ever-tightening circle as they crushed the disorganized force, and Karl simply watched and made mental notes as their years or decades of training showed him the most efficient way to completely surround a disorganized enemy. It was a work of art, and with Thor's bulwark holding one side, it was as good as driving them up against a cliff. The hapless undead couldn't even effectively damage the lightning wall, as without the Lich Lords to give them directions, the skeletons and zombies didn't think to use skills, and the smarter undead had been the first ones eliminated. Once the undead were truly dead, the work of cleaning them up to prevent the spread of plagues or even the zombie virus to the surrounding ecosystem began. The worst thing that you could do, in the minds of the soldiers, was to fight a zombie in running water. The moment that you began to damage it, the undead creature would leak infected fluids into the water, and there was no telling what life form downstream might ingest that in enough concentration that it would turn them and begin an outbreak. Towns along the rivers had detection magic to ensure that nothing of the sort, or any other magical toxin, would make its way through their territories, but a zombie monster could spread the plague just as easily as a zombie farmer or dock worker. Fortunately, they were demons, and they had plenty of fire magic to help them fully sanitize the area and eliminate the possibility of the virus spreading, as well as thorough sanitation procedures in place to ensure that none of the disease was passed on. That was made easier by Lotus, who had her 4 new totems spread out in a ring around her, expanding the effect of her Tree of Life form's healing aura. All they had to do was stand nearby for a while after they had cleaned themselves, and the effect would kill the zombie virus, even if it was already starting to take root in their system. But with barriers up and fire magic at the ready, most of the soldiers didn't actually come into contact with the blood and could just burn it off themselves if they did. Once they were finished, Delta marshaled his troops and brought them to the command group, who were preparing to set camp for the evening and send out scouts. Karl nodded politely to the group's leaders. We will remain in the area for a while, in case there are more attacks coming. Would you like me to have the Thunderbird scout? Hawk has excellent eyesight, even from thousands of meters in the air, and won't have any trouble tracking the movement of other enemy forces in the region. We will take any and all help you can offer. Will you be staying with the unit? Or somewhere nearby? The commander asked hopefully. Karl looked around the open grasslands. I'm not certain. We usually prefer an elevated position to let the blood destruction spider make us a fort, but we can settle at ground level if necessary. The demon nodded in understanding. Sleeping on the ground wasn't anyone's favorite hobby. However, it was safer to have everyone together, and close enough that they could all be behind a communal barrier to keep out any uninvited guests during the evening hours. Realistically, Karl didn't need to pick a tree to build a fort in. He had the tiny world and an entire underground city worth of tunnels there, plus the recreation of the guild house, with a comfortable bed, silk sheets, and fresh air. That somewhat defeated the purpose of staying with the demon army, though. They wanted the connection that being on the line would give them, so retreating to a separate space would be counterproductive. Well, for most of them. Remy was already in the alchemy lab of the tiny world, and working on the potions that she had missed out on making while they traveled. Once the area was fully cleared, and Hawk had reported that there was nothing within a 20-kilometer search radius, the army began to plan their evening camp location. One of the junior officers gestured off into the distance. Why don't we move east to the village? They'll be happy to get the sales of bulk goods to the army, and the presence of a whole unit will give them some peace of mind. Things have been tense along the border with all these attacks, and public relations are important. The commander thought about it, then shook his head. It's too close to the attack. They will only worry that we're hiding a threat. They must already know about the battle, and they will have seen the aftermath in the distance. If we go there now, they'll think that they are the next target. Set up a perimeter wall with the earth demons and make a fort. We will camp a kilometer toward the border, away from the aftermath of the battle. The commander decided. Leave some space for us. I will have my team set up a large tent for the evening. Then we will scout again in the morning. Karl insisted. The commander gestured to the junior officers, and within minutes, the demons were building a large perimeter wall in the distance. Ray quickly joined them to make a proper tent for her people, with earth barrier, posts to hang the hammocks from, and double-layered silk cloth, with a sticky inner layer to catch any sneaky sorts who might try to creep in to spy them. She didn't really think that any of the Drod army soldiers would be stupid enough to try to intrude on them, but a girl could dream. Just the potential of catching an attempted peeping Tom was enough reason for her to put in the extra work. Thor transformed back into humanoid form, and Hawk returned to his space for the evening, but Kara decided to stay out and make the most of the hammock that Ray had made for her. Anyone who saw how happy she was, laying on her back, feet in the air, gently rocking herself in a hammock, would find it hard to argue with the strategy. But she was secretly hoping that if she was nearby and not in her space, she might be the first one to notice if someone tried to sneak into the tent. Once everyone was inside, the army unit set patrols around the outside of the stone barrier wall, and Karl noticed that there were no active defensive measures in place, just the one stone wall. Once it was created, it didn't give off an aura of magic at all, and that gave the whole unit a rather low-key presence. Much like a powerful monster pack, they simply existed in the plains. In a way, it was both more and less secure than Karl's usual preparations. There was no barrier active, but its absence made it less likely that anything would notice their presence in the first place. Ray watched carefully all night, but none of the demons seemed interested in coming creeping into the tent. Honest people were boring. So, first thing in the morning, she brought out some of the royal rank whale meat for the soldiers. They were stationed near the inland border, so they wouldn't have had a chance to get any of it when the whales arrived, and the meat would be a change for them, where the boar monsters were everyday sorts of meals. There was a flying whale heard not long ago in Drod. Here, fry this up for the unit's breakfast. If there aren't any threats during the morning scouting, we will likely move along, so this might be the only chance to give it to you. She explained to the cook. Oh, flying whale? That will be a change. Let me find a nice spice combo for that, and I will save some for soup tomorrow. The cook agreed easily. The soldiers brought back meat regularly, and while whale was a different flavor set than usual, the unit's chef had enough spices to keep the soldiers from getting too bored with their meals. The smell of frying whale meat drew out the soldiers who were lingering in bed until the last minute, as well as Karl's team, who were enjoying the cool, dry air of a morning in the inner steppes. It was more like home than the constant humid warmth of Drod, and a pleasant change for the team. Hawk took off to scout, hopeful that they would find something close enough for this unit to fight. Delta and his group were good and easy to work with. Fighting on a team with people you knew was better. They wouldn't do strange things, and they were already aware of the tricks that the Karl's team could pull. But when he got to search altitude, just below the cloud cover, he found that there wasn't anything for hundreds of kilometers. He could see multiple smaller villages, 2 other army units, and a river, but no undead or any other obvious threats. That wasn't what he was hoping for. There was a whole invasion going on, but there were thousands of kilometers of border, and he couldn't wander too far, or they would have to find a new group to work with. Even as far as he had scouted today, they would have to switch units if the attack was on the outside edges of his range. Nothing to attack, but there is a village not far away full of orcs. Maybe they want some stuff. Hawk suggested. Not a terrible idea. The orcs should at least be entertaining, since we can't find anything to fight. Take a tour closer to the border and see if they are just staging for an attack in a few days, and we will prepare to move to the village when we get your report. Karl agreed. Hawk flew for another half hour, making a serpentine pattern into the territory of the undead. I found their city. All the undead are here. So many zombies. Just zombies everywhere. The city has vampires and some living things, but there are at least 3 cities worth of zombies outside. Karl mentally calculated where Hawk was, as it was certain that the army would know the location of the cities, and it was important that they knew what one was preparing for an invasion. So, he went looking for the unit commander to explain the situation. Almost directly north of us, across the border of the dead zone, there is a city half the size of Drod, full of undead. Hawk says that there is a zombie horde 3 times that city's population gathered and waiting for something. Karl explained. The commander took out a map and gestured at a city marking. That is called Ekbor. It's the only city of that size in the direction you indicated. It's not far from the border, but if they start to march, they'll only be 2 days to Bach, and there are 10,000 people there. I will send a message to have the units in the area send a scout to verify the numbers. But you're saying that there should be hundreds of thousands of undead gathered outside the city? He asked. Karl nodded. That's what Hawk reports. You can verify it, as he relates the number of undead outside the city to the number of people inside the city. But it should be close enough if you know how many are in the city. The demon focused for a moment and sent a system message to someone, then frowned. Military intelligence already knew, they just didn't relay it, as it's not in our zone. I still don't know what they're planning to do about that. But so many zombies is more than the border force will be able to deal with. Even if the Leg Regiment finished their engagement today, it might not be enough to deal with that many zombies. Honestly, what I'm more worried about is them using portals to send them somewhere else. Sure, they're gathered at the border now. But if they've got necromancers and lich lords with them, they don't have to just march across the plains. They can attack wherever they want. The cities all have barriers over them to prevent unwanted portals, but a whole army appearing just outside of town isn't any less dangerous. The commander rubbed his temples, then took out a flask from his inventory and took a long swill. There is a good reason why I don't think too hard about all the possibilities. It's best to just focus on what is going on around us and leave the rest to someone else. For all we know, this could be one huge feint. Gathering the armies at our border makes everyone else watching the undead think that they're about to invade Drod. But they could be planning to use portals to hit Unzatherb, Gabel, or Nababin. Sending a whole fleet across the channel to the last 2 is implausible on the scale they would need. But portals would work just fine. Karl nodded in understanding. Sending 300,000 zombies somewhere to attack would be a logistical nightmare, even though they didn't need to eat or sleep. With only 2 nations bordering the undead kingdom of Bomgan, and 2 more immediately across the channel, the options were limited, but a ground invasion was not a foregone conclusion. Say, do you know if there is a reason for this surge in violence from the undead? They don't appear to be overcrowded within their nation. In fact, with so few monsters, there is a lot of open space for them. Did something happen that set them off? Like turning away the attack on Drod City? Karl asked. That could be part of it, but they have always been aggressively expansionist. I believe it's mostly the result of the necromancers and their death cult. The magic invades and corrupts their souls. It makes them hate all forms of life and traps them somewhere between life and death. tethered to the netherworld by their own dark magic, until one day they become the undead themselves. They're a true nuisance, and they've been driven out of almost everywhere in the world. Even the dark elves of the underworld disdain them and treat them as slaves. So, being on the border of their last remaining territory means suffering their attacks every time that they build up enough of a force to spread their influence a little further. The commander's tone was somber and resigned. It wasn't something that anyone could change, and Drod didn't have enough of a military force to completely wipe out the entire nation of Bomgan, if that was even possible. So many of the powerful undead had ways to resurrect themselves if their body was destroyed that the prospect of completely eliminating them was laughable. Karl shrugged. Then I guess that all we can do is wait to see what happens. If there are no threats for the day, I was thinking of taking my team to the nearest village to trade with them. There is always something in demand in a farming village, and we are a crafting guild. The big demon smiled. They'll be happy to see you. The trade caravans have been sparse the past few months. They don't want to take the risk to come this close to the border with all the unrest, while the villages closer to the coast are getting larger and demanding more of their goods. While Karl talked to the commander, the others packed up the tent and then passed it to Delta and his team. They would appreciate the hammocks, and the tent could be assembled with earth magic poles, so there was no complex process involved. The rest of the unit was clearly envious that not only were they getting a fancy new tent designed to set up in seconds, with a full unit worth of hammocks to keep them up off the ground, but it was Overlord-ranked monster silk, and even if the camp came under attack, it would be able to take a hit or two, and they wouldn't have to worry as much about being ambushed in their sleep. Hawk continued his scouting passes as the camp's defensive wall was retracted, and they prepared to go on patrol again. Staying in one spot made it too easy for the enemy to avoid them or alter deployments to counter their numbers. So, they patrolled an erratic pattern, making their location less predictable, even though their territories were somewhat fixed. The ladies all climbed up on Thor's back after he transformed back into his four-legged behemoth form. Even Ray was riding with him today, while the rest of the beasts returned to their space, except Remy, who was in the tiny world, Alchemy Labs, making stock for the shop. They were still close enough to access the guild bank, so she could transfer materials to the other alchemists from her space, where most of them were growing. Plus, she could bring over potions they had put in stock, so they could treat themselves as a traveling branch of the shop when they visited. Making their way to the village was simple enough. It was only half an hour away, with Thor walking and Karl jogging beside him. Hawk was scouting the region and didn't see anything, but Karl didn't want to get tangled in a mass of limbs if there was a sudden attack. But he knew that Thor would look after everyone, so there wasn't any risk to letting them all ride. The village itself was like none that Karl had come across before. Not only was it surrounded by a high wall, but they had also dug a moat and filled it with sharp metal spikes and oil, a flaming barricade should an undead horde approach their home. There were also endless fields in the kilometers surrounding the farms, but no farmhouses. There were outbuildings, storage sheds, and so on, but not a single house to be seen. Logically, they must all live in the village's protective walls and only come out to work. But that seemed like a rather extreme living situation, even this close to the border. But once they got through the gate, things began to make sense. The orcs didn't live in traditional family homes, the way that you would expect from the word village. Instead, there were a number of long barrack-style houses and dozens of other facilities within the walls, and everyone was going about their day as usual. As usual, if it were a traveling orc camp. Demon, what brings you here in this time of strife? An aging orc with a notepad hanging from his hip asked as Karl led the group into the village. We were assisting the regiment with some undead, but there were no more close enough to be a threat for the day, so we thought we might come by and visit. We're a crafting guild, and we've got a small group of dragon clerics with us, if you should need anything, Karl explained. That got the orc's attention, and he whistled for someone else to join them. A very large someone, Karl realized. The clan chief of the village was a monster of a man, even by Orcish standards. Champion Karl, I am Sub-Chief Snakebite of the Bach clan. Welcome to our village. We follow the old ways, so there might not be much that we can trade between you and us. But it is a pleasure to meet you. The huge greeted them. I am certain that there is something, even if it's not what you expect. We have bone and wood runic items to help with crafting, mana storage, cleaning, creating water, and even improving luck with the opposite sex. Plus, the lovely ladies of the church are always willing to help your people keep their pantries stocked with their signature rice and beans. Karl offered. The chief smiled back at Karl. Now, that is something that we can all agree on. However, as we do not trade much, we also do not have much coin. From Thor's back, Naksha laughed. You know, we have a red dragon high priestess here, and I am reasonably certain that her goddess would be offended if we charged you for food when there is war at your doorstep. The black dragon insisted. Tessa nodded in agreement. Provisioning the civilian villages before an invasion was an important part of any war, and the red dragon god took a dim view of war profiteering. Or, at least she did when it came to non-combatants. The red dragon didn't mind at all if you got filthy rich making weapons for both sides of a righteous conflict. The ladies climbed down from Thor's back, and he transformed back into a humanoid to better protect them and explore the town. Karl had noticed that he was becoming more and more protective of Tessa now that she had a fully scaled transformation, but she didn't seem to mind, so he wasn't going to say anything about it. Would you like us to fill a cellar for you? Or do you perhaps have a storage silo? Tessa asked. You can make that much? The chief replied, startled at her request. I am a monarch-ranked high priestess. I can make enough to feed an entire army with every casting. It's not uncommon for all of a dragon army's vegetable-based foods to be magically created. Only meat needs to be hunted. Tessa explained. Chieftain Snakebite patted her on the shoulder, then gestured to a tall, round building off to his left. That granary is empty. We can clean it out to prepare it for your dry food, and then the people of the village will have real cause to celebrate. With all these attacks across the border, there is a high chance of blight destroying the crops, and we've already lost much of our livestock. The attacks last week passed by us, and a group of revenants broke off to attack the cattle in the night, he explained. Naksha frowned. Revenants were a nasty sort of creature, and the black dragons killed them on sight. They weren't technically undead, but living creatures whose souls had been ripped out, trapping them halfway between life and death, driven insane by the missing piece of themselves, and ravenously hungry, trying to fill the void where their soul should be. But worse, they often retained some of the skills and powers of their initial species. That made them among the most dangerous residents of Bomgan, and an atrocity that the necromancers often committed upon fallen villages. After all, why would they sacrifice their own to make revenants, when they could capture villagers and rely on the unholy magic to turn them into soldiers? But if they were using revenants, the battles against the Bomgan invaders took on a whole new level of disturbing. With every village overrun, they would have undead much stronger than the usual zombies and skeletons. The orcs were quickly sweeping out the grain bin and putting down a ground cloth, made of higher-grade cloth that the average rodent couldn't chew through, to line the bin and keep unwanted occupants away from the food. Once everything was prepped, Tessa climbed the bin and secured the top of the cloth at the ceiling vent hatch. Then she began channeling the creation spell and slowly filling the large round building with dry food. Over the course of the next 5 minutes, the wooden building creaked and groaned softly as it was loaded, and then Tessa finally dropped the top of the cloth and closed the top vent that she was loading through. In the Golden Dragon Nation, that would be the usual loading point for an auger, but the orcs didn't have anything of the sort, and instead they had a moving ramp for bulk wagons, which could be dumped down a chute into the bins. The setup looked pretty sketchy, but it must work, or they would have come up with something else by now. With under 1,000 orcs in the village, a whole bin full of food would last them months while under siege. Holding out that long would be much more difficult than keeping up the food supply. And if the undead were really outside that long, then the village would most likely be lost to the blight for many years afterwards. Karl looked around the village, then caught the chief's attention. Where is the village well? I am a rune master, and I can enchant it to always stay full of clean water. With a fresh supply of food and an upgraded well, the village should be stable until the situation with the enemy force buildup is settled. He asked. There is a well in the center of town, but we have rain barrels on all the buildings, in case the undead try to poison the groundwater. Karl hadn't considered that. If that was the case, then he would just upgrade one of the storage tanks to always be at least half full. That way, it could still catch the rainwater, and a dry spell wouldn't run them out of water. He went off to do the work, with the chief following him. What do your people want in exchange? This is a lot of benefit for my people, and you haven't made any requests yet. he whispered, not wanting to alarm his people if Karl's request was too much. Karl smiled. Well, we could consider it a favor, but I know that the orcs don't like dealing in favors. Instead, we can settle up today. The food is from the red dragon. I can't charge you for that during a war. But 2 gold coins worth of whatever you would like to trade for the water barrel upgrades is a fair price. Expensive now, but in the long term, they will pay for themselves. Chief Snakebite handed over 2 coins and shook Karl's hand. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Though I suspect that going to a village in person and doing upgrades isn't how things usually work. Karl laughed and took an item from the guild bank. This ring creates water. Up to 5 gallons at a time. That is our usual sales pitch for water creation. But as magical wood at commander rank, carved and inscribed with runes, there is a lot of time that goes into its creation, and the price is about the same as me placing the runes on your water barrels. He explained. The chief nodded. You could sell a lot of those in Bach, the next major city, if you go to the main road. We're all part of the same clan, but they are more progressive after living among the demons so long. They buy and sell anything they can get. The farming communities don't really buy much. Well, we don't actually have much money anyhow. A true or doesn't need it. But I think that our people should have some items to trade with yours. Karl smiled. We can always use items made of quality materials, as our guild has rinsmiths. Even if we get good wooden musical instruments or tools, we can upgrade them with magical effects and resell them. It's not a high-dollar trade, but what your people will want isn't all that expensive either. Trading them for items that help their crafting or store mana so they can work longer should be fine, even by your traditions, right? The massive or nodded slowly. That should be fine. It's not fighting, just household help. Our villagers make musical instruments if your people are interested. Flutes and drums, mostly. They're the best for Orcish war and working songs. That could be an interesting addition to the store. Limited edition Orcish war drums with magical effects would intrigue many of the purchasers, and they wouldn't be considered actual combat items by the Drod Lord's rules. Chief Snakebite passed the word around the village, and soon after they started to come out with their trade goods. Most were wood, some were carved from bones, and the drums had well-cured monster leather heads on them. The craftsmanship was extremely impressive, even if they had no real adornment or carving on them. Instead, they were perfectly fitted, properly tuned, and the various types of pan flutes that they produced were similarly well fitted. An old orc came up beside Karl with a smile on his face and a smoldering tobacco pipe between his teeth. You know you're not leaving anytime soon now that you've had them bring the instruments out. He muttered as he leaned against the wall of a nearby building. Karl nodded. I rather suspected that when the chief said your village makes instruments. You can't just show something like that to a green dragon cleric and then leave. She would never stand for it, even if we were in a hurry. But there weren't any undead close enough to be a threat today, and I still have 1 team member scouting up above. So, there's no harm if we spend a day listening to stories and songs. In fact, there weren't many things that he could have suggested that would have made Lotus happier than telling her that they were going to spend a whole day singing and eating before purchasing a bunch of instruments to send back to the shop. The bards in Drod City would be happy to see the new additions to the market, Karl presumed, but mostly it was just to help the orcs relax for a day. They were constantly under threat here, and large portions of their crops had been repeatedly destroyed. So, a granary full of supplies and a day of leisure would do them a world of good. Every adult orc was a combatant when they were threatened. So, the fact that they were hiding behind a sturdy wall was strategic, not cowardly. They all could and would fight against the invaders, so they had surely earned a day of rest. Or perhaps 2. The way that they were going through barrels of a potent wine that the orcs called grog. Or perhaps it was a fruit-infused rum. It was hard to tell with the potency level that it had. But as the day wore on, and more of the villagers finished their work for the day, the party only increased. It even got to the point where the singing and war drums were enough to bring scouts from the nearby military units to see if something had happened. They sang of battles past. They sang of bumper crops and lean years as nomads after crops failed. Then, as the sun was setting, they sang of the one true dream of the orc clans. To recover the lost dragon scale and nurture the system back to full activation. In Hawk's space, Karl could see that the fragment of dragon scale that they had was reacting, glowing a bit more brightly golden, but still looking tarnished and depleted. Perhaps the goal of the orcs wouldn't be possible with the world dragon scale fragmented, But the fragment that was with Karl's team was beginning to awaken to their devotion and the magic of the orc's music. Well after dark, the party was still in full swing, and the sound of drums carried across the grasslands, telling the world that the orcs were not afraid of a fight that the undead were glad to give them. The forward scouts of the Bomgan force heard the Orcish war drums and began to move toward the village, drawn by the challenge sent out by the villagers. So, it was well after midnight when Ray was the first to discover that the undead were sending troops through portals into Drod. She transformed into her humanoid form and went to the town square to get everyone's attention. The undead have heard our challenge, and they are coming, she shouted, while the entire village filled with cheers. Orcs loved a good fight. Drunk orcs really loved a good fight. The orcs took Ray's words as gospel truth and fired magical flares up into the sky, lighting up the portals and the incoming army. The locals were staggering and laughing as they ran to grab weapons and don armor, but the children were tasked to stay by Lotus. Not for their safety, or at least not entirely. Their job was to keep up the songs so that the party didn't have to end while the adults fought a glorious night battle. Remy came out to confer with the village shaman and her assistant, then began preparing large spells to handle the threat. Instead of remaining inside the city walls and casting out, Remy had transformed into spirit snake form with a decrepit old orc shaman on her back, so they could both see what was going on. The orcs were up on the wall, and Lotus had the perfect spell for this situation. Field of Vines was primarily an entanglement ability, but she could just make the vines perfectly straight and stiff, while the orcs cut them off to hurl them as spears toward the undead. The vines regrew instantly as the Tree of Life appeared in the middle of the village, and Tessa mounted Thor, ready to leap over the wall the moment that the charge was sounded. Staggering drunk, and from 100 meters away, the orcs were missing far more throws than they hit, but they were certainly having fun competing for kills as they laughed. Karl was a bit more pragmatic and much more sober, so he took out his bow and began to target everything that wasn't a zombie. The mindless undead were not the weakest in the army, but they were the least threatening if the leadership group was eliminated. So far, the only thing that had come through the portals was a horde of zombies and a few demonic necromancers, who had been no match for the might of Void Blast on Karl's arrows. It made for a chaotic situation outside the walls, as the zombies were drawn to the signs of life, but they were left without guidance on what might be an important target. Then Kara realized that there was a better way to annoy the undead. Sister Remy, cast Apocalypse through all the portals and see who comes out to play. She insisted. She was circling over the battlefield, waiting for someone to play with, but they weren't sending anyone. The shambling horde was almost to the town walls now, and more of the spears were hitting their targets, leaving a swathe of undead corpses in the fields as the horde approached. Naksha unleashed a wall of her black mist breath weapon, which caused the undead who entered to simply crumple to the ground, lifeless. In the dark, the zombies didn't even know that they were walking into danger. Chief Snakebite stood beside Karl, hurling spears made of lotus vines, and laughed as Thor created a coating of ice along the ground with blockade, and the undead began to slip and stumble. It was like they were staging a comedy show, enraged, but completely incapable of making it to the city across the ice. Then the amused behemoth created a second wall above them and smashed the undead between the two walls. The barriers shattered as the undead lashed out the moment they sensed danger. But hundreds were crushed, and the aftermath left giant boulders of ice in the field that the zombies had to navigate around. Then Ray joined the battle with blood destruction, and explosions rocked the battlefield, shredding zombies, while sending a mist of filthy blood into the sky. The flaming vortexes of Hellstorm easily cleaned the worst of the mess as Hawk passed by and left presents before bombarding the newest arrivals to the region. The sound of the drums was pulling more and more undead toward the village, faster than the combined efforts of the villagers, and even Karl's team's area attacks were taking them out. But still, there were no signs of leadership, other than the handful of necromancers that Kara and Ray had killed. Even having Remy cast Apocalypse through the portals hadn't drawn out anything fun. Chief Snakebite looked over the battlefield as a fresh round of flares went up, accompanied by fireworks. "Do you think that they realized that it was a trap?" he asked idly, then took a long swig of grog. Karl shrugged. "It seems like it. Either that, or they simply don't want to send any more troops to us. It looked like they were building up for something big, and we know they use portals to attack, so it could be anywhere. The chieftain laughed and tossed another spear out into the horde, impaling a zombie's forehead. The zombie horde was almost to the moat now, though Thor was likely to drive them back with blockade, so that they would be properly clustered for the fire spells to incinerate them. Zombies burned especially well, especially under the effects of ghost fire. The creatures didn't have a soul to damage, but the flames seemed to burn through the link that the undead had to this world, destabilizing them long before their bodies were charred to the point of destruction. The eerie quiet of the battlefield took some getting used to, though. The war drums continued, and occasional whoops of celebration among the villagers could be heard. But the undead horde didn't make a sound as they approached. Nothing when they were caught in the barriers, and only the vague crackling of fire in the distance as they died. That began to change when the undead began to send different troops through the portals. Wave upon wave of zombies gave way to screeching banshees, insane revenants, and fast-moving ghouls, which kept stopping to pick through the zombie corpses on their way forward. Chief Snakebite chuckled and took another swig of the grog. "Well, here we go, boys. I hope that you have a way to deal with banshees because it might be game over for us," he muttered. Karl chuckled as Ray ripped the first one apart, leaving nothing but ethereal mist floating in the air. Then, the presence of another attracted the hellstorm, vortexes, which lit the entirely soul-based undead on fire in the most peculiar way, burning in an incorporeal way that didn't affect the undead around it, and couldn't be put out. "I think we might still have a shot." The revenants and the ghouls were nothing like the zombie horde. Not only were they much faster and stronger, they were also vaguely intelligent. They didn't mindlessly lumber forward into traps or into Thor's lightning zone. They were smart enough to go around the visibly dangerous areas at the very least. Plus, they had good enough senses that they did at least attempt to defend themselves against the thrown spears. The silent battlefield became suddenly deafening as the revenants began to leap the moat and clash with the Orcish defenders. Blades met claws, or the corroded blades left from the revenants' past lives, and Lotus increased the radius of her Tree of Life effect to spill out over the moat. Like Thor's consecrated ground ability, simply standing in the aura was enough to damage and destroy the invaders, who were not all durable enough to endure. While there were countless overlords in the undead army, the majority of the numbers were made up of commander and royal rank undead. Those died in droves, but they provided cover for the stronger undead behind them. Chief Snakebite watched the flames sear the souls of the incorporeal undead away with a smile. "You are a good man to have in a fight. Your team can fight with anything. Normally, we need to call for more shamans when they send ghosts and haints. But how does a spider stab a specter?" Karl just shrugged. "She believes that it can be stabbed, so it can be stabbed. But she can also make herself incorporeal, so there might be some sort of interaction there." The orc nodded in satisfaction. That was good enough for him. Much of the world's magic worked because you believed that it did. At least, in the opinion of an Orcish chieftain that wasn't particularly magically inclined. The density of undead near them was increasing, so Karl began to use a larger radius explosion on the void blast, infused arrows to keep them off the walls. Remy and the local shaman were working together to create a flame storm around the village walls, a burning blizzard with stronger than usual winds. They had started at 20 meters from the moat so that it wouldn't affect the spear throwing. But even with Remy's power level, that wasn't enough to stop any but the weakest of enemies. If they wanted to do that, she was going to have to use Thunderstorm or Apocalypse. Naga Swamp was a great spell in the proper setting, but it only created a radius around Remy, and the shape couldn't be altered. While defending a village, that would just make a mess. But today, the undead were surrounding the village, though no more portals had opened since the first batch, and repeated casts of Hellstorm through the existing portals only slowed the influx for a few minutes. Karl looked out over the battlefield and saw a pair of Overlord-ranked necromancers marching through the portals with an escort of Death Knights and a black-robed demon of some sort. No, that wasn't a demon. That was Ray, walking between them like she was part of their team, and the necromancers hadn't realized that their formation had been infiltrated yet. They stopped and raised their hands, bringing a wave of magic to the battlefield with a grand spell that was melting the flesh from the dead zombies and slowly raising them as skeletons. Ray watched silently as the necromancers got halfway through the spell. Then, with a dagger in either hand, she stabbed them both through the heart, killing them both instantly, which caused the half-formed skeletons to crumble to ash, while the Death Knights stared at her in shock for a second, then kneeled before her. Did the spider just gain a retinue of Death Knights? Chieftain Snakebite asked. I think so. They look like they intend to follow her, don't they? Karl agreed. So much for loyalty among the undead. The chief laughed. The battlefield was suddenly full of burning embers as Remy decided that a full apocalypse was needed to deal with the number of undead on the battlefield. She was burning through an immense amount of magic to cast that at full output, but she was only going to need a few minutes to clear out the survivors of the invasion force. Then she should have time to recover. She wasn't just burning through her own mana, though. The Orc's shaman had some sort of magical device or spell that was feeding more mana to Remy, adding to the amount she was regenerating. The Naga Queen was loaded with mana storage and regeneration items, but for an Overlord-ranked area attack the size of a battlefield, no amount of mana regeneration would be able to keep up. Ray sent the Death Knights back through the portal with a wave of her hand, and Karl waited to see what she was up to. A few seconds later, the Death Knights escorted another trio of Overlord-ranked necromancers, all black-winged magic demons, onto the battlefield, where they were promptly assassinated by Ray. And people say that I'm the one with the best sense of humor. Kara joked. Whoever was still alive on the other side of those portals was going to lose their minds when they realized that they had just sent 3 overlords into a trap because they assumed that all the undead should be on their team. But for some reason, the flow of undead had stopped. Ray went invisible and stuck her head through a portal to see what was going on. Oops, we broke the schedule. All the skeletons collapsed when I killed the last ones. I think that they know we're messing with them. Yeah, they definitely know that we're messing with them. They're totally sending a totem over here. Hey Kara, it's a bone dragon. Chieftain Snakebite was waiting for Karl to say something, as the battle was rapidly ending. They are sending a totem-ranked bone dragon to come attack us. I think that if you can get to it before it starts flying, it should be a good fight. If not, I will have my team try to bring it back to the ground for you. Karl explained to the chief. Snakebite was the only totem-ranked fighter in the area, but just in case, Karl sent a message to Prince Stephen, the totem-ranked cleric. We are at the village led by Chief Snakebite, near the border. There was an attack through portals tonight. Suspected totem-ranked bone dragon attack coming soon. If there is a military unit nearby, please advise. Karl messaged. Understood. There are 2 units already en route to your location, both with totem-ranked leaders. Well, Karl supposed they had made a bit of a spectacle in the dark with all this fire, and the orcs constantly setting off fireworks along with the flares to illuminate the battlefield. Portals opened inside the village seconds later, and a whole team of dragon clerics in white robes came through, led by a red-robed, totem-ranked woman. She looked like she should be in her mid-30s, a rather ageless, motherly look that Karl was certain was a transformation spell. Snakebite simply waved at her, and the priestess nodded before turning to watch Tessa firing attacks from her perch on top of the behemoth's head, which was resting on the village wall, so he could send spells out more easily. It also had the added benefit of encouraging the orcs to rub his head whenever he wiped out another wave of undead. The red dragon priestess seemed to glide through the air as she leapt from the center of the village to land beside Karl. It was similar to how Dana could walk on air, but somewhat more graceful. Or, her legs might be strong enough that she could actually jump that far, and she only used the magic to land more smoothly. Chieftain, Overlord. I got a message that there was a proper war going on here. It looks much more calm than expected. She greeted them. There is a totem-ranked bone dragon coming through the portal momentarily. The black-robed one is on our side, and she's recruited the Death Knights to taunt the enemy. Karl explained. The priestess looked impressed and motioned for her retinue to join them. What was your plan to deal with it? I see that you have a void badger, so you could have closed the portals already. She asked. Well, we wanted to hold it on the ground for the chieftain to fight. We have a totem-ranked void blast skill which will do damage without the reduction of totemic protection, so we can damage it. But Lady Ray, the spider, is greatly looking forward to stabbing it. The priestess looked around at the situation. Well, with your abilities, you might be able to take it out. That defensive ability that your team has is quite effective. Karl nodded. I will extend it to Chief Snakebite for the duel as well. Limited invulnerability should make up for any undead draconic nonsense. The woman patted Karl on the head. How about you put it on me instead? Dragons should be the one to deal with an undead abomination like a bone dragon. Karl extended void body, an impenetrable bulwark, to the totem-ranked dragon cleric. She laughed and transformed into a battle-scarred red dragon with a wingspan so massive that it nearly covered the entire village. Through the portal, an equally massive skeletal dragon had appeared, followed by the rest of the bone dragon. Ray didn't hesitate. Chips of bone flew as she stabbed wildly at the dragon's back with her limbs, and even called her golems onto his back to add more damage. The dragon pulsed with power, and Ray was sent flying across the battlefield, over Karl's head and the village. Then she went incorporeal and skidded along the ground for a few dozen meters before coming to a stop. Satisfying. Ray sighed as she waited for her body to heal. Tastes terrible, though, like that cheese with the blue mold in it. 2 out of 10 do not recommend. Kara agreed. The red dragon took to the sky, where it was met by the bone dragon. A massive plume of fire met a cloud of black energy similar to the one that Naksha breathed. The black dragon and hawk had both retreated from the battle, as dragon breath was indiscriminate, and nothing was likely to survive this engagement. The 2 dragons crashed into each other, snapping and snarling as they clawed at scales and skeleton. Bones shattered as the red dragon's claws tore into the undead monstrosity. But in return, the bone dragon clamped its jaw down on her shoulder. Only, it had no effect. The impenetrable bulwark, skill reduced damage taken by 20%, plus 1 point per day of age, and this particular red dragon was truly ancient. The undead creature's maw spewed black mist over her body, but the priestess continued to tear it apart, shattering bones and throwing them to the ground. It was a one-sided beating, as a flurry of spells exploded ineffectually against the red dragon. The frantic death throes of a bone dragon which had realized that mortality applied to everything, including it. Chief Snakebite whistled in appreciation as the other clerics watched in awe. I have never seen anything like that. It's like she's got a whole rank on the undead. It can't do anything to her. One of the clerics that had arrived with the priestess noted quietly. It's a small advantage granted by having an impenetrable bulwark behemoth in the group. Karl whispered to them. The group looked over at Thor, who was watching with intense interest. If he were that old, he would be able to beat up ancient dragons as well. It was literally just a matter of time. 2 massive claws hooked through the eye sockets of the bone dragon's skull, and the glow of power faded from the undead beast's body with a crack of shattering bone. Ray Shadow stepped forward to grab a large red gem that fell from the corpse. That would look pretty in her space, and she wasn't going to let anyone else claim it, even if she hadn't been the one to kill the dragon. New shared skill gained, Army of the Dead, creates a retinue of undead guardians suited to the summoner. Damn it, I forgot to move my undead. Ray noted sadly. The Death Knights had been standing under the battle, and they were now a pile of ash and bone, destroyed by the aftermath of the clash between dragons. You can summon new ones later. Just not now. We don't want anyone to think we're still under attack, Karl suggested. Ray was worried that the spell wouldn't summon anything as cool as those Death Knights had been, but if the system didn't want to give her more golems, she would take these ones instead. Maybe she could get an army of bone spiders. The team didn't have nearly enough spiders. The portals faded with the death of the bone dragon, and a huge cheer went up from the villagers. Today was a resounding victory. Not a single orc had been lost, and the village walls hadn't been breached. The red dragon flew back to land in the village, then transformed back into her human form. Tessa came down from Thor's back, still wearing her dragon armor, skill, and in dragonkin form, fully scaled with a long red tail. She clasped her hands in a formal military greeting and bowed to the dragon. Avatar, it is an honor to meet you. The dragon smiled at her. You may all call me Priestess Delilah. I was never one for formality outside of combat. Overlord Karl, thank you for that defensive skill. It made today's work a particular joy. Sister Tessa, you have the most wonderful mount as a companion. Don't let him escape you. Now that I have everyone's attention, I will brief you all on the situation. Lord Bomgin recently suffered a defeat at the hands of the Lord of Drod, which cost a huge portion of their fleet's wealth, as well as the permanent death of more than one of the senior lieutenants under him. Following that, There was an incident where a totem-ranked Lich Lord was defeated and his phylactery destroyed. Now, with repeated defeats along the border, the intensity of the battles has been increasing by the day, and it is suspected that the Bongan nation is gearing up for a full invasion. Your strategy of having them sacrifice as many of the lower undead as possible was a brilliant strategic move, as without the bodies, it will be difficult for the Bongan army to replace their losses, but the size of their amassed hordes is still staggering. Dana smirked at Karl, and Ophelia rumbled with laughter as Tessa cleared her throat. Priestess Delilah, I believe we might be somewhat responsible for this situation. We were at the defeat of the Bongan fleets in Drad. The Lich Lord whose phylactery was lost was also us. Now, I can't claim that we were more than a drop in the bucket of the undead lost along the border, but we are still here. Tessa explained. The ancient red dragon let out a very undignified giggle. No wonder the goddess favors you. Your companions have the laughing god's own luck when it comes to being in the right place at the wrong time. But it is good that I found you now. There will be a massive increase in attacks beginning later today, driven partially by the loss of the Bone Dragon and his armies. What many don't know about the Undead Nation is that while their numbers seem limitless, with the ability to keep creating more undead, that is only true for the hordes. The zombies, the skeletons, the wights, and the ghouls. For the stronger creatures, and the spiritual undead, the numbers are much more limited. So, every loss of a powerful necromancer, or greater undead with the ability to summon or create an undying plague, is a great blow to their ability to sustain their numbers during a prolonged conflict. They lost at least a few Overlord-ranked necromancers here today. I saw the bodies. That means they're going to be out for revenge, and they've got a whole army staged nearby where they can open portals with minimal effort. Karl had forgotten about that little detail. Sure, you could open a portal to anywhere that you knew, but the amount of mana increased with the size and the distance. So, it was more efficient to keep the army near the border that you were attacking, and then only send them 50 or 100 kilometers to attack. So, what do you want us to do? I'm hoping that you have some sort of plan because ours was just fly to wherever there are undead, and I am beginning to suspect that isn't going to cut it. Karl asked. The dragon gave him an indulgent smile, which only enhanced her motherly appearance. But something behind the smile triggered all the warning bells in Karl's head that said this was an intrigued predator. That was a new experience for him. Normally, there wasn't much in the world that would give him a sense of threat, and certainly not such a motherly smile. However, her next words reminded Karl that this was a red dragon, a totem-ranked follower of the dragon god of war. You know, that's not a bad plan either. We could just fly over to them and start a fight instead of waiting to see where they show up. With those combat buffs that you have, we could probably hold out for at least 2 hours. It would be glorious. She agreed. Karl landed beside Karl and stood up on her back legs to assume a boxing stance, which made the dragon priestess laugh. Her tone was as amused as the smile on her face as the dragon continued. Well, that's another vote for just going over and punching them in the face. However, that could just make things worse for everyone else. The undead aren't all centralized in one location. They have been found stalking hordes of lesser undead in 4 different locations, one of which suffered heavy damage during the battle tonight, as someone from this battle repeatedly cast some sort of flaming tornado and a meteor swarm spell on the other side of the portals. The undead were not expecting an attack on their own base, and they were tightly packed when the counterattack started. By the time that they organized defenses, they had already taken heavy casualties, according to our scouts. Lotus shook her branches in celebration, causing a shower of golden dust to fall from her canopy. Priestess Delilah chuckled and looked past Karl out into the night. If my estimation is right, we don't need to go anywhere. They are about to come to us, under the impression that we are gathering a strike force to go after one of their warehousing locations. Once the reinforcement military units arrive, I give it 2 hours before the next attack. The reinforcements that came for them turned out to be 2 battalions of infantry from the 7th Burke Regiment. Both were made up almost entirely of wrath demons, and they marched with heavy shields in a phalanx formation, ideal for preventing hordes of zombies and other lesser undead from getting into their ranks. They even had specialty shields made, which intrigued Karl. They had a pin and barrel latching system, with a pin on the left and a hollow tube on the right, so that when the soldiers were shoulder to shoulder, The large shields could be interlocked to form a defensive wall that the taller demons could attack over. That was an advantage that the wrath demons had on most other species. With the average soldiers standing well over 3 meters tall, they dwarfed the undead army, and even the vast majority of the Orcish locals. Avatar of the Red, it is good to see you again. We were told that there is a dragon-favored warrior here, who will draw the undead with their mere presence. The leader of the 1st Battalion to arrive greeted Priestess Delilah. Battalion Commander Daleth, I believe that it might be a whole group. Red Priestess Tessa has much favor of the gods on her, and her mount is certainly destined for greatness, despite his racial limits. But it is the one known as Karl who has far too much destiny swirling around him. The old gods favor him. She replied. The demon gave Karl an appraising look, and Karl shrugged. That's what the clerics keep saying. But mostly, I just have incredible luck. The totem-ranked wrath demon smiled. That's all the favor that you really need. You still look young, though. Perhaps their favor extends to an increase in your growth rate as well. Karl nodded. My class has definite advantages over most when it comes to growth. I grow as my beasts grow, and the separate space skill that I have for them increases their growth rate. What do you have for beasts? So that I can inform my men. There is a blood destruction demonic spider, a winged void badger, a naga shaman queen, a ghost fire thunderbird, and the behemoth that Priestess Tessa is riding is one of my bonded partners as well. Karl offered. The demon frowned. Your luck must be insane to have stumbled across such an interesting variety of beasts. Karl shook his head. It's a side effect of my class. It helps them evolve as they obtain new skills and treasures. Hawk, the blue streak up in the sky, used to be a common rank windspeed hawk. You named your windspeed hawk Hawk? Why not just call him Bird? Remy laughed as the demon clearly judged Karl's lack of naming skills. I am fairly sure that Hawk was the only one of us who was named by Karl without any input into his own name. There is actually one more, a glasswing butterfly, but she's still in her early growth phase and won't interact with the outside world. Remy added. The commander nodded. That should be enough information. I have a general idea what each of those species is capable of and what a naga shaman can do. So a shaman queen should be the same, but on a larger scale. Remy nodded. I have specialized in large area attack spells. It burns a huge amount of stored mana every time, but I can just about clear a battlefield. Having the beast spaces, plus the mana storage staff that Karl made for her, was a blessing. It would be so boring if she could only maintain a full output, apocalypse, or meteor storm, for half a minute or less. The other battalion's leader, a totem-ranked wrath demon named Ligo who could almost have passed as Commander Daleth's brother, came over with news. I have a report from the staging area scouts. The portals are opening now, and we can expect attackers along the border within the next 10 minutes. The sun was just coming up, and they had been fighting most of the night, so the villagers were mostly exhausted and already in bed. They wouldn't be able to stay there long if the invasion came to the city walls again, but the 2 battalions were staged outside, where they could make best use of their trained tactics. We could just not fight them now, if we wanted. Kara suggested. It wouldn't take much to just keep closing the portals until the undead got annoyed and went somewhere else. We will let the villagers sleep as long as they can. Did you want to have a quick nap before more fighting? Karl replied. He had been on the wall for most of the night, firing arrows, but he wasn't so tired that he couldn't join the next wave of the battle. Eternal Lightning recovered stamina with ease, especially when you were just waiting around for the next wave of attacks, and the constant healing of Lotus in Tree of Life form negated any chance of a hangover, though most of Karl's team had gotten at least a couple of hours of sleep before the attack started. While they waited for the attack to begin, Hawk returned to his scouting pattern, watching for signs of portals opening in the grasslands around them. If the Red Dragon was right, they should be receiving a rather large force to their location soon, and he had learned to trust the instincts of the clerics. If Tessa got a vision of battle, there would be battle. If Lotus saw snacks or a new friend, there would be snacks or a new friend. Now, at first, that skill had seemed somewhat flaky, but knowing who was a friend and where the food was were both extremely valuable survival skills. Portals are opening. All around the village this time, about a kilometer out. Not large, mostly under 2 meters. But there are at least 20 of them open right now. Hawk reported as the bombgun attack began. 20 portals in a full ring around the village. How do you want to deploy? Karl asked. Commander Ligo gestured out towards the troops. We brought enough soldiers to surround the village. We will let the villagers hold the wall, while we hold outside the moat. Daleth's men will take the north, I will take the south. You can array your team with the villagers for the start of the battle, but kindly hold off on charging out until the initial shield wall is broken. After that, it will be more of a melee, and everyone will recognize your people as allies. Zombies poured from the portals in an unending wave of rotted flesh, immediately turning the air fetid in an unnatural way. The magic of a black dragon was that of death, but it had a sense of finality to it, almost a lethal cleansing feeling. But the zombies in this group were powerful, almost all overlords, and they had a half-dozen totem-ranked necromancers with them already. That was not a good sign for a battle that was just starting. There were 3 totems with the group right now, leaving them outnumbered 2-1. However, Karl had a good feeling about this fight. Ray had been learning all sorts of fun new things lately, and there was a good chance that one of the beasts would trigger Skill Master 5 soon and advance a skill by a rank. Even one more totem-ranked attack skill would be a huge boost to their combat abilities. The necromancers had spread themselves evenly around the village, but were hanging back behind the undead horde, guiding its progress while ensuring that there would be no escape from the ambush. Priestess Delilah sent a message as she flapped her wings and took to the sky. Kindly cast that most wonderful defensive spell again. I am going to deal with the necromancers. Karl chuckled as he cast the full suite of buffs over the 3 totems. Impenetrable bulwark, limited invulnerability, brutality, haste, terrorize, and sharpness. Then, just for fun, he cast Behemoth on the ancient red dragon, bringing her overall length close to 90 meters when stacked with brutality. It was impossible to miss the rapidly expanding red dragon as she circled the battlefield, even if she wasn't glowing red with divine favor. And that was precisely what the priestess was after. The looks of absolute terror on the faces of the necromancers when the massive dragon came for them were priceless. Karl could see that they were ready to flee the moment that they saw the dragon double in size, but they managed to hold together long enough to start shouting something through the portals, most likely begging for reinforcements. The first gout of dragon fire turned a human-looking necromancer to ash instantly, and Hawk made a note of the trick for future reference. She is using holy magic on her flames, and the necromancers are coated with unholy power. It's almost like she doused them in acid before setting them on fire. It's beautiful. The 2 necromancers closest to Delilah began to bombard her with spells as the undead horde slammed into the shield wall, sliding the soldiers backward nearly a meter before the second rank hacked down enough of the zombies to stall their momentum. A horn blew, and the demons sent out a wave of attacks that shredded the front ranks of undead and gave the shield wall time to return to their positions. It was all very methodical and practiced, a direct contrast to Karl's team, who were just happily throwing skills into the horde, or summoning golems into it. Ray was particularly proud of her new Army of the Dead, which had made a dozen Overlord-ranked zombie spiders for her, each about the size of a house cat. They were built much like Ray was at that size, and their sharp legs showed no mercy on the undead horde as they pushed forward with the group of golems. They were headed for the spot where Delilah was fighting the necromancers, with the intention of forcing a clearing in the horde so that Ray and Kara could move to engage. They had been instructed to hang back at the start of the fight, and they were enjoying destroying zombies, but they really wanted a totem-ranked kill for the day. It wasn't fair that the dragon got to have all the fun. Delilah wasn't going to be the only one killing fun stuff for long, though. Through the portals, the zombie horde was being replaced by a wave of skeletal knights in piecemeal armor, carrying swords and buckler shields. Then, specters began to arrive, floating above the melee. Karl changed his focus to the spectral undead, as not all combat skills could harm them. Void Blast had no problem damaging spiritual beings, and Hawk's Ghostfire was similarly effective. But the regular flames of the demon army didn't touch them, and that was the primary elemental attack of most of the Wrath demons. For the first few seconds, the specters didn't understand the threat posed by the arrows, and simply assumed that they would fly through their bodies. But while the poison arrow base spell wouldn't do anything to them, the Void Blast was truly devastating. Fortunately, there weren't many, and the specters were mostly cleared before the skeleton knights made it to the front lines. The skeletons crashed into the shield wall in a cacophony of steel on steel. Then the rank behind began to climb over to leap into the defenders. Charge! Commander Daleth ordered, and the shield wall abruptly separated as the demons pushed forward, toppling the skeletons. That's our signal, Karl announced, letting Ray and Remy loose on the battlefield. Ray called her golems back to herself, along with a fresh set of zombie spiders to clear a zone in the battlefield. Remy followed Karl as he vaulted off the wall and into combat. Between them, they had a rather considerable number of guardians, as well as the pair of dire bears that Karl had chosen for golems. Tessa, Ophelia, and Dana were working together, with Thor using Bulwark to bulldoze a path for the army to move into the undead horde. The totems weren't trying to close the portals, or at least, they weren't trying to yet. They wanted the undead to send as many of their forces to this location as possible so that they could deal a devastating defeat to the Bomgan hordes and not have to face them again tomorrow. The way that Priestess Delilah was going through the necromancers, it didn't seem too far-fetched that they really would crush the Bomgan army here. She had already killed 4 of their totem-ranked leaders and mutilated their bodies beyond resurrection. Only 2 more totem-ranked invaders remained, and the dragon's superficial wounds amounted to no more than small damaged sections on her scales, which were already mending themselves. As Rampage began to get fully stacked, Karl found that the skeletal knights stood no chance before the Blade of Champions. Even when he simply swung it to create an arc of rend to weaken a swathe of undead, most of them would be crippled, or their armor would be severely damaged. Of course, this did not go unnoticed. A pair of overlords and their summoned supporters should not be able to cut through an undead horde that was keeping an entire battalion at bay. It simply didn't make any sense. But like Karl and his team, the skeletal knights also had damage reduction, so the actual damage done to them by the average attack was minimal. It wasn't that they were immensely durable, they simply reduced all damage done by enough that they were hard to kill. But with Rampage, in effect, the damage reduction was more than offset, and they were no more than skeletons in crude armor, a mediocre form of undead. The demons of the 7th Burke Regiment pushed out to follow Karl and Remy as he moved toward the portals, intending to let Remy bombard the other side with Apocalypse, once they had a clear view of the situation there. The 2 battalion commanders had reached the remaining necromancers, which had allowed Delilah to join Hawk and Naksha in bombarding the battlefield from above. With Hawk plus 2 dragons, the amount of aerial bombardment was insane, even though Remy didn't use her larger area spells during this battle, just in case they targeted friendlies. Making a spell hit certain targets, but not others, wasn't always easy. When everyone was in your group, it would happen automatically so that you didn't damage party members, but the system didn't intervene if you should happen to cast a spell that would hit non-combatants, other teams, or hidden allies. Karl noticed that the Lamia bodyguards had fallen back to let a pair of wrath demons take positions at Karl's shoulders. While the Lamia pair did have blades, they were better as a second-line fighter, not the one most likely to be attacked, and the wrath demons were much larger than they were. Karl attempted to include them in Rampage, but found that the spell couldn't be targeted at anyone but his own group. That was unfortunate, but if he explored the system later, there might be a way to include more people in your team of allies. You could include the whole guild and a bunch of strangers to do a dungeon run, so there should be a way to add a military commander in their unit. If there was one thing that the system favored on a reliable basis, it was group activities. Whatever damage increasing skill your class gets is ridiculous. One of the wrath demons joked as he cut down a pair of skeletal knights that Karl had wounded. It's the power of friendship. Remy joked, and the demon spared her a confused glance. The damage buff is based on a percentage of group damage done during the last minute. She clarified. The demon laughed as he cut down one more of the skeletal knights. The power of friendship, it is. The skeletal knights began to pack together to stop Karl's group from advancing on the portals, forming a wall of bones that was rapidly being refilled even as Void Blast knocked holes in it. Karl cast Consecrated Ground, Thor's new favorite anti-undead spell, and Remy cast a Hellstorm Vortex in front of them as they paused to let the area damage do its thing. Should we really pause our progress? The demon on Karl's left asked. Give them a moment to swarm into the area effects, and then I will deal with them all at once. Karl replied confidently. The demon didn't look convinced, but Karl could see Priestess Delilah coming their way overhead. With a row of hellstorm vortexes pulling the skeletal knights together and away from the soldiers, it was a perfect target for a draconic strafing run. But only because the vortexes multiplied. The skeleton knights seemed particularly inept at destroying them, as it didn't even occur to most of them that the fire was a thing they could attack to dissipate the magic, now that their mental link to the necromancers was gone. The red dragon passed overhead, and a massive gout of flame engulfed the skeleton knights, burning bones to ash and leaving the path clear between Karl and the nearest portal. Everyone forward. We will push to the portal and separate the undead, he ordered. Technically, he had no authority over the demons, but they didn't hesitate to follow him and his group forward. However, Karl did not find what he was hoping for in the view through the portal. The staging grounds on the other side were dead, barren, and completely empty. Not a single undead was held in reserve at that location, so there probably wouldn't be any more coming. But he could see multiple other portals in the vicinity. Lamia, you're up. Let me know where those other portals go. Karl instructed out loud, for the benefit of the demons. It might be a trap or an illusion. However, if he sent the two bodyguards, they should be able to tell him the truth of the matter. The Lamia duo passed through and entered the Bomgan army staging area, where an immense wave of unholy energy threatened to overcome them. However, with Void Body active on the whole group, thanks to the skills of the Epic Guard, they were regenerating faster than they were being corrupted. The portals all lead here. We can see every angle of the battlefield. Their explanation was both reassuring and disappointing. Remy wouldn't get to bombard an unsuspecting army, but the portals were all accounted for, and there were no more undead in the area. Let your boss know not to send anyone through the portals. There is some sort of necromantic spell there that is trying to corrupt the summoned creatures. If he sends an army unit through, we will be fighting against them in a few minutes. Karl informed the demons beside him. On it. We will make sure that nobody goes through. Can you tell us where the staging area is? One of them replied. Karl shook his head. I can say that it's northwest of here by more than 100 kilometers, and likely less than 200. But I can't say exactly, and there are no real landmarks. It's dead grass and withered trees all the way to the horizon. The demon shrugged. Good enough for me. We have a general description to send to military intelligence, and they can reference the description against what they already know. Might as well bring your creatures back, and we will work on finding a way to close the portals. Karl gave the demon an amused smile. Oh, I am already on it. They might have created 20 portals, but we have a Kara. Kara looked up from beating a skeleton's face in with its own shield when she sensed her name being mentioned. Is it time to close the portals now? She asked. Yeah, there's nothing there. Not even loot. Those were magic words, and the first 3 portals were closed within a second of each other. That served as a signal to the mages of the 2 units, and they began taking down the rest of the portals, while Karl nullified the 2 closest to himself, then re-summoned the Lamia pair, so they didn't accidentally bring a curse back with them. He might not know what a totem-ranked necromancer was capable of, but a lingering curse didn't seem unrealistic. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if they spent weeks cleaning the lingering curses and unholy magic from this battlefield, even with Delilah, Tessa, and Lotus working together. Leave one portal. It is feeding the undead. If we close them all, we leave a reserve of power for the necromancers to draw on. Delilah shouted as Kara was about to close the last of the portals. The Void Badger was starting to like this dragon. She knew what was important. You didn't just defeat the enemy. You had to remember to troll them and extract maximum amusement value before you finished them. Delilah would have been somewhat horrified to know that was how the Badger thought of her. The decision that she made was purely strategic, with the larger nationwide war in mind. The psychological effect of having drained their reserve of mana wasn't even a consideration when the act was already a strategic necessity. Now that there was only one portal open, Karl could clearly feel the flow of power from it to the undead army, as well as to the area over the battlefield, where it lingered like a miasma, except for 4 distinct areas. Over the village, where Lotus was set up as a healing tree to provide treatment for the injured. Over Thor and Tessa, who were wielding holy magic like a rampaging force of divine justice. Under Priestess Delilah as she passed above the battlefield. And finally, around Karl, who still had consecrated ground active. But the way that they power was building, if they didn't spread this effect, there could be real issues as it began to corrupt the soldiers. There might be something that they could do, Karl thought. Hey Tessa, take Thor and your group to the last portal. Your holy magic auras and spells should help cleanse the miasma that is coming in with the unholy power. Even just keeping consecrated ground cast over the portal area should be fine. Karl messaged the war cleric. They were the closest to the final location, other than Kara, who wasn't capable of casting the spell that they needed this time. Standing on Thor's back, Tessa didn't bother trying to move her group, which currently included both Tessa and Dana. Instead, she began drawing a huge magical circle in the sky of glowing red power. Her new spear was shining golden with holy light, and then Tessa pointed at the portal, and the whole spell moved over to center on the portal. Glowing golden light covered the area, and the flow of unholy power began to mellow as the miasma dissipated. Karl couldn't be sure what sort of purification spell had been cast over the portal, but it clearly hadn't stopped the flow of power. It only removed the curse from it, which was perfect. Not in the minds of most of the soldiers, who had realized that the mana was empowering the skeleton knights to keep them at overlord rank. But in the larger strategic sense, it was a victory. Karl used Gravity Slam to knock down a section of the skeletal knights, then bulldozed them with Bulwark, copying Thor's tactics to push them into a tighter formation, where more would be hit with every spell, and fewer soldiers would be needed to contain the now separated section of the undead horde. The wall only lasted a few seconds before the undead hacked it apart, but that was long enough to rearrange them for the soldiers. Overhead, Hawk was glowing with an immense amount of ghostly green flame, a second sun in the sky, too bright to look at as he prepared for something. What are you planning, buddy? Karl asked, as Hawk's thoughts were silent in his mind. If they had to wrestle an undead Thunderbird to the ground and cleanse, then resurrect him, Karl would not be happy. But Hawk's link to Karl was perfectly intact, whatever he was doing. A massive fireball launched from the sky, causing the demons to cuss and run from the target zone, while the undead froze in place, staring up at their impending doom. Skill Master 5 Activation, Fireball, has evolved to the epic grade skill, Purgatory Flames. Purgatory Flames launches a maximum 20 user rank fireball at the target. Damage is dependent upon the user's current mana pool. Depletes all remaining mana on use. Deals double damage to spiritual beings, undead and water element beings. All the bonded partners saw the message, and Remy had some serious questions. How exactly does Purgatory Flame relate to extra damage against water element? It's a soul-based attack that purges undead, she asked, while Hawk preened in pride. That's why it's epic. He insisted. That's not how logic works. Karl, Hawk is picking on me again. Remy pouted. Karl laughed to himself at their bickering. Did you not just learn a skill that creates a raging river anywhere you happen to be standing? I think a ghost fire fireball that targets water is only fair. Purely out of spite, Remy created a Naga swamp under the nearest group of skeletons, who promptly sank in the mud, except for the first rank, which was fighting the demons. Even though Remy had created the swamp to spite Hawk and his giant anti-water user fireball, the demons were not the least bit upset about the battlefield conditions. It confused the skeletons, slowed their reinforcements, and if you knocked one backward into it, the creature took longer than usual to get back up, giving the warrior time to catch his or her breath. That spell takes too long. I want to do it again now. Karl, I need a thing like Remy has for more mana. Hawk complained. A piece of jewelry with enough mana storage to let him double cast that spell was an absurd request. Even 3 items wouldn't be enough to fully replace his mana, but he could get back enough to not slow down his other attacks while he regenerated for a while. I will work on something for you once we're done with the undead. You might have more ideas with some practice. Karl agreed. He had a point, Hawk thought. The new fireball had just been invented. There might be room to improve it. Remy broke his concentration with a new idea. You know, if I aimed 1,000-year flood straight down and then flew around the battlefield to clean up, that should make it rain about 3 centimeters a second for 100 meters around me. I could be a rain goddess for the withered crops. Hawk snorted. For one, you can't fly very fast. You'd flood everything. But more importantly, this is clearly just bullying. Karl chuckled. You two cut it out. No fire versus water arguments in battle. Besides, you're both still losing to Ray in kills. Hawk paused. That couldn't be right, could it? No. She really was beating him, even after his huge fireball. It definitely took too long to recover from. The reminder got both of them back to work, creating hellstorm vortexes to pull the undead together for faster clearance rates, while the rest of the group tried not to laugh at their renewed motivation and rivalry after Hawk's new spell. They would ask about it later, but watching the bestial siblings clearly trying to one-up each other was highly entertaining for those who could see it from their position. Karl found himself too far from the battle again and switched to his bow, which caught the attention of the demons. Now that is shiny. Where did you get that? The one on Karl's right asked as he hurled a fire bolt over the front rank of defenders and into the swamped skeletons. My guild made it. It's a custom piece, obviously, but we have overlords for smithy, alchemy, and runecrafting. Karl explained as he fired volleys of void blast arrows into the swamp. How are you not out of mana? The same demon asked. Karl smiled and shook the bow. It's got a reduced mana cost for the arrows. They're actually quite efficient to cast, and I made accessories for mana regeneration. The demon fired a few more shots as he considered the description. I will have to talk to the commander. I bet that he could get approval to buy a few like it for the squad leaders. Now, the rest of us might not make enough in a year to even consider buying that, but the army is a bit more generous with those in leadership. That was certainly going to be true if they were willing to purchase epic-grade overlord-ranked weapons. That was a very generous benefit by any army's standards, even if they were well worth the cost. You know, those arrows are particularly effective. Is there more than just the void spell on that arrow? The other demon asked. The void blast is layered on top of a poison arrow made solid with blessed item. As it was made specifically for me, I went a bit overboard. But the arrows get a bonus against anything sensitive to holy damage. With me adjusting the void blast to larger radius with lower initial output, the blast causes holy damage to multiple undead at a time. I'm quite proud of this one, even if I didn't make the base bow that the runes were added to. That was done by our guild's Grandmaster Smith. The demons near Karl all chuckled. Now you're making us all jealous. But against the undead, a holy explosion is just ridiculously good. Even a little bit of holy damage would be a huge damage increase. Plus, their damage ignored doesn't work on holy damage. Karl nodded in understanding. I will talk to the two commanders after the battle and see if they can get approval for a number of items that will add holy damage to attacks. Wait, I have a temporary solution. Karl focused for a second to cast Talisman, with runes for bonus holy damage on it. Then he folded it in half and stuck it in the armor of the demon on his right. Try that, he instructed. The next firebolt exploded with a flash of golden light on impact, and the nearby skeletons were more charred than usual. So, Karl made a half-dozen more and gave them to everyone standing nearby, including Remy. There was no need to give them to the golems and bodyguards. They already got enough bonuses. Shining golden blades made short work of the undead, even if the overall effect was a bit like an outdoor concert in the middle of the day, with all the flashing lights. Karl made a mental note that the holy damage runes were not stealth-friendly. The swamp was rapidly being cleared with even a half-dozen holy damage talismans, and Karl realized just how much difference being properly equipped to fight the undead made. The demons had absolutely zero affinity with holy magic. The only chance they had at it was becoming a cleric to another species god, and even that was somewhat sketchy. So, what had been a stalemate between unholy magic element users was completely overturned with just a few added holy magic spells. And that gave Karl a great idea. It wouldn't take much to make a cloak pin or brooch that gave them some holy damage, or converted a portion of their damage to the holy element. That would absolutely annihilate the undead hordes. It was simply not something that had been available to them, not a new idea. Making items with holy damage that were compatible with demonic users wasn't something that most clerics could or would do. It would normally reject them. But Karl's talismans had been fine, so he hadn't realized there might be a conflict yet. Dana looked over at the spectacle in Karl's section of the battlefield with concern. There was a lot of flashing golden light over there, and they were beginning to pull undead from other regions toward themselves. What is he doing over there? Tessa shouted so the flying mage could hear her. I have no clue. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say he invented holy hand grenades. It's just explosions of holy light constantly. Dana called back. Thor laughed at the thought. Holy hand grenades sounded like a lot of fun. Tessa shook her head in dismay. Well, if that's an item and not a skill, I will insist that he shares it. But we're almost done with the undead in our zone, and the unholy magic from the portal is beginning to wane. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Tessa had a premonition. The magic wasn't just to keep the army powered, it was a built-in failsafe. Everyone, we have a mission timer on this battle. We need every undead eliminated before that mana from the portal runs out. It's a trap, she informed the group. If she were wrong, then she would apologize for alarming them. Well, if anyone asked her to. Remy and Ray were currently making bets on who could kill a massive number of undead the fastest. Giving them a timer was just a motivation to compete with each other. Even Thor joined the fun. Karl, bring up a bulwark. I'm sweeping your direction. Karl saw what Thor was thinking as the behemoth charged through the undead with a wide wall of magical ice in front of him. Karl created his own wall of ice, then charged toward the massive beast and his red-robed rider. Tessa was standing on Thor's back, brunette hair flying in the wind, having escaped her usual braid, and marshalling the demonic armies to follow behind them. The barrier would fail on impact, and some of the undead were likely to be alive after. Karl coated the entire wall in front of him with Void Blast, set to detonate on impact. The idea was simple. The undead would be crushed between the two walls, and the spell would detonate like a bullet down a barrel. It wouldn't harm the barriers, but it wouldn't bypass them either, creating a magical pressure cooker for the skeleton knights. The explosion rang through the grasslands as if a massive cannon had been fired, and skeletal remains were thrown hundreds of meters in the air in the narrow space between the two walls as Karl and Thor collided. Then both barriers collapsed from the secondary damage of the flying weapons and the skills of the skeleton knights, who had the cognitive ability to realize what was happening to them. Karl laughed as he hacked his way through the undead survivors, while holy spears rained down around him. Glowing with red holy energy and standing on the back of a rampaging behemoth, Tessa really did look like a war goddess unleashed. It wasn't hard to see why the myriad armies of the world were inspired to follow the Red Dragon clerics into battle. Karl used Gravity Slam, aimed straight ahead to hurl a wave of skeleton knights away for an unengaged unit to deal with, and Thor realized that he had missed a grand opportunity to delegate responsibilities. Ophelia rumbled in amusement, then set her head on top of Karl's for a moment as she passed by. Dana descended to talk to him as they finished the last of the nearby enemies. What did you do over in the swamp spell? It looked like holy magic grenades. She asked. I actually used Talisman to put holy damage on the demons. It created a flash of light on every strike. Dana nodded, losing interest if it was just some extra damage. But Tessa was intrigued. Holy magic buffs worked on the demons, and they exploded with light on contact? That sounded like the spells were actually creating mutual rejection with the demons' attacks, but not enough that the talisman failed. Karl saluted the ladies with his blade, then crouched and leapt into the air, using Swim Through Air to keep him aloft while he surveyed the battlefield. The undead were almost defeated, with only a few more pockets left. Hey, tell the others to stay away from the bodies if they're not in battle. We suspect that the mana flow has a trap embedded when it ends, and the army might explode or something. Karl shouted down at the demon commanders. They all passed along the warning, and Remy quickly led the golems and other summons to a clear space where they could attack from a distance. The power from the attack's origin was waning fast, and while they might be able to clear out the last of the skeleton knights in time, it would be a very close call. Then the power through the portal suddenly surged, and another portal opened over the battlefield, almost directly in front of Karl. He moved out of the way, but the portal followed him, as well as the 3 totems that they had on the battlefield. Delilah shouted at the rest. They've targeted us. Expect 4 powerful undead to come through. Karl, just hold on, and we will come rescue you when we're done. Karl gave her a salute, but returned to the ground where the beasts could join the fight. Don't worry, priestess. I can hold my own. The dragon was skeptical of his answer, but there wasn't much that she could do to change the situation, as her own opponent, a massive bone dragon, similar to the one she had killed the day before, flew through the portal. Fortunately, Karl had thought far enough ahead to give them his limited invulnerability, buffed before the battle began, and it hadn't expired yet. With that on their side, they should have the edge on the totem-ranked undead that were sent to attack them now that they were wearied by the battle. Karl stared at the undead that had come to face him. The vampiress was tall and statuesque, bone white with long raven hair and not a stitch of clothing on. They have found your kryptonite and just directly sent you a naked woman. Ray laughed hysterically as she moved into position. Laugh all you want. Just make sure that you're ready to move when the time comes. The vampire circled Karl, looking increasingly perplexed as whatever mental skill she was trying to use had no effect on him. Then she seemed to vanish, moving so fast that only instinct put Karl's blade in place to parry the first attack. But not the second, third, or fourth. The vampire's claws smoked from contact with the holy energy of eternal lightning, but Karl's barrier was nearly gone, and he hadn't even landed a strike. The undead smirked, and Karl winked at her, confusing the totem-ranked undead even more. Then he centered Void Blast on himself. The explosion of black energy sent her flying backward into Ray's zombie spiders, which were rapidly torn apart by the enraged undead. Even Ray wasn't safe from the fallout, and suffered a shattered forelimb for a few seconds before it mended itself. That thing is too fast. Even I can't attack fast enough to get a clean strike. Ray complained. She was also incorporeal and invisible, so if she couldn't land a strike, not many others would be able to. Fortunately, they didn't actually need to hit the vampire. Kara retreated to her space where she could get a full overview of the battlefield and prepared for her counterattack. Setting off Void Blast in a shotgun pattern should be able to hit, no matter how fast the target was. Ray had the same idea and sprayed out a net of sticky silk to slow down and locate the target. Vampire claws flashed with some sort of attack skill that created a minefield of rend attacks around her. Not moving, they just rotated into existence like claw strikes, then vanished. Karl had never thought of using rend that way. He sent it out in a wave, but he could likely create hundreds of attacks in a split second. The damage would be low, but a hit would be nearly guaranteed. The undead totem looked at Ray, obviously able to see her, even in Night Haunter, incorporeal form, then returned her attention to Karl. You are a tricky little bloodbag, she hissed, and you got a bit too excited about sucking me, showing up without clothes and all. The vampire vanished and Karl felt her power approaching, so he detonated Void Blast around himself again, a split second before claws tore through his forearm. He was slammed to the ground on his back, and the claws moved to both sides of his chest. Karl grabbed her wrists, trapping her hands as the vampire's claws ripped into his chest, and Void Blast flayed her skin. In the battle of strength, they were closely matched. Karl couldn't throw her off without leverage, and she was unable to push her claws into any vital organs, so their battle was one of regeneration. Even with attacks raining down on her, and Ray repeatedly stabbing her in the back with poisoned daggers, the vampire's wounds closed in a split second, while Karl's chest was covered in black mist as Void Body regenerated him. Why don't you die? The vampire demanded. That's my line. You showed up for naked wrestling in a consecrated ground zone. Just turn to ash already. Karl replied. Pain racked his body as the vampire blasted him with repeated attacks, shattering the remains of his armor. Most of his body had lingering black mist over it now as Void Body regenerated him, and Karl spat blood as the vampire smiled. Good try, but that's not going to be enough for you to win. Karl added Ghost Fire Body to the next Void Blast, and the vampire briefly lit with ethereal fire before it was snuffed out. But Karl could feel the Haint Claw draw a bit of vitality before that happened. That seemed to be the answer. Just a little more stolen at a time. Karl equipped the Haint Claw to his hands and lit them with ghost fire as he continually channeled Void Blast, which was the only skill he had that bypassed the totem rank damage reduction ability. From 50 meters away, Ray stared at their battle in annoyance. The unstable energy of their battle now made it unsafe for her to approach and attack. The last time she did, she got 2 of her legs vaporized before she even made it to them. She wasn't even attacking with range skills anymore, as whatever the vampire was doing destabilized all attacks that came near them. So her attacks joined the general miasma of power, and they were damaging Karl as well. But with Void Body, Consecrated Ground, Behemoth's Vitality, and Impenetrable Bulwark active, Karl had an absolutely ridiculous amount of damage reduction and regeneration. Quick math said 50% plus numbers damage reduction, with 3 times Void Body's usual regeneration. Ray leaned over to whisper to Dana, who had already realized none of their attacks were reaching the stationary battle of wills. Do you think we're flirting wrong? Is that why we don't have mates? Do you think that showing up naked and pinning them to the ground while you try to kill them is a seduction technique? Dana countered. Ray shrugged. I can't rule it out. Flames were slowly climbing up the vampire's arms as the Haint Claw stole more power and its regeneration rate slowed. But the chaotic energy whipping around the area was getting worse as well, and nothing else dared to come near them. All of the surrounding plant life was destroyed, and Ray wasn't sure if the combatants even realized that they were floating in place, as the ground had been obliterated beneath them while the energy flows were too thick to let them fall. The real question was, who was losing faster? The vampire against the fire, or Karl, whose body was slowly becoming more energy than flesh? One after another, the totems finished their fights and came over, starting with Priestess Delilah, who transformed into a dark-haired human woman in the same red high priestess robes that Tessa wore. Dana frowned at her, while Tessa nodded politely. But the dragon didn't move forward, just waited and watched. Then the 2 demons came to stand with her, and Dana needed answers. Is nobody going to help him? Surely. One of you can get close, you're all totems. She demanded. We would if we could. You can try it yourself. We can't get within 5 paces of them. There is an invisible divine barrier there. The gods are letting them battle it out on their own terms. The conjured creatures and constructs from his bonded beasts appear to have no issue, but I had to increase my altitude when I came over here to avoid running into the barrier. Any spell we cast, like yours, will just get added to the mess. The priestess explained. Dana glared at the suspended battle of wills, and Tessa sighed. If this had happened just a bit earlier, when there was still a battle going on around us, it might have been different. He gets a stacking bonus to damage from the whole group. But right now, there is only one target, and the number of attacks that they can use against it is limited. Probably only Karl and Kara, wherever she went, could even stand a chance of doing real damage to that vampire. But what sort of vampire is that? 10 minutes in, consecrated ground, should have killed almost any undead, and she's taking the full force of a totem-ranked void blast continually, plus the flames. Tessa pondered. Priestess Delilah shook her head, not knowing the answer. But Commander Daleth had an idea. But what sort of vampire is that? 10 minutes in, consecrated ground, should have killed almost any undead, and she's taking the full force of a totem-ranked void blast continually, plus the flames. Tessa pondered. Priestess Delilah shook her head, not knowing the answer. But Commander Daleth had an idea. I think that she might be one of the Council of Ancients. There aren't many totem-ranked vampires. Those species with totem-ranked bloodline potential can usually heal from the virus, so they just remain dead instead of turning. That suggests that she might have reached totem rank during the last system resurgence, 10,000 years ago. At that age, and totem ranked, she could be considered virtually immortal. The sun doesn't appear to be harming her at all, though not much light is passing through to them now. Plus, that level of regeneration. Vampires get stronger with age, just like our friend Thor here. Only, where he takes less damage for every day, they regenerate a bit faster every day. The fact that she is showing damage long enough for us to see it is testament to how much damage is being done, but neither of them should be able to keep this up forever. The rate they're expending energy has to be faster than their regeneration. He explained. 701. Remy nodded in agreement. The Karl is drawing from our spaces as he fights. Sister Butterfly has insane mana regeneration, and the rest of us are putting at least a little in for him to use. But he's still drawing more than we're putting in. But he's going to run out of body before he runs out of mana. Remy wasn't actually concerned that Karl would die. Void Body turned you into black mist when damaged, and she hadn't seen a limit to it yet. So, it was possible it could turn a whole Karl into mist, and then let him reform. Besides, even if that thing did kill him, she still had a whole ball of his shed fur in her pouch for Lotus to resurrect him from. That had to count as a body part. So, as the 2 oblivious combatants fought for dominance, the rest of the army was left watching in horror as the entangled energies became even more wildly imbalanced. Then, it began to rain black droplets of power from the miasma onto the 2, as if they were the center of gravity. Karl thought his vision was fading at first, until Kara informed him that it was just black energy condensing on them. Then suddenly everything seemed to vanish, and he found himself in the void. Well, I don't feel dead, Karl muttered to himself. Indeed, you don't look dead either, a musical voice agreed, and Karl turned to face the vampiress, only to find that he couldn't use skills at all, or even do more than rotate on the spot. She swatted ineffectually at him, just a little too far apart for their fingertips to touch if Karl reached out in her direction. Do you think we broke something? Karl wondered. I think that we intrigued something. Something terrible. They stared silently at each other for a moment before a third presence joined them. An impossibly large black dragon, easily 200 meters long without counting its tail, with a wingspan twice that distance. The dragon stared at them from a distance, then transformed into a black-robed human and walked across the void to inspect them more closely. Matilda, Supreme Lady of the Darklight Host, Saiho Seisa branch location. Crap, not a black dragon. A supreme rank chaos dragon. It took the vampire a little longer to figure out who it was, but when she did, she went from unnaturally white to roughly the color of fine porcelain. A new branch of the Darklight Host has opened, has it? And they are willing to go to war for the guild? Interesting. Very interesting. And you brought me such an adorable new pet. I think I will keep her this time. The vampire's nameplate still wasn't visible, but that didn't seem to bother the dragon. Supreme Lady Matilda, my apologies if our battle disturbed your afternoon. It wasn't our intention. The vampire began. Now, Tiffany, is there any need for such formalities? The dragon replied with a smile. Yes, Supreme Lady. I believe that you might have misinterpreted the situation. I did not enter your territory, and we had an agreement that you would not come for me if I stayed away. Tiffany, the totem-ranked vampire, replied. But you did, didn't you? I sensed the instant that you entered the chaos plane. This is my territory as much as Saiho Seisa is. Karl cleared his throat. Sorry to interrupt, but how did we get here? I don't recall having an ability to enter the chaos plane, or any other plane for that matter. The dragon seemed amused at the question. You don't. Your little spat with the lovely Tiffany created a chaos plane anomaly. Void magic and death magic, condensed until they liquefied. What else did you expect? Not this. Karl replied with a shrug. The vampire nodded. If anything, she would have expected the underworld, or perhaps the netherworld, or one of the other lower planes. But opening a planar anomaly was not anywhere on the list of expected outcomes of their contest to begin with. However, she didn't have any intentions of going home with that insane dragon. The Supreme Lady could keep that cockroach of an immortal annoyance instead. If you show me something interesting, perhaps I could show you how to go home. Matilda suggested. Karl smirked and removed Kara from her space to hold her out toward the dragon. The Supreme Lady looked confused as she approached and stared at Kara, who booped her with her nose, then licked her cheek. The dragon froze in place as both Karl and Kara burst into laughter. Tiffany gasped in horror and turned to stare at him. You are literally insane. Did I disintegrate something important in your brain? I might be facing a horrible future, but you are so f-ked. Satisfying. Spicy, a bit sweet. Kara agreed. Matilda was still staring at Karl and Kara, who was now flying around the chaos plane on her own, while Karl was completely unable to move. Oh, I see now. You are right. That is interesting. You found a way to have a winged void badger blessed by the laughing god. Matilda muttered, then cast a spell that created a small mirror in the air on her right. The scene in the mirror changed rapidly, then came into focus, looking at a small burrow full of baby void badgers. An incorporeal black mist surged with power, and the area was obliterated, except for a black ball where the mother badger protected her young. Then the scene cut, and Kara was standing on Karl's shoulder as he swatted away the attack of the four-armed titan at the Golden Dragon capital. Then it showed her being attacked by orcs and meeting Karl, who lured her in with food. Finally, it showed a flash of her looting an unknown species of insectoid warrior in a dungeon, followed by the moment that she licked the bone dragon. So that's how it is. It's my history, in no particular order. But some of those things haven't happened yet. Kara cheered as she flew over to land on the dragon. The scenes kept playing, but Matilda turned the mirror so only the two of them could see it. A few minutes later, the mirror vanished, and Supreme Lady Matilda sighed. It's a shame I had to miss so many of the good parts in person. Well, time to go. Then she simply vanished, along with Tiffany. Kara flew around for a moment, enjoying her time in the chaos plane. This was a good place, and she could really feel the wind in her fur. It was like a refreshing blow-dryer after a bubble bath, even if Karl didn't feel any wind in the realm at all. It was like it didn't touch him, or maybe it just hadn't started yet for him. It was better not to think too deeply about such things. Then the void around Karl seemed to twist, and he was ejected back out, only to find himself locked back in battle with Tiffany. Their eyes met in shock, and the vampire turned to mist, fleeing their engagement. The world twisted, and a flash of the memory of the events in the void returned to Karl's mind. Again, Karl found himself back in battle with Tiffany, who looked even more panicked this time. Everything is chaotic, Kara explained in a sage voice from inside her space. The loop repeated for a third time, and Tiffany looked resigned as time restarted. Then she again turned into mist and tried to run. But this time the black layer was a bit thinner, and when she pulled away from Karl, she simply vanished, leaving behind nothing but the scent of chaos dragon and her own fear. Memories slammed into Karl's mind, and he realized that Ray and the others hadn't experienced any of that. For them, nothing had happened but the deadlock, then the vampire being extracted by the chaos dragon. Whether they had been able to sense the presence of the supreme rank dragon at all was questionable, but Karl and Kara could still smell her presence, like a waft of perfume after she had left the room. Karl caught his breath as his body finished healing, and then realized he was both naked and human again. A quick transformation and a fresh set of armor had him ready to go, but Priestess Delilah had some questions. What exactly was that? I thought I felt a chaos dragon take the vampire away. And why did you turn human when your armor broke? She demanded. I didn't turn human when my armor broke. Somewhere at the end, my transformation spell must have been dispelled. My natural state is much less furry. A chaos dragon did intervene. Apparently, something that we did alerted Supreme Lady Matilda, and she claimed the vampire as her own. Karl explained. Saiho Sesa is involved with Bongan? Commander Ligo asked, horrified. Karl shook his head. No, the vampire was definitely from Bongan, but she had some sort of deal where she agreed that the Supreme Lady would never see her again, and once she did, the Chaos Dragon simply took her. There was some overlap of time there. I don't know what sort of skill that was. Priestess Delilah nodded. That's understandable. Everything becomes chaotic around her. The entire nation of Saiho Sesa tends to be in a state of flux when she's in a bad mood. Time flow, mana levels, everything. New cities and dungeons have been known to appear out of nowhere when she is mad at someone. Chaos, indeed. Karl checked his mind and found that Kara was safely in her space, reclined on her pile of treasure, reminiscing about whatever she had seen in that mirror. Her thoughts were oddly closed to Karl, but whatever she saw had pleased the badger. Commander Ligo joined the conversation. So, just to be certain, there is no chance that Saiho Sesa is working with Bongan, correct? Karl nodded. That is correct. It was personal between the dragon and the vampire. There was no indication of alliance, military or otherwise, between the two nations. But how did the other fights go? The demon shrugged. The extra damage reduction your team granted us made all the difference. My apologies for not coming to your aid, but void and death together create chaos, and the energy around your fight made it unsafe for anyone else to attempt to use skills or approach the area. But more importantly, in all that mess, were you bitten? Vampire toxin isn't always recognized as a negative state by healing spells and regeneration. Karl thought back through the battle. No, I don't believe that I was bitten. Clawed quite a bit, hit with every offensive skill that she could think of, but not bitten. That is excellent news. It saves us an extra step in the post-fight quarantine and monitoring stage. If there was any risk of high-ranking vampire bites, someone would have to monitor you all night, in case you died and returned as an overlord-ranked vampire. That would be bad. Commander Ligo explained. Oh, Dana asked. Imagine him, with all his skills, but faster and driven mad by bloodlust. It takes newly turned vampires months or even years before most of them are sane enough that they can be released from captivity for more than suicide missions. Even the Bongan armies only use new vampires as shock troops, and that's a massive waste, as they're so powerful once they sober up from the bloodlust. The demon explained. Dana chuckled. I can't imagine Mick, our vampiric shop clerk, as a bloodthirsty monster. That made the big demon chuckle. It only happens to turn vampires, not true-born living vampires, children born with the virus from infected parents. Is she still alive, or is she once dead already? Still alive. Kind of. Vampires are a bit odd. Dana hesitantly answered. If there is doubt, she's alive. But their hearts beat very slowly, and they're primarily sustained by blood and magic. They get extra creepy when they're dead. More powerful, but definitely creepier. Karl chuckled at the thought of Mick being called creepy. Maybe there was someone who saw her that way, but he just couldn't. Not when Ray had her dressed in a frilly ruffled Lolita dress and carrying a parasol at work. Thor agreed with Commander Lego. That crazy naked woman was way creepier than any other vampire he had seen. But now that the battle was over, the hard part could begin. There was a load of cleanup to be done, and the majority of the farmland around the village was completely obliterated. Even with all the powerful creatures they had here, there would be no salvaging most of the crops. I will join the Thunderbird, and we will scorch this region clear of all signs of the undead. Then, if the dancing tree likes to fly, I will take her up to restore the soil, while Priestess Tessa makes potatoes for them to plant. They will grow well enough in this soil, and they can grow year-round here, so the farmers don't starve. Priestess Delilah insisted. Oh, she loves to fly. I'm sure that she will be overjoyed to help you. Tessa agreed. The red dragon smiled gently. It was a given that the green dragon priestess would be on board with a flight on the back of a totem-ranked red dragon. Fortunately, most of the battle had been skeletons, so there wasn't much toxic blood to deal with, and only the portions where the zombies had been engaged needed to be intensively purged, while Thor and Karl were tasked with using bulwark to make piles out of the skeleton bones. Those would be burned to ash to reduce the amount of undead corruption that could be spread by their presence. Ray and Remy had already stolen a lot of the hand bones for making arts and crafts, as well as some rare potions, but the rest could be burned. Nobody needed huge, undead leg bones anyhow. Within an hour, the battlefield was cleaned, and Lotus was ready for her flight. Delilah came prepared, and she even had a custom saddle made, with an adjustable belt to hold the rider on during hard maneuvering. It might have been even more fancy than the ones that Ray made. They made slow and lazy circles in the sky as Lotus rained nature magic down on the region, bringing life back to the scorched and barren ground. But Lotus was better at nature magic than the red dragon had been expecting, and she caused the potato plants to appear and sprout all through the fields before she was finished. As an added benefit, that also took Lotus much longer than just seeding the fields. A whole extra hour in the sky, riding on a dragon. Entire fields would be ready to start harvesting in a few months, about the time that the villagers would be running out of the supplies that Tessa had left for them today. It would change the stews for a while, but at least they would still have plenty to eat. Tessa spent most of that time working with Thor on rebuilding the damaged road sections, as bulwark had proven to be such an effective earth-moving tool when attached to a behemoth. Thor could push massive piles of dirt and gravel with ease, and a little work to build up the road above the level of the fields would make it much less muddy than before. Everything drained to the dry moat around the village anyhow. Chief Snakebite came out to greet Karl when he approached the village after finishing the cleanup. Excellent work, Overlord. We have a long house for your people, so you can sleep. I remember that you've been up since yesterday already. Karl patted him on the shoulder. Thank you. I'm sure everyone will be grateful for the rest. If you talk to one of the battalion leaders, they'll let you know what their night watch practice is. But first, I think we should probably cat. If I tell the ladies to go to bed hungry, I will be sleeping in a pig barn. The long house was like a military barracks, set up for 100 people to sleep in, with a large open space in the center, set up for a cooking fire. Karl woke up the next morning to the usual sounds of his group in camp. Dana mumbling to herself as she shifted in his arms. Thor and Tessa preparing breakfast, Lotus trying to escape from Ophelia, and now Naksha, laughing at the little priestess dilemma. The black dragon waved at Karl as he sat up in bed. Oh, really isn't a morning person, is she? Everyone awake shook their heads in solidarity. If she didn't have Lotus with her, she would sleep at least 3 more hours a day. But they're basically a bonded pair at this point, so she puts up with the early morning wake-up calls. Karl explained quietly. Ophelia opened one eye, then ruffled Lotus' hair before tucking the little cleric back underneath her. You're all too loud. We were up for 2 days and a night. Let me sleep. Tessa chuckled. Well, it's almost noon. If we don't have breakfast now, it'll be lunch. They had slept from late afternoon until nearly noon the next day, and she was hungry. The orcs had brought them supplies at some point, as there was a basket of eggs by the door. But Thor had given her a large whale steak to fry, and there was a massive skillet full of what smelled like bacon grease, garlic, and chopped potatoes. Once that was frying, the smell was enough to rouse Ophelia from her slumber, and everyone got prepared for their day's activities. Priestess Delilah came inside, transformed into a middle-aged woman with hair as bright red as her robes, and a stern face that spoke of countless years dealing with children. Do you mind if I join you? There are some things to discuss this morning while the army is preoccupied. The red dragon asked. There's always enough for more visitors. Sit where you like. Tessa agreed. Delilah picked a spot beside Naksha, as she was alone on a bed, and got right to business. It seems that your premonition was right. The energy flows were a trap, and the arrival of the last wave of totems was not a coincidence. We have reports of 12 other attacks, all much smaller than the one that we endured, but all of them ended with either an undead plague curse or a group of totems arriving on the scene the moment that the energy flow from the battlefields ended. Unlike the others, it appears that we managed to attract an entire staging area to one spot. That might not sound like a good thing, but I would contend that it was. We had 3 totems here, plus a strong support overlord, to help deal with 6 necromancer lords. The Bomgan nation took a heavy blow last night, with the loss of an entire totem-ranked necromantic coven and 2 ancients. Well, 3 if we consider the vampire to be lost to them, though she is confirmed to be alive. Karl gave her a curious look. She has been confirmed alive already? Delilah nodded. Supreme Lady Matilda took her shopping in the late hours of last night. The vampire has been imprisoned with magical cuffs that suppress her ability to transform, as well as some of her abilities. So, she is no longer considered to be a threat. But more than that, the number of totems that will support the Lord of the Undead is limited. There might be hundreds of them spread through the undead nation, but most have their own goals and their own territories. Getting them to move everything to the border for a foreign invasion under someone else's control takes more than a simple command, especially now that they have taken a large number of losses. Of course, it's the same for the demons, is it not? There is a totem-ranked chief in town, but they wouldn't and couldn't send the chiefs of every single village to the border, no matter how bad the attacks got. That made perfect sense. Even if they were creating an undead army, you couldn't take the leaders from every village in the entire nation into the army. Even conscription usually only took a portion of the nobles, then conscripted kids from the families to fill the ranks of officers. Tessa started to dish out breakfast as it was ready. So, are we expecting more attacks today? How did the other battles go? Delilah sighed. Well enough. The Bomgan army inflicted 3 totem-ranked losses upon the Bomgan army for every totem they lost, not counting our group. But some villages suffered extensive damage before the attackers were repelled. At the moment, the Lord is more concerned about what caused this recent bit of aggression. There are some obvious clues, but Lord Bomgan hasn't officially said anything or made any demands. That did sound strange. You didn't usually start a large-scale invasion without some sort of motivation or demands, unless they were getting overpopulated and needed more space, in which case the answer was that they were just planning to fight until they either gained enough land or lost enough troops. Well, if there is no clear reason or target, all we can really do is wait for them to attack again. That's nearly the worst situation for the border villages, just waiting to see if they'll be wiped out one day. But I suppose it's worse for the army. Karl replied. Delilah nodded. Exactly. They're spreading out again so that they don't leave too large of a region exposed to attack. But it's just a guessing game where the attacks will land, unless we get some sort of divine inspiration. Beside her, Naksha chuckled. I suspect that we won't need much divine inspiration to guess that they will attack us again. After yesterday's battle, both the red and black dragons were pleased with our performance. The undead army won't stand for that. So, I suspect that wherever we go, we will be attacked again soon. The only thing that would stop it would be to go to a city too large and heavily defended for them to launch another full-scale attack on us. That was the same thing that was on everyone's mind. They were going to be targeted again after eliminating 9 totem-ranked undead and necromancers in the course of a single battle. The loss of an army was a significant blow, but the loss of its assigned leaders was worse. Under normal circumstances, they should be able to escape, and the leaders of an army rarely fought to the death, unless they had a sure way to resurrect, like the ones who fought at the battle in Drod City. However, things were still calm after the finished breakfast, and the village was beginning to get back to their routine, with the orcs going out to check on the newly revamped fields to see what they had coming for crops and what it needed. Most of the outlying fields were fine, as they were past the battlefield, but those who worked the inner fields had countless notes to take about the current state of the land, especially as all the field boundaries had changed with Thor and Karl bulldozing up the undead bodies. Chief Snakebite motioned for them to join him on the porch of his house, where he had a large book set out. Thank you all for the help. If you would like to continue your battles against the undead, I got a notice this morning that the city of Bach has been recruiting adventurers into a force to clear the border region around Ekbor in preparation for a retaliatory invasion. The giant orc suggested. Karl looked to the others for a decision. The point of the trip was to build experience, which should help their growth and please the gods. Both of those things would be likely to happen if they joined this expedition. But there was always a chance when you joined a larger ongoing plan that someone would try to use you as cannon fodder. For that reason alone, showing up at random places to join border defense forces was a superior method of support. Delilah shrugged. If you can all advance one more time, you could probably come out of the dead zone and visit the rest of the Dragon Isles. Karl would most likely be alright traveling alone as an overlord, but he's as much a beast as the ones bonded to him. Dana gave her a confused look. What do you mean the dead zone? Delilah laughed softly as she realized that they didn't know the nickname. The region around the undead horde, and the whole southeastern isle in general, is known as the dead zone on the other islands. It's where those without potential go to die, never able to reach immortality. For example, I'm from northern Kapi, near the Saiho-Sesa Straits. There are no lesser demon species there. No orcs, no lesser trolls, and the only thing elevating most of the dragonkin above slavery is the law prohibiting the practice. If you can't make overlord rank by adulthood, your life is somewhere between forfeit and worthless. I was the run of my clutch, slow to grow, and I am the last of us still lingering at totem ranked. That is why I was chosen to be moved when the church needed dragons for its deployment. Now, my attitude and accomplishments have often pleased the goddess. But among my peers, I am seen as an underachiever at my age. That might diminish your respect for me, but the red dragon doesn't care about personal pride. Then there is Sholaha. I heard that the dwarves of Bara have gone there to fill an order for Karl. Something about blood. They should have it at your guild house soon. The Dark Dwarves hold a combat tournament along the shores of Naraletum Lake, and it doesn't even start until Overlord rank, which is the amateur fighters. The pros are all totem and mythic ranked. Karl was intrigued. What do they fight for? What sort of prizes would intrigue enough people to come fight in such a battle? The dragon laughed. They fight for the right to levy fees on the Xylaz dungeon. The winning mythic and totem-ranked fighters split half the income from the dungeon entry fees, with the city taking the rest. It probably sounds outlandish to you, coming from this region, but it's really not unexpected if you have lived long enough to see the change. The problem here in Drod is somewhat of their own making, after all. They went on a rampage to eliminate all the most powerful monsters and beasts. That dropped the latent mana level in the region, and now they are weakening themselves with their supposed safety. We have tried to talk sense to the Lord of Drod in the past, but he likes things just how they are, and this is his territory, so we let it go. Dana sighed. So that's how it is. But now that the system is back, aren't things going to be tossed on their heads? The dragon smiled at her. Unlike humans, who have zero innate power and unlimited potential for growth, almost every other species will hit a cap within the system where they cannot progress any further, no matter what they do. Chromatic dragons need variable amounts of time, but they can reach demigod status, in theory. Though, I am not certain the world could support a demigod at this point. We need higher quality mana to keep growing. But other than humans and dragons, everyone else will hit a genetic dead end. Even the elves and dwarves will reach their limits somewhere within the realms of the immortals. Few in the past did make it into the realm of peak immortals, but there has never been a supreme-ranked dwarf or elf. Once upon a time, the two species both had legendary heroes, but that was a gift from the system, and they skipped the supreme rank entirely on their way by. But you're not here for history. What I'm saying is that from a logistical standpoint, it makes sense for you all to try to get to Overlord ranked within the next few years. I can see that the ladies are still new to the Monarch rank, but your power is growing. Earn enough rewards from the system, and you'll make it there. It's not like you're short on time. With a fully active system, your aging process should slow dramatically once you're in your later 20s, or the species equivalent of the human end of early adulthood. Lotus sighed at the thought of needing to make it through a whole rank to keep traveling. That was a long time, but she was pretty comfortable in Drod, and they were all Darklight Host guild members now, so there was no reason that she couldn't just stay there forever if she didn't make it to Overlord rank quickly. The downside would be that if everyone else did, then she would miss out on too much fun stuff. If it was just Karl, she could get Ray and Remy to bring her back fun stuff. But losing her cuddle bear to separate adventures was simply unacceptable. Delilah noticed her dilemma right away. Let me guess, you're trying to balance the amount of actual work involved versus the amount of fun that you will miss out on if you don't do the work in a timely manner? The dragon asked. Lotus gave her a suspicious look, but nodded in agreement. Delilah consoled the little cleric. Well, as they say, nature is all about balance, right? You just need to convince the other ladies to do fun stuff in between jobs so that you don't get too bored. I would likely just accept that you're going to lose the Beast Master eventually. His growth rate is destined to be spectacular, and he will hit totem rank long before any of you are overlords. Dana patted Lotus on the shoulder. Relax, it's depressing for all of us. At least your bed doesn't get cold when he goes out to do other things. Ophelia chuckled at the comment, and Dana shrugged. She had just accepted it at this point. Even if her and Karl weren't on the same sleeping schedule, if he was gone entirely, then all of her usual sleeping partners were gone as well. What are you going to do next? Ophelia asked the totem-ranked red dragon. There is another battle coming that I feel the calling to. Bagandorman is a coastal city right on the border, close to 100,000 demons and orcs. The goddess says I need to be there for their next battle. She replied. Tessa stared meaningfully at Karl, who chuckled in response. Well, I suppose that we could all go to the city with you. It will make the red and black both happy if we're there to fight. The dragon shrugged. You can if you like. It is also a port town, so if you need some foreign items that you didn't find in Drod, they might be here. Karl looked up at the sky, which was becoming overcast as a storm rolled in from the east. Perhaps I should move most of the group to a dry spot, and then I can follow you on Hawk, he suggested. Or, I can just open a portal. I'm assuming that you've never been there before, but I learned to use the portal spell centuries ago. With a wave of her hand, a portal opened, showing a large city far beneath the scene. A minor technical difficulty for their wingless members. Karl opened the tiny world entrance to let the others enter, and then walked through, letting himself walk through the sky as Hawk blinked to his space, then back out to appear under Karl's feet. Delilah transformed as she stepped through the portal, and shook her head in amusement at Karl standing on top of the Thunderbird. I might have forgotten that you don't have wings. She informed him as they circled towards the city. That's fine. I can fly without them. But the others can't, so I opened a separate space for them to rest in. The reminder brought her attention back to the spell. Is there enough space to really relax in your spell? Or is it more of a stasis item? There is room. Is there not a good hotel here? Karl asked. Delilah shook her head. Even when the city isn't under attack, it's impossible to find a decent room. I suggest that we land outside the city and let the others out, then leave again before dark. Karl gestured down toward the army units stationed outside the city. Why don't we go join them? I can have a proper resting spot, suitable for a high priestess, made in no time at all. She was dubious about that, but led Karl down to the army camps to make the introductions. She shifted into human form the moment that she landed on the east side of the city, furthest into Drod territory, and Karl let the rest of the team out of the tiny world while they waited for an officer to approach from the military camps. Avatar Delilah, what brings you here today? The demon asked politely as he spread his black leathery wings in a slight bow. I sensed we're coming. I also brought ones favored by the war god. Might we rest in your camp tonight? She asked. The demon suddenly went stiff and reluctantly shook his head. My apologies, priestess. The camps are on lockdown. There was an infection outbreak, and it is suspected to have been brought by infiltrators from the city. We can help you set up near the camp, but not allow you in until protocols are finished. Karl shrugged. That is fine. We will set up in the trees over there, if you're not planning to cut them for firewood right away. The demon chuckled. We've got more than enough fire magic for that. We will make sure that the patrols keep an eye on your location, so no spies or intruders attempt to attack your camp. Karl was about to thank the man when Ray simply vanished with a swoop of her cloak, using it as a shadow to shadow step into the tree line, where she could set up a fort. Then, they could upgrade the fort with illusionary domain, upgrades, and some runic traps. As long as Remy and the butterfly worked with her, it would be the greatest fort that they had ever made. But the butterfly had an even better idea. Instead of making the illusion inside the fort, she would make it outside the fort, so that those who tried to get to them would have to go through hundreds of meters of fake forest, without knowing where the forest had stopped being real. Karl smiled as the three of them got to work on the new camp, and Ray encompassed 5 large trees with her construction plans for the fortress, which was now more of a silk palace than a tree fort. All right, Lady Ray is ready to show us her masterpiece, Karl announced as she finished with the fort. He ignored the extra distance as he led the group inside, but noticed that Delilah was intrigued by all the illusionary elements. They were at overlord rank, but it was rare that anyone saw through them, even if they had a level advantage. Then they got to the silk fortress, which had 2 levels, multiple bedrooms, and even a slide around the outside to get to the ground. You keep that sort of equipment with you? That's a bit excessive. The dragon laughed. On the contrary, Lady Ray made this with her own silk over the last 5 minutes. It's a fully custom design, with an improvised security system in place. I will add some runic wards around the perimeter to keep away pests, and then we should be able to sleep in peace. Butterfly passed control of the illusionary domain to Karl, as her energy was limited, and he led everyone inside, where Ray was waiting for them. Lady Delilah, welcome. Oh, I don't think that Naksha has seen one of my forts, either. First up, we have the seating area. The floor is stretchy and warm, but I also made hanging chairs. Over there, we have a kitchen, or when Lotus makes counters out of the branches. Then we have showers, using water creating magical items. Upstairs we have a full set of bedrooms, plus 1 extra, as we always seem to pick up more people the longer that we stay in one place. I remember a few occasions when our group size doubled by the time we were ready to move on. Ray welcomed them. The dragons explored the tent, and then returned to the main floor, where Lotus had altered the branches into countertops so she could make dinner. Hammocks in every room, sticky mesh on the windows to keep pests out but let fresh air in. Excellent work on the fort. Your team really does live in luxury when you're on the road. Delilah congratulated Rack. Ray gave her a toothy smile. We do our best. Do you think that this army will be as fun as the last one? There are a lot more strong creatures here. Maybe we can get more trophies this time. Skeletons and zombies don't make for decent trophies, and the necromancers don't look nearly as impressive dead as they were alive. Fighting giants at least left big, impressive corpses. The dragons chuckled at her annoyance. The undead generally weren't as impressive to look at dead as they were alive. They just kind of crumbled when the magic animating them vanished. Even the necromancers withered to something close to a mummy once the magic sustaining their life force was stripped away. For most of them had used the dark arts to extend their lives, and without that magic, they were nothing more than decrepit husks. Lotus made them lunch, and then they had a dilemma. What to do with the rest of the day? Ray grabbed the 2 dragons. Do you want to explore the separate space? Hawk is there flying around now, and you could stretch your wings without bothering anyone. Or have a nice bath in the lake in dragon form. Naksha looked intrigued. A bath in dragon form? That's not something that comes up very often. But how large is this space that it has a dragon-sized bathtub? Karl chuckled and opened the entrance far enough for them to step through, and not. Just enough to keep the air fresh inside the space. That's... Delilah began. A tiny world. Spell yes. The totem-ranked dragon stepped through the entrance, and then turned to look around in wonder. The entrance had put her at the entrance to the replica guild house, where Remy was currently working on potions. Hawk was soaring overhead, enjoying the gusts off the mountains, where the artificial sun's heat created an updraft. The 2 dragons transformed to soar around the space for a few minutes. Then Delilah dove into the lake, vanishing from view for a few minutes before surfacing. Oh, that is lovely. The lake is much deeper than I thought it was going to be, and the depths are cold. There are actual fish in the lake. Naksha gasped as she dove in after the larger red dragon. Not many of them, but there were actual fish in the lake. They were introduced by Lotus as part of the effort to balance the ecosystems of the tiny world. It had been coming along remarkably well, and with the day-slash-night cycle of the artificial sun, the plants were growing in well to replace the illusionary ones that Karl had created to fill the space. It was almost to the point now that they could keep a full group living in it indefinitely without having to open the exit at all, but Karl kept it cracked anyhow, just to be on the safe side. It was better to know that the air was good than to risk it becoming imbalanced without a good cause. Once they finished playing in the lake, the dragons stretched out on a rock ledge on the mountain at the edge of the space and simply enjoyed the sun. As far as ways to enjoy a down day went, that was close to the best, and there was nobody here who would bother or interrupt them. No threats to deal with, nobody begging for favors. Just peaceful relaxation in the sun. While most of the team relaxed in the tiny world, Karl sat in the fort and kept watch with Kara. Well, technically neither of them was doing a good job of keeping watch. Kara was snacking on trail mix from the guild storage, and Karl was reading a book on magical item creation. But they were at least inside the fort, where they would hear and sense if anyone approached the illusionary domain outside. The rest came out of the tiny world for a late dinner, in preparation for setting night watch in their silk tree fort. This definitely was not a safe region for anyone to be setting up camp, even as close as they were to the additional army units, and Delilah was not ready to just take Karl's word that Ray could take care of the night watch duties. Why don't we keep watch in shifts? I will take first watch with Ray, and then Lotus can keep watch with Ophelia, while you can take final watch with Naksha. Then we will cycle the others in, so everyone gets nights off. Karl suggested to the Red Dragon. Karl called out the Lamia bodyguards, as well as the Epic Guard, who was looking more like a living creature every day. The last battles had left the guard invigorated with power, and the energy sharing of the Hank Claw appeared to be subtly enhancing the creature, which looked much like an all-black version of Overlord Lifa. But as the Epic Guard increased in power, it was subtly changing to be less like the wayward Haint. The bark on its body was beginning to separate, giving it the effect of a ghostly woman in a humanoid tree, and less of a bark-covered humanoid like a dryad. Karl wasn't sure if this was a form of evolution or an armor skill, where the bark was the ablative armor. But the Epic Guard was becoming increasingly distinct. That is a curious creature you have summoned. Tell me, do you usually equip it with weaponry? Delilah asked. If anything, I will give it a Haint Claw. It makes the guard exceptionally combat capable. The Haint Claw itself has skills imbued on it, and the Epic Guard skill is capable of putting them to good use. Karl explained. That was a bit less than a fully detailed description of what happened when the two things were combined, but they would get fully sidetracked if he started describing that. Interesting. And her presence activates a group buff. I can see why you activated that guard for the night shift. Karl smiled. She also doesn't need to sleep, so the three of them can keep night shift company. The Lamia pair knows the basics of making tea, if you should get thirsty. Once they had finished eating and showered with the pleasantly warm water, courtesy of Remy, everyone but Karl headed for bed. Even Dana went up to sleep, with Kara following her. Remy giggled. I hope that Sister Ray snore-proofed this place. Kara talks in her sleep. Then she borrowed the unobtrusive behemoth skill to shrink herself down to a tenth of her normal size, which made her small child-sized, but without the toddler's chubby body. She was still as lithe as ever, but now fit conveniently in Karl's lap as he reclined in one of the hanging chairs. Oh, this isn't bad. I'm going to have to try this for breakfast tomorrow. Food will be huge. Karl took out items from the guild bank to inscribe with runes as they listened for approaching enemies, or signs of disturbance at the army camps. Ray was outside somewhere, keeping watch, and setting more traps in the woods, just because it would be fun to see what got caught. The two most likely attack times would be just after dark, or just before dawn. There was some chance that the enemy would come during a random point during the night, but in Karl's mind, that was lower than the strategically advantageous all-night battle, or the twilight hours, when every species had trouble adapting their sight to the changing light. It didn't come during Karl's shift, and by Ray's update, it didn't arrive during Lotus and Ophelia's either. So, it was with great confidence that Remy followed Tessa to the kitchen in the morning to start making breakfast. She wanted to know what food looked like at a tenth of her usual size. Her memories of being a hatchling were fading, but she could be small again. Tessa, not being privy to the inner workings of Remy's mind, simply thought that the eccentric Naga had decided that there was some advantage to being 1/10 her normal size while helping in the kitchen. They finished with all the usual breakfast foods, and Remy took a carefully curated plate to the counter to test whether eating while in a shrunken state was superior. Only 2 chunks of fried potato in, it was decided. This was definitely the superior way to eat. It might not be best for helping in the kitchen, as more body would make it easier to move around. But for purely eating? So much better. The smell brought the watch team in and woke the others. Even Ophelia was up and out of bed on time today. Priestess Delilah took a plate with a polite smile at Tessa and settled cross-legged on the floor to cat with her back against the tree trunk. There is no sign of movement from the army yet. Whatever attack they are waiting for isn't here. However, I can feel the gods' anticipation, so something big is going to hit here soon. I would recommend that everyone takes it easy today, instead of going into the city to do their shopping. We don't want to be separated when the attack begins, as they will lock down the city to keep spies and traitors from escaping, and it would cause chaos if we started attempting to exit at that point. Karl shrugged. That's not a big deal. We can spend a day crafting and mending gear. There's always something to patch, and if we run out, we can go assist the army camp. Did you need anything made while I'm at it? I will be making items for the guild shop, but there should be time for a custom piece or two. The red dragon shook her head. No, I am fully equipped. Just focus on anything that your guild needs so that they're not left hungry while you're on the front lines. Karl got started on the list of things that Loros had made for the day, starting with the requested higher rank items that nobody in the shop could make. Now that they had Dora, they could make some higher quality items, but there were a few requests for Overlord and Monarch ranked non-combat items as well. Those were the first ones that Karl made, followed by one of the weapons that Ashbringer had prepared. Is that made of corium and elven steel? Delilah asked as Karl prepared to begin adding runes to the scimitar. Possibly. I'm not a blacksmith, so I don't know all the metals and alloys. I just have an arrangement with our smith that he will make a number of high-quality weapon blanks for me to finish. The difference between a master-crafted weapon and a rune-crafted weapon is enormous, so it's good for our guild budget to make a few a month for auction. Remy made a bunch of potions yesterday while everyone was relaxing as well, so the shop is pretty well stocked. They are just lacking some of the Overlord grade supplies I usually provide. I see that we have mostly utility magical items on the list for today, though. So, our clientele must be adapting to what is regularly available instead of demanding specialty or combat-related items all the time. Karl explained. The dragon chuckled as she ate. Once you start making weapons, you can never stop. They will always want you to make more. It's better to get into something where the demand will one day dry up so that you don't end up making the same exact thing for the rest of your life. So many of the clerics fall into that trap and end up making simple healing potions or rice and beans for decades. Karl finished the blade and then took out a bag full of royal rank gems that Dora had made. They were uncut and just roughly polished into the shape of an egg, but that was perfect for carving spells into them. It made them easier to hold as you worked, and the surface could be polished without damaging the runes. The most common requests that they had were water creation and fireball, but water creation could be done without a spell. So, Karl started with the fireball spell gems that could be added to other items that the crafters made. It was a relaxing start to the day, but their little fortress of solitude in the trees was slowly gaining more attention from the leaders of the army, who could sense the group of powerful individuals inside, but had no idea what Karl's group was up to. Or Delilah's group, as they assumed it to be. The dragon was a totem-ranked cleric, so it was only natural that the leadership of the group would go to her. But she saw herself as a lone individual, simply camping with Karl's team for convenience. And for the large sunny cliff in his tiny world, where even an adult dragon could bask without anyone bothering them. The fact that people kept moving in and out of the tiny world only made the camps even more wary about what might be going on in the woods. To them, it felt like a small group of powerful combatants coming and going repeatedly, but without any updates as to where their allegiance lay or what their mission was. However, when enemy movement was spotted, they still sent over a team to inform Karl's people that the invasion was imminent. 10 ships of the Bomgan fleet, along with 3 entire regiments of soldiers, coming from inland. Hawk flew out to see what was going on, and then began reporting back increasingly disturbing messages as he approached. 1 in every 10 is a necromancer. The rest are not Dana mages. I can smell the dead, but I don't see any zombies or anything. He reported as he passed over the approaching armies. No undead. Did that mean they had something like Karl's separate space to store them in? Or were the necromancers planning to animate the dead once the battle started? If that was the case, then something drastic was about to happen to the city. Killing enough soldiers to tip the scales at the start of the battle, even if the army was almost all golem mages, would be difficult. But if they attacked the civilians? That would cause chaos in the city. You look disturbed, Priestess Delilah noted. They have an army that is 1 in 10 necromancers, but with no undead. I'm more than a little concerned about where they plan to obtain them from. Karl explained. Delilah frowned. He was right. If you were going to bring that many necromancers, you would expect at least 50 undead per necromancer, even if they were at the royal or monarch rank. To have an entire military company worth of necromancers and no undead practically screamed that they were planning to do something horrific to procure their army after arrival. The Draught army should have realized that by now as well. They've got plenty of flying scouts. Let's see what the new arrivals have to say. The group from the army was already within the illusionary domain, avoiding the traps that Ray had set on everything but her one designated path in and out. Hail to the camp, one of the soldiers called from outside, unsure who was in charge here. Delilah motioned for Karl to answer, so he moved to look down from the floor entry. Come on up. What is the status at the camps? Our flying scout has reported general army numbers for the incoming Bomgan soldiers and fleet, but that's it so far. He greeted them. One man came up, leaving the other 4 on guard around the base of the tree. Overlord, I am Captain Kirchi. The Draught army will be moving to intercept the Bomgan army as the city guard intercepts the fleet. There are no ships on defense here. They were lost in an earlier battle, so the naval battle will take place in the harbor. Fortunately, the city is set back from the water, with only the docks outside the walls, so it won't be easy for the whites to breach the city, if that's what they sent in the ships. The demon explained, and the fact that the army brought necromancers, but no undead. Karl asked. Currently, the working theory is that someone in that army has a large storage item, and they will dump a mountain of bones when the fight starts, to create an army of skeletons too close for us to redeploy our troops. It's not the only option, but command has deemed it the most likely. Karl nodded. It wasn't impossible. We will move to join the battle from this flank. We have clerics with us, both for buffs and healing, so we will have a triage center set up once the fighting starts. The captain nodded his golden horned head. If you could stay near the triage center, it would be appreciated. Or at least some of you. As I see that we have an avatar of the red dragon with us today. I wouldn't dream of telling the war god where to deploy a dragon. That man's sense of self-preservation was impeccable. Karl led the group down from the fort, and Ray sealed the entrance with Overlord-ranked sticky silk, so they didn't have unwanted visitors before they came back at the end of the day. The armies were already moving into deployment positions, so Karl led them to an open position on the left flank, just behind the front lines, and had everyone call all their summons, while Lotus transformed into the Tree of Life. Their presence brought over multiple doctors and nurses, who set up in the area of effect under Lotus branches. But not everyone was as happy to see them. You do realize that the undead will take the presence of that tree as a giant FCKU to them, right? One of the sergeants near their position asked. They forgot, and everyone who looks like you, but I will take the sentiment. Having a powerful dedicated healing station here will help prevent the flank from being overrun. Don't worry about it too much. We will send our golems to assist the line. Karl replied. A few golems were not going to be equivalent to all the extra attention that they were going to draw, especially with a whole army of mages incoming. Mages who were likely to be using golems themselves. Tessa and Delilah were practically glowing with energy already, and the battle hadn't even started. If anything, that was not a good sign. But when Naksha began to shimmer with a faint black mist, it didn't take a genius to realize that someone, very near to them, was completely and immeasurably screwed. The battle started in the bay, with the ships bombarding the city walls as they approached, and the demons flying out to meet them. The mages summoned tens upon tens of thousands of golems, and the attack on land began, but the energy around the war and death god's acolytes was only growing. Can I start yet? Hawk asked, circling high above in the clouds. Not yet. Something is about to happen. Once it does, then we attack. Karl replied. Seconds later, a massive portal opened over the city, instantly dumping seawater and undead into the walls of Bagandorman. Karl and Kara were both ready for the sneak attack, but their attempts to dispel the power of the portal were no more than drops in a bucket to the power that was being deployed to keep it open. Delilah and Naksha both burst into dragon form and channeled energy into the efforts to close the portal, but even then, they could only make the edges waver a little as seawater and zombies poured into the city from 50 meters in the air. The one spot nobody ever looks for an enemy? Deep underwater. The perfect spot to hide an entire army of undead. Dana muttered. With the basement bunkers of the city mostly flooded, the civilians would be forced out into the streets or the upper levels of their houses, where the undead horde could find them. And the horde was no small threat. Every undead that could be controlled by the thousands of necromancers in this army should now be inside the city, and the screams echoed over the battlefield, even as the first plumes of smoke from a city being ransacked began. It threw the armies into chaos, and Delilah roared in rage. The Red Dragon hated attacking non-combatants and children as a battle tactic. It didn't matter if it was effective, it was cowardly. War was for warriors, not terrified children. Karl wasn't sure what he should be doing. They would need the healing station to be defended, and he couldn't leave Lotus alone, especially now that the armies were likely to collapse before they could reform their ranks. Hawk, Ray, begin the attack. I don't care how much mana you burn. He commanded. Boss, did you know that you're glowing? Remy asked through their mental link. Karl looked at himself, but he couldn't see anything glowing. Not like he saw the power radiating off the dragon clerics. Skill Master 5 activation skills, Rampage, Pack Affinity, and Brutality, have formed a combined skill. New skill learned, War Banner. War Banner, artifact grade large area spell. Spreads combat buffs across an entire allied force. Usable only during times of war. Karl let the power flow through him, and a massive Darklight host banner appeared in front of him, on a pole 5 meters tall. Karl instinctively stabbed the banner pole into the ground, and a pulse of power spread over the battlefield. War Banner active. Combat buffs, haste, terrorize, brutality, rampage are applied to all allied soldiers by the grace of the death gods. War Banner active. Combat buffs, holy weapon, holy armor, consecrated ground are applied to all allied soldiers by the grace of the war gods. Karl was quite certain that it was either Delilah or Tessa who had cast the holy buffs, but they were active on Karl, as was consecrated ground, as he was standing in Thor's area of effect. And now they were active all over the battlefield, where the demons were beginning to rampage. However, the spell had one minor side effect. A 3-meter radius column of holy light that extended from it to the heavens. There could be no doubt as to where that buff was coming from, and the entire undead army was turning to engage them. Oh, you pissed them off this time. They were ignoring the lotus tree, but they're not going to let this one slide. Kara laughed as she landed on Karl's shoulder. No, they were definitely not going to ignore the fact that the banner in Karl's hand was spreading a totem-ranked, holy weapon, spell to the entire army, courtesy of Delilah, who was currently roasting large parts of the army as Remy and Karl activated Apocalypse all over the battlefield. I hope that you have a plan. Naksha called as she also took flight. Of course I do. Meteor storm. The massive flaming boulders hurtled from the sky to crash into the mages who were charging at their position. They detonated around shields, carved massive craters in the soft earth, and shook the battlefield like an artillery battery. Karl let go of the banner to draw his sword, and it immediately moved to be attached to his back, fluttering over his head. From somewhere in front of Karl, a totem-ranked obsession demon with 4 arms and impossible speed laughed hysterically. When the Darklight host goes to war, they sure do it in grand style, don't they? Battle Alliance request. Oathbreaker requests to ally his force with the Darklight host. Duration, 1 battle. Battle Alliance request accepted. Karl wasn't certain what sort of difference it would make, until he realized that he could see all the names of the demons squad in gold, as if they were fellow guild members. If the banner hadn't already extended the buffs to them all, they would be covered now. But the real benefit was that they no longer needed to fear friendly fire from. Channeled spells. If it wasn't an explosion or other indiscriminate effect, it would not hit friendly targets. The swarm of violet-skinned demons charged right into the apocalypse, ignoring the hellstorm, vortexes, and the flaming blizzard to engage the enemy mages. With their speed, the enemy mages could hardly see the demons coming, and hundreds died in the first few seconds. Karl moved forward to engage, while the others remained to hold the defensive position around Lotus, where a steady stream of wounded demons from their flank was approaching. Karl charged forward, and the air shattered with a resounding boom as he equipped the Haint Claw and Sword of Champions for an overhand strike into a mage's skull. For golems collapsed the moment the sword made contact, and the excess energy of the Void Blast threw a half dozen more away from Karl's approach. A stomp sent Gravity Slam in a wave in front of him, clearing more targets for Karl's wrath. But compared to the demon beside him, his efforts were somewhat feeble. The totem-ranked demon who had called himself Oathbreaker was one that Karl had faced a lesser version of before, and every strike he landed affected every enemy within 50 meters. A single blow of his sword shattered barriers through an entire army unit, allowing his subordinates to charge in and massacre under the effects of Rampage. But the mages weren't without their own tricks. Waves of black energy dropped entire waves of demonic attackers, who the necromancers raised to fight their allies. One such wave came at Karl, only to be dismissed with a wave of Kara's paw. "Are you not going to fight?" Karl asked the medium dog-sized badger, still lingering on his shoulder. "I suppose. Or at least fly up for a better view. They have spell gems and treasures for spell casting." Karl taunted her. That got Kara moving, not directly to attack, but pilfer had a particularly high success rate on the necromancers and mages. In the limited instance where she chose to use it instead of knocking them out and turning out their pockets. Anyhow, Karl sent Rend into a group of mages whose barriers were shattered by Oathbreaker, and then followed with a Void Blast as they struggled to defend themselves and get their barriers back up. That cleared another group of enemies, but more were coming for them by the second, including one massive bone creature in a black robe with a scythe. It looked like the portrayal of the Grim Reaper in children's books back home, and at totem ranked, it was certainly no slouch in combat. Oathbreaker smirked as he let the undead pass by, headed for Karl. "Seriously?" Karl shouted at the constantly vanishing demon, whose primary attack skill was a teleport-based ambush. "It's only right for champions to fight champions. Have fun." The demon laughed as his troops spread to leave the two alone behind the battle lines. The undead went incorporeal as Karl hit it with a Void Blast. The spell crackled over its surface, burning at the robes, but even with Rampage stacked to its cap, it still wasn't enough to do serious damage. A set of spirits emerged from the creature's scythe and glided toward Karl at a deceptively high speed. Ghostfire lit them up and stopped the attack, which fed the Haint Claw. 3 swipes of the sword made a star-shaped wave of void energy headed for the Reaper, who canceled them with a wave of soul energy. Again, their battle was beginning to create a miasma of energy around the fight. Not nearly as intense as Karl's fight with the vampire had, but still unstable. Only this time, Kara was nearby, and she had a plan. The chaotic energy seemed attracted to her, and simply flying through it would make it stick to her fur. She sparkled like the night sky as the chaos magic danced over her body, but that was only stage 1. Once she had enough of it collected, she focused and pulled it into a ball in her hands, then lobbed it at the enemy like a shining black snowball. The ball detonated against the incorporeal undead like a snowball as well, simply shattering into dust on contact, with no visible effect. Until a half-second later when 1,000,000 small explosions detonated around the Reaper where the chaos energy destabilized. Karl found himself thrown from his feet, and the Reaper was smoking, with parts of its body solidifying, while others were remaining ethereal. The chaos magic had destabilized its transformation spell, and now it was stuck halfway between forms. That didn't slow down its barrage of soul attacks, though. Karl was forced onto the defensive, blocking the soul strikes, as the Haint Claw positively glowed with energy that was seeping into Karl. The Reaper swatted away Karl's return attacks, causing massive explosions on the ground near them, and Karl briefly recalled the collateral damage that had been caused by the battle between Lifa and the Emperor. If they were in the air, the destruction would be much worse. But as they were on the ground, it was mostly limited to the 100 meters around them, where the deflected spells were landing. But if you ignored the sound of explosions and the horrible shrieking that soul attacks made when they were dispersed, the battle had an eerie silence to it, with both sides maintaining their distance, where they could use larger-scale attacks. Eventually, the Reaper moved further into the air, looking to bombard Karl from above. That forced him to use swims through air to join the creature in the sky, where their battle became the focal point of both sides of the fight, despite not being the highest-powered or most intense ongoing fight. That honor went to Oathbreaker, who was methodically tearing apart a pair of mythic-ranked mages who fought as a duo. Soul attacks shrieked through the air, a dozen ethereal blue skulls racing towards Karl, who hurled void blasts at them. The mutual destruction rained black and blue energy down on the battlefield, where both unfortunate demons and mages burst into a hellish version of soul fire that no amount of water could put out. Karl tried to move the battle away from the armies, but the Reaper was having none of it and preferred to fight directly over the front lines. "Kara, can you help with the fallout?" Karl asked as he formed a plan to deal with this undead menace. "Got it. I will put out the fires." Karl varied his attack patterns, sending a second wave right behind the first, and finally landed a strike on the Reaper. Not much as far as damage, but the Haint Claw immediately latched on and began stealing power from the undead, which howled in rage, but appeared helpless to stop the siphoning of its life force. That turned into a battle of wills, with Karl channeling mana into the Haint Claw to increase the siphoning speed, and only putting in the minimum effort to defend himself against the Reaper's attacks. It was becoming weaker by the second, but Karl could feel the sense of expectation growing from beneath him, where the necromancers were watching the battle. Something was off, and he didn't know what it was. A final void blast dissipated the Reaper, and a massive surge of power flowed into Karl. Negative state. Overload, soul, energy, and mana increase uncontrollably. "Do we dispel that?" Kara asked. "Not yet." The Haint Claw was already saturated with power, unable to take more, and the Blade of Champions surged with Ghostfire 100 meters long as Ghostfire Body attempted to channel all the excess energy that Karl couldn't contain. It was invading his mind, and Karl could feel his memories fading until he closed his eyes and focused on his sense of self. That brought him to the mental space that Monk Chun had trained him to use to meditate, the one with the ghostly golden dragon scale. That was where Karl focused on putting all the excess energy that he was receiving as he floated in the air above the battlefield, a beacon of golden light and ethereal ghost fire. The scale absorbed the power as fast as Karl could pour it in, but the faster he transferred it, the faster it arrived. So, this was the final strike of the Reaper. An uncontrolled power surge that would destroy the mind and body of anything that dared to go against it. Karl was so focused on dealing with the influx that he hadn't even noticed that Kara was frantically trying to dispel the effect, with no luck at all. In fact, the spells only seemed to add to the influx. Far beneath him, Delilah landed next to Tessa and slumped down with her massive draconic head on her front paws. "Will he survive that?" The war cleric asked the ancient dragon. "Probably. The favor of the gods is strong on him. Besides, look how terrified the undead are. They're already fleeing the city, and the ghost fire hasn't even touched the city walls yet." She had a point. The whipping tendrils of fire from Karl's overloaded spells were tearing furrows in the earth and lighting up the sky, but even the heat from the flames seemed to tear the souls from the undead and add them to the growing ball of power that was Karl. What happens if that spell succeeds? Are we in range of whatever explosion will follow? Dana asked. Delilah patted her on the head with a claw. "It won't explode, it will implode. His mind will shatter under the power, turning him into an instinct-driven brute. Then his body will be destroyed, and he will become some sort of undead. Most likely an impressive one, given the amount of power that will be condensed into his new form." "You seem rather calm about that," Dana complained. "Well, this is war, and I've only known you 2 days. I like you all, but war is not without casualties, and nothing I do can stop that spell." The dragon replied. "Damned practical answers," Dana muttered, while Ray patted her. "Have faith. The Karl isn't that easy to kill. Besides, there is so much free power for us. How could we say no?" Ray consoled her. Dana wasn't sure which was the more disturbing outcome. An undead Karl, or an overloaded insane totem-ranked living Karl. Both were terrifying outcomes, and a Karl without allies meant a whole team of beasts who might not maintain the same alliances either, as his new commands bled through their link. Skill Master 5 activation, Mental Fortitude, has advanced. Skill Master 5 activation, Mental Fortitude, has advanced. Karl focused on keeping his thoughts intact as the power flowed through him. He shared it to the spaces, the golden dragon scale in his mental space, and then let as much as he could overflow. Ghost Fire Body was completely out of control, and the effect was beginning to spread to other spells. Demonic Oppression was surging, and the oppression effect was hitting everything on the battlefield except Karl's team and the small group of demons that had a battle alliance with them. Both sides were beginning to retreat now, unable to stand the side effects of the overloaded war champion. Far in the distance, Lord Bomgan watched the scene with amusement. It had been millennia since he had seen anything like this spectacle. If it wouldn't have drawn the Lord of Drod, he would have gone to get a better view. But even from his current position over 100 kilometers away, he could pick out the smallest details of the situation. Perhaps he would have a new war champion at the end of the day. Or perhaps the overload effect would force the war champion to adapt. That could cause absolute chaos within the living, especially those greedy necromancers who still thought that they were the masters of the undead and would see it as an opportunity. In short, there was no way that he lost out. Karl felt the excessive mana beginning to burn his body, but with Void Body, an impenetrable bulwark active, it wasn't enough to actually harm him yet. The power was still growing, though. It didn't make any sense to Karl. The power had to be coming from somewhere, but the enemy was dead. If the enemy was dead, and the spell made his mana go out of control, shouldn't it just be a buff of his own regenerative abilities? No, because there was a massive influx of soul power coming to him as well, so it was most likely stored somewhere else, or linked to another location. Perhaps this could be an opportunity? The power had an indescribable sense of eternity to it, as if he couldn't see the limits of it. What if the issue wasn't that the energy was limitless, but that it was so much higher quality than his body that it simply felt like it? Just a casual swat of an overlord's power could do something like this to a common ranked elite. Could this be a curse or blessing of an immortal or supreme that was placed on the Reaper? If that was the case, he could use this power to advance. The problem was that Karl was not a beast himself, and the knowledge of how to integrate power with your body to advance was not part of his genetic memory. Kara and the butterfly were trying to explain it to him, but how did you explain a basic bodily function? It was like telling someone how to move their fingers. The first step was to just do it, and if you didn't know how, it was impossible to explain. The Bomgan Lord felt the shift in the power as Karl tried to internalize it and smiled. Yes, that was precisely the way. Take it in and embrace the route to immortality as an undead. But the more of the power that Karl channeled through his body, the more that the Bomgan Lord became concerned that this strange creature might know something that he didn't. He wasn't dying. If anything, his vitality was skyrocketing. With the retreat of the Bomgan army and the defeat of the undead in the city by the town guard, who had circled to the south side of the walls to avoid the oppression of Karl's aura, the battle was officially over. All that was left was for him to stop doing whatever he was doing. The mana began to grow faster than Karl could adapt, and then more than his damage reduction could handle, to the point that his body was beginning to burn, then reform with Void Body. There was still one thing that he could try, though. Purgatory Flames, Hawk's new fireball skill, used every bit of your available mana. In theory, that should reset his mana levels to 0, and even if it didn't deactivate the skill, it would at least buy him some time. Karl began to form the spell, with the intent to hurl it at the village in the distance, where the Bomgan army had retreated. If they wanted to curse him with overloaded mana, they could have it back. The energy condensed, and then suddenly Karl was standing in the void again, floating in space, the same as he had been during the battle with the vampire. SHD. Death and void magic make chaos. But this was soul and ghost flame. I should have been fine. In the distance, a haunting chuckle began, coming closer by the second. Supreme Lady Matilda appeared in front of him with a curious look on her massive draconic face. You show up here entirely too often for a mortal, do you know that? What did you do this time? She asked. I was attacked by a Reaper, and when he died, he cast some sort of spell that made my soul power and mana overload uncontrollably. Karl offered. Lady Matilda watched him for a moment as the effect began to grow again, and nodded her head. Interesting. You're not supposed to kill the Reapers. They belong to the death god. You should have banished it. I will remember that for next time. Is there a way to stop this effect? Matilda stared at him for a few seconds, then nodded. Just give it a minute or two, and it will wear off on its own. It's not like the effect is permanent. Well, that was reassuring. Can you transfer me back when it ends? I'm quite sorry that I keep ending up wherever this is. Matilda sighed. I suppose that I can. I will just call the entertainment factor enough payment for the spell. The power was growing even faster now than it had been at the start, as if purging the mana from him had not affected the spell's progression at all, and had only emptied the excess from his body. Again, he focused on using the power to strengthen his body, the way that Kara and Butterfly were trying to explain to him. They were both doing the same, attempting to demonstrate to help Karl's comprehension rate as they increased their own power. Or, in the case of the Butterfly, stabilized it. The influx of power had done wonders for her stability and evolutionary state, as well as the mana level inside her space, which was exponentially denser than the mana in the spaces of the others, though it was close to the same quality. Skill Master 5 Activation, Void Iron Body, Chaos Beast Constitution, Chaos Void Constitution, Epic Grade Chaos Element Physique. Removes physical limitations on development. Enhanced compatibility with Chaos and Void Element Magic. Karl wasn't certain what that meant, exactly, but he did know that the influx of mana and soul power no longer hurt, and it wasn't triggering his damage reduction skills. Not bad. You managed to adapt to being overloaded. Now, you just need to learn to absorb all that excess energy, and you'll be able to advance properly. Lady Matilda congratulated Karl. Kara came out of her space to examine him. He was still glowing with power, but it wasn't destroying him anymore, so he should be safe to land on. Oh, the badger is back. Hello, tiny creature. Kara waved at the Chaos Dragon, then got busy inspecting Karl. There was something odd about him still, and it wasn't just the excess power. Matilda lost interest in the pair, now that the spectacle was over, and banished them back to the material plane, where Karl found that no time at all had passed, and the power was still flowing from his body at the rate it had been when he left. Then, the flow reversed, as his adapted body began to suck it back in and bring the overloaded spells under control. His body was vibrating with power, and the spaces wouldn't accept any more, but the situation had stabilized, and Karl was no longer in danger of exploding or accidentally lashing out with an out-of-control skill. Slowly, he returned to a stable state, and in the distance Lord Bomgan sighed in disappointment. That was far less spectacular than expected, and the war champion appeared to have found a trick to deal with the overloaded energy without any of the expected outcomes. The undead lord closed his eyes, about to turn away to take care of business, and then realized that Karl still shone like a beacon, both because of the spell he had active and the immense amount of soul energy on his body. Undead and spiritual beings from hundreds of kilometers away would be drawn to him, and most likely stripped bare of their power in order to fuel whatever he had done to survive the overload. He would have to keep a close eye on that to see if it faded, or if Drod was going to have a walking beacon of potential salvation, drawing every undead in Bomgan to him just by existing. The demon army kept a wary distance from Karl as he descended into the clearing closer to their camp, and then dismissed the war banner, ending the beacon of light on his location. The only ones that came over to him were Dana and Delilah, but the beasts could all hear what was going on through their link with Karl, and most of the team was busy with treating wounded demons. The ancient red dragon didn't bother to transform as she inspected Karl for damages. It looks like you survived that well enough. It might take some time for your energy to stabilize, though. I don't know why you are holding so much power, but it might just be a matter of time before your body absorbs or releases it. Excellent work out there, especially with that war banner. Very impressive, she declared. Thanks. The war banner is a new skill and surprisingly effective, but it will only work during a declared war. It's one of the restrictions on the banner. Still, I was startled that it didn't just spread my buffs, but all the buffs that had been applied to me across the whole battlefield. That sort of utility seems out of place for even an epic skill. It was something that formed by my skill advancement ability, merging multiple abilities. Karl explained. Interesting. I wonder if the advancements are situational? Exposing yourself to new things and high-stress situations might trigger more new skills to form. But you do need to work on absorbing that excess energy before it draws an entire army to your location. Perhaps you would like to retreat to the camp and move to the tiny world? That should stop the energy from leaking out and attracting the undead. Priestess Delilah suggested. That's not a bad idea. It might take a while, but if the Bomgan army stays away for a few days, I will do my best. You can go back now, and we will wait here for the healing work to be done. I will make sure nobody bothers you at the fort. Ray insisted. All right, I will retreat now, before it causes more of an incident. I can see that the demons are somewhere between uncomfortable and upset with my presence, and I don't know how much destruction that overload event caused, so it's better that I vanish for a bit. Let me know if there are any issues with them holding it against my team, and we can move further from here. Karl added, for the benefit of the others. Once he was back in the fort, Karl left the entrance to the tiny world wide open, so the others could enter freely if they wanted to, and so that he could extend his senses outside, to be sure that there were no threats sneaking up on the fort. There was no real guideline on what he should do with all this excess energy that was stored for him, but Karl had an idea that he was hoping would work. In the dungeons, there were boss monsters, epic grade versions of the other creatures trapped there. They were still usually at the same rank, but they had strength, vitality, and mana pools that were many times what a normal creature could claim. That was what he was hoping to attain with the transformation of his body. The Chaos Beast Constitution skill said it removed physical limitations on development. So, in theory, he should be able to condense all that power into himself and let it settle into a state something like a dungeon boss. Kara thought that it was a great idea. Adapting to the excess mana was easy enough. With focus, it blended seamlessly into his body, simply increasing Karl's mana pool without the need to change his recently elevated power level. The change was gradual, but Karl was fairly certain that he could have himself and the beast spaces fully adjusted in the next few days. A week at most. It was the excess soul energy that was the issue. The Haint Claw and Blade of Champions had collected so much of it that it was simply impossible for him to adjust with any method that he knew. Instead, he focused on meditation and filtering it through the Golden Dragon scale in his mental space. At the rate that he could process it, that would take him years or even decades to finish, but it was the only thing he knew that made any difference at all. What he really needed was a way to store all of that excess energy until he could process and adapt to it all. The solution to Karl's issues came in the form of one tarnished Golden Dragon scale. Not the image of it in his mental space, but the actual treasure that Hawk had looted. Karl took it out and held it in his hand as he meditated, then watched as the depleted scale began to rapidly absorb both soul energy and life force at a rate that dwarfed anything Karl could manage. The way that it managed it was simple, the same way that Karl had been attempting to integrate the energy with himself. But the rate was so far beyond what he could manage that it was almost embarrassing. However, Karl didn't just give all the stored energy to the scale, which was rapidly regaining its luster. He still wanted as much as he could absorb for himself, as the combination of soul and life energy caused his own power level to skyrocket. If he had a few months to simply sit and work on it, Karl was certain that he could force himself to the totem rank just with what he already had. The qualifier was mostly that the weapons were both oversaturated and leaking power, and he needed to get them below that point so that they could continue to function properly during the next battle and not cause another overload situation. The Haint Claw had begun to change, Karl noticed. Like Overlord Lifa, it was developing a personality of its own. Karl could sense the smug superiority radiating from it when he complained to himself about how long it would take him to adapt to all the excess power that the Haint Claw had stored. If it was as efficient at transferring the energy to him as it was at taking it in, they wouldn't be in this situation. But then, if it could reinforce his soul at such an insane rate, he would probably stop being human entirely. The stored soul energy was stripped of most of the aspects of the creature that it came from, but not all of it. There was always a bit of lingering influence left over, the innate aspects that couldn't be removed without destroying the innate stability of the soul. In contrast, the life essence from the Blade of Champions was a simple and direct upgrade. More powerful vitality was more powerful vitality. As he absorbed it, his body became increasingly more durable. Only, With the change in his constitution, he no longer progressed steadily toward the next rank, but he became more and more monstrous with every bit of stolen vitality. Or he took the blade from would be proud. With little choice, Karl focused on the energy from the Blade of Champions, attempting to deplete at least one of the weapons before the next battle. The stream of soul energy from the Haint Claw didn't change much whether he focused on it or not, so he simply let it passively filter while he infused his body with the powerful life force of the defeated Bomgan army. The life force of a totem-ranked undead was absolutely immense, and the weapons had shamelessly taken the majority of the leaked life energy of the overlords who had been killed in battle as well. The entire time that Karl was being overloaded with power, they were stocking up. After an unknown amount of time, Karl felt a new presence entering the tiny world. Priestess Delilah had come to visit, but she had brought a stranger into the space with her. Karl opened his eyes to see who was so important that the totem-ranked dragon would bring them here. Even bringing strangers to the fort was unusual, but Karl was fairly certain he had been clear that the tiny world was not a public space. Beside the red dragon was an older man with white dragon church robes on, and golden light shining from his eyes. "High Priest, I wasn't expecting visitors. Forgive my appearance." Karl greeted them. The old man nodded silently and continued to stare at Karl for a few seconds before speaking. "I can see what the war avatar meant. Whatever change you underwent is a most curious one. You are progressing toward totem ranked, but not at the same rate that you're progressing towards something else. I wonder if that constitution skill can still be called epic grade. It feels like it should be stronger than that. Or perhaps because your baseline was something inhuman, the multiplicative effect is stronger. Forgive me, I have forgotten the basics. I am Joel, avatar of the White Dragon." Karl nodded his greeting and continued the process of transforming the energy in the blade into power for his body. "Do you have a particular goal with this process?" The aging White Dragon asked. "Are you familiar with the dungeon bosses? How they're far superior to a regular creature at their rank. That is what I'm hoping to accomplish with my own body. I already have damage reduction and healing abilities that put me on par with nearly any living species. So, if I can increase my health by enough." Karl trailed off, and the White Dragon hummed curiously. "It should be possible. When dragons are chosen as avatars of their gods, they also increase in durability by a significant amount, signifying the favor of their patron. The precedent is solid, and I would be curious to see what it would take to even damage someone with the skills that you are reported to have after you reach totem rank." Karl smiled. "Surely, you didn't come all this way just to see how my recovery was going. I don't recall sensing you on the battlefield." The dragon sighed. "I could only wish that it was so simple. No, the church is more concerned about your relationship with Supreme Lady Matilda. We can sense her power on you, and one of your companions. The Chaos Dragon is a casual menace to society, and we had to be certain that she hadn't done something that was going to create issues on another island." Again, that made Karl chuckle. "So, you were concerned that my advancement might be a practical joke that she was playing on the world?" Karl briefly thought that, in a way, it might be, but one that she allowed to play out, not one that she started. Priestess Delilah smirked and winked at Karl. "It might not be bad for you if she did. I recall once when I was a child, she cast a curse called alternation on a hatchling that caused them to cycle between their current state and their state on their final birthday at random. You never knew whether it was a toddler's tantrum or if you would get a mythic rank green dragon throwing a fit. The cursed one matured remarkably quickly with the memories of being an adult, but removing the curse took nearly 10 years. That spell had possibilities. The chance that you would just burst with power and rise half a dozen ranks at once whenever you were frustrated or facing a challenge. It might not be reliable, but when it worked, it would really work. I can see why you would be concerned about that. After all, I have already seen myself as an immortal." Karl agreed. The White Dragon nodded. "I heard about it from Bishop Misty's handler." "She has a handler?" Karl asked. "Of course. The time dragons make the green dragons look reliable and responsible. If we didn't assign someone to her, we would never know what she had gotten up to, as she never remembers to tell anyone. She didn't even tell us about the incident with you, and still insists that she hasn't done it yet. But the Golden Dragon Nation has many of our people embedded in it, as it follows the dragon gods." Avatar Joel agreed. He ran his fingers through his short white hair, then sighed, and took a book from his robes. "Here, why don't you try this?" It's a power matrix textbook. Most species wouldn't need it, but I suspect that you will. Karl took the book and flipped it open to the first page. It was a newly written tome and directed at monks who needed to fortify their mental strength, as inner strength, not mana, powered many of their attacks. It gave them an edge in some forms of battle, as inner strength regenerated even when cut off from mana. However, it wasn't so much the alternate form of energy, which he wasn't even certain that he could use, that was the priority. It was the way of storing it. Karl flipped a few pages until he got to the part that he already knew, the basic focal point, that had formed a dragon scale when he focused, instead of the candle that was recommended. But it was enough of a similarity to follow the directions to the next step. Karl began forming the pattern to turn the single focal point into a triangle, the next recommended shape. The moment that he clearly imagined it, the two new images of the dragon scale snapped into existence, and the flow of soul energy into his body tripled. Skill Master 5 activation, mental fortitude, has improved. Maximum level reached. The new images of dragon scales were solidifying smoothly, and the intensity of the influx began to stabilize. So Karl moved on to the next image on the page, the 5-pointed star. Shifting the scales from their spot wasn't easy, but the new focusing array formed as easily as the last one had, and the influx of soul energy increased again. There was a skill in his skill tree that Karl could see becoming incredibly powerful with these changes. It came after Follow Me, Little One, and it was based entirely on mental strength. 50 points. Dominating power. The Packmaster's aura gains a mental domination effect at will, requiring weaker minds to submit to his will. Hypnosis type ability. It wasn't really his style, but with this much soul power and capped out mental fortitude, it would be effective on nearly anything. However, the other two skills waiting for him under Pack First in the skill tree were still more interesting. 100 points. Benevolent Elder and Bonded Upgraded Beasts gain the ability to form a contract with eligible targets before the target's initial class selection. 20 points. Limitless, passive skill. Beasts evolved by the Packmaster have an increased chance of surpassing milestones in development. Limitless would be great for Thor, whose new species were typically invincible overlords, but never totems. While Benevolent Elder was a curious sort of skill that looked like it was better suited to a leader looking to build an army. For now, he held off on picking any of them, though he had plenty of skill points available. They were useful skills, but he couldn't afford to get distracted from the task at hand. From the 5-pointed star, the next step was a 9-pointed focal design that was supposed to represent the shape of a dragon's head. The important part of forming the dragon array is to focus on the image of the dragon's skull to attain the perfect placement. The clearer the vision of the dragon's head in your mind, the more closely aligned to the dragon gods your array will become. Karl read the text 3 times, then realized he had a dilemma. Each of the dragon species had a slightly differently shaped head. If he was going to align the array to a dragon, to increase and shape his mental strength, he would have to pick one of them. The adorable, childish chubbiness of the hatchling that Lotus turned into when she was in beast form made Karl smile, and the two dragons watching him realized that he was making real progress on the mental exercises. They didn't say anything, so as not to disturb his practice, but they watched carefully as the level of soul energy that his body was absorbing increased again. This was not the final stage in the process. The next 3 detailed steps were representations of constellations, but they were 27 and 128 points, respectively. It felt like there should be something in between those, but that was what the textbook was showing him, and Karl hadn't read the details yet. Karl flipped the page to read the descriptions about the dragon-shaped array. There should be guidance in there for him to absorb, and perhaps a good reason to pick one dragon over another. The dragon need not be one that you know well, but it is important that the dragon represent an aspect that resonates with your personality. The visualization of the dragon the points represent is integral to the practice and future growth of the monk following the path of the stars, and a poor choice or visualization may lead to a crippling reduction in growth speed. The book informed him. Karl opened his eyes for a moment as he considered the best path forward. You look lost. What stage are you at? Delilah asked. The 9-star dragon's head representation. I'm not sure what dragon to visualize to optimize my growth speed. Karl explained. The red dragon shrugged. As long as the visualization is good, You should be fine with any dragon you know. I know the perfect one. Karl offered. The Chaos Dragon? I think that might be more you than me. Karl reminded her. Your new growth skill disagrees. You too are the Chaos. Karl considered it. He knew what Supreme Lady Matilda looked like well enough. It was hard to forget the visual impact that a massive, supreme-ranked Chaos Dragon made. Plus, Karl wasn't wrong. Chaos did follow them around like an eager puppy, somehow just showing up everywhere that he went. So, Supreme Lady Matilda's face was the one that he envisioned as he arranged the stars for the array. But only after he finished did he realize just how specific that image was. Unlike most draconic heads, Matilda wasn't symmetrical. She had two horns on one side and only one on the other. So, when Karl arranged the stars to represent her, they weren't the same sort of perfectly balanced image that was portrayed in the diagram. However, they felt right, and the flow of soul power through the array was vastly increased over the five-pointed star. Whether that was as much as a monk was supposed to get from the array was something that Karl had no reference for, but going by the impressed look that the white dragon was giving him, it shouldn't be too bad. All right, I have finished visualizing the dragon's head and organizing the focal points in my mind. Do you think that is far enough, or should I keep working on the others? Karl asked. Avatar Joel chuckled. Just the fact that you managed to arrange 9 points in under a day is a monstrous feat. Many monks take years to get to that point, and some never move past it, due to lacking mental fortitude. How much pain are you in, on a scale of 1 to 10? The arrangement can take a rather heavy toll on the mind. Karl shrugged. I'm good. I heal fast, and my head feels fine. The dragon nodded in satisfaction, and cast a spell that settled over Karl, but didn't appear to change his body, so it was most likely for monitoring something that the dragon couldn't see directly. Not bad. Transformation speed is solid. You have a good grasp on the appearance of the dragon for your focal points. Tell me, what do your focal stars look like? Joel asked, his wrinkled face creasing with excitement. Golden dragon scales. They glow softly, but I used that instead of the simple candle flame that was suggested during my basic training. Karl explained. Oh, that would explain things. Using dragon scales as a focal point would make this part of the process much easier. Now, soul strength isn't a major factor for you yet, but it will be. It matters in the totem rank advancement and the mythic advancement, but at the immortal threshold, there is nothing more important. All immortals have to undergo a tribulation, and while it is partially a test of power, it is mostly a test of soul integrity and mental fortitude. The mind normally shatters long before the body, and then the failed progression will be the last attempt that they ever make. The white dragon explained. Well, at least I've got an advantage when I make it to that point. Now I just need to make it through 2 more ranks, and I'm home free, right? Karl joked. The 2 dragons laughed. You make it sound so easy. But who knows, perhaps for you, it will be. Especially now. We will have to see how you do in an actual battle, but my guess is that you won't be losing any mental battles in the near future. Karl smiled at the pair. I don't intend to lose many battles of any sort in the near future. But how are things outside? How long was I out of it? Delilah shrugged. All night. It's almost morning now. The locals were surprisingly understanding about the situation, and your overload, which they took as an attack by the enemy mages. Having a healing station on site helped their mood considerably. Everyone else is in the fort, as they didn't want to interrupt your progress in here, or risk injury. If you're settled enough, you can go let them know. Karl nodded. I will let them know that they can come in. I'm sure that someone will want to sun themselves on the beach, or the cliffs. Delilah laughed. That's not a bad idea. I will be here for the afternoon. The undead are not showing any signs of attacking, according to the other clerics in the area. While Karl had spent the day recovering, and the team had spent the day helping with the wounded, all over Drod and Bomgen, the system was undergoing a subtle shift. More residents were getting fully active systems, with features silently appearing to anyone who checked, and many youngsters were gaining system access for the first time. The extra power that had been added to the dragon scale might still be hidden from the world inside of Karl's inventory, now that he had recovered the damaged relic from Hawk's storage, but the effects were not contained. To most, it was a nearly invisible background process. But to Lord Bomgen, who had the soul-bound devotion of every undead creature within his realm, as well as most of the living ones, the change caused a visceral reaction. Causing the system to become fully activated was the last thing that he wanted. His necromancers were powerful without the system. There was no benefit to him of making them just a little stronger when it would be making every demon and monster species around his borders gain power even more rapidly. It wasn't clear what had caused the change or where it was centered, as so few of his spies had noticed any anomalies, even at home in Bomgan. But it was clear that the world was changing, and it most likely had something to do with the dragons. If it were the orcs who had found the relic they had been searching for, the whole world would know by now. Orcs were lousy at keeping secrets. For the next 2 days, Karl and the others relaxed in the fort, or in the tiny world, where the 2 totem-ranked dragons were still sunning themselves, and most likely avoiding responsibilities, as outsiders were unlikely to discover them while they were inside. Fortunately, it did not appear that anyone was actively looking for them, or for anyone else in the group, for that matter. The undead armies weren't attacking. They had retreated to a city over 100 kilometers from the border, and the army was more concerned with properly purging the last of the undead and any infected items from the city. The death toll of the attack had been catastrophic, and the port city of Bagandorman could hardly be called a city anymore. Demons weren't truly helpless, even the ones that weren't soldiers. But with so many undead literally dropped on their homes, over half of the city had died during the attack, and many more were infected with various undead curses and viruses. The Draught army had declared it a quarantine zone, so even Lotus could only stand near the wall in healing tree form to help the residents. She could not go inside to let them get the full radius of her aura. But after a few days, the situation appeared to be mostly under control, and only a few lingering undead or survivors were being found under rubble. What do the most recent reports among the clerics say, priestess? Karl asked Delilah as the red dragon transformed back to human for lunch on the 4th day after the battle. A whole lot of nothing. The undead armies have retreated further than usual this time, and they're not launching any attacks along the border at all. If anything, the attempt to expand the borders might have ended. There doesn't seem to have been a good reason why, as they've still got plenty of troops left, but Lord Bomgan likes to test the waters now and then, so he might just be changing his target to the border along the Unzathrop side. The 2 share a border nearly the same length as Bomgan and Draught, but a bit more mountainous than the rolling hills around us. She replied casually as she inspected the lunch buffet. Well, at least that makes it decidedly not our problem. But trying to understand why the undead are so insistent on expanding the blight is beyond me. Karl agreed. Joel, the white dragon, currently in the form of an old man, smiled at Karl's admission. It's really quite simple. They thrive on unholy energy of a particular variety. The blight radiates it, and the larger the area of the blight, the stronger the energy is. Much like moving from a lower mana continent to the Dragon Isles, this is something that helps their growth. The undead might not be fully functional in the brain capacity department most of the time, but the ones who did retain most of their mental faculties understand well enough that they need territory if they're going to create an undead horde strong enough to keep themselves from becoming a nomadic threat on other nations' territories. That was a valid concern. Nobody really cared for the undead, and none called them true allies. A few species, like the vampires, had managed to get along well enough with others to integrate, but the chances that the necromancers would accept such a setup, or that zombies and skeletons would ever be capable of it, was laughable. So there really isn't much chance that they're going to stop trying to expand? I would imagine that's frustrating for everyone living near the border. Karl sighed. The white dragon shrugged. They work on a much longer timeline than most, so a major push tends to be more of a once-in-a-decade situation than an every-year issue. It makes it less dangerous to live near the border, or the whole border region would likely be a militarized zone. Now, with so many lost here in the city, they might wish to turn it into a military fort. But normally the villages live fairly normal lives. But the rural villagers are mostly orcs, and the orcs enjoy the fights more than most species, so they don't retreat. Unfortunately, I cannot continue to relax here forever. There are threats to the other islands as well, and I have been called. I do hope to see you all again soon, but under better circumstances. Priestess Delilah brushed her robes clean. I should also move along. The threat here has faded, so it will be some time before the undead attack this border again. If you want to keep hunting them, that is your choice. But you can head home for a break. Karl turned to the others for their opinion and received no objections. All right, We will all head out. Ray, please take down the fort, unless you intend to leave it for the locals. Definitely not, Ray decided. This was a great fort, completely unsuited to being left for a bunch of random demons with no creativity. They would never appreciate the pure brilliance of her designs. But Ray didn't want to just return to the boredom of Drought City. Why don't we all go play in the Dwarflands? I know that the problem is too many totem-ranked monsters, but there have to be others that are a problem, right? Everyone can help clear the extras, or they can go shopping while we clear out the Bara dungeon. That would be good too, she suggested. You ran out of new and fun things to do at home, didn't you? Karl asked. Ray nodded emphatically, and the ladies did their best not to laugh. But you're also stronger now. We should test your combat capabilities before you have to face off against another totem-ranked something. That way, you can be sure of what you can do with this extra vitality and mana. Ray added. That was actually an excellent point. Testing under controlled conditions would be much safer than finding his limits while in an actual battle. Would you all like to go to Bara? Karl asked. Dana shrugged. It sounds interesting. A whole city full of dwarves might be fun for Lotus. She might actually find people her own height. Lotus stuck out her tongue at the mage, but Dana had a point. If there was a city full of people her height, it was most likely going to be in the dwarven territories. It might be interesting to not be a full head shorter than everyone. Ray quickly disassembled their resting spot, and the butterfly ended the illusion that was hiding it in the forest. Well, it looks like this is farewell for now. Unless you want to use our portal to Bara. Karl informed the dragons. Both shook their heads, so Karl opened the way to the dwarven city and stepped through while Lotus gave one last round of hugs. Karl had brought them to the platform by the dungeon, and today was especially crowded within the dwarven city. From the chatter Karl could hear, the city was preparing for an upcoming holiday, so everyone was at the market stocking up in preparation for family coming to visit. Oh, meat wraps! Lotus cheered as she ran away from the group. Karl smiled and waved at the dwarf, who immediately began setting more kebabs over the fire. How many might you need today, young miss? The dwarf asked. Lotus was going to complain about his nickname, then realized he was at least a century older than she was. From his point of view, the name was perfectly reasonable. One for everyone in the group here. Then 2 more. Lotus decided, as Hawk and Kara had both returned to their spaces, while Thor and Ray were in humanoid form and Remy was out to see the city. It was heavily earth element, but there was a lot of shamanistic power in Bara, and Remy was loving the feeling. Plus, with the dwarves all being so short, even at her current size, she could see so much more through the crowd than she could in Drod, with all the oversized wrath demons and wings in the way. They were waiting for their food when a familiar white-bearded dwarf came stomping in their direction. Overlord Karl, good timing. We have collected your payment. Slate Petros, the totem-ranked shaman from their political delegation, greeted them. Shaman Petros, it's a pleasure to see you again. The dwarf took out a large stone chest and placed it on the ground. That's everything that we owed you for the weapon and some other incidentals. I see that you've got the spider with you again. Her portion of your payment is still nice and fresh. Ray curiously opened the chest and found a 5-gallon pail with a lid sealed on it, but she could smell the blood and feel the power coming from it as she transferred it to her space. Thank you. That will do wonderfully. She informed him with an elaborate bow. A whole bucket full of mythic rank blood couldn't have been easy to get, but the dwarves had done it. The fact that the rest of the chest was filled with magical gems and rare metal coins was irrelevant to her. She had gotten the part that she wanted. Are you here to do the dungeon again? I hear that the last one went much more smoothly than expected. Petros asked. We might. Most of my guild members are still monarchs, but I think that we can make it work with a few extra overlords to fill the numbers. But that will be tomorrow at the earliest. Today, we're going to explore the city a bit and sample the food. Priestess Naksha also wants to hunt some of the excess monsters in the inland region, so we will be headed there in the next few days. Karl explained. Petros nodded. If you go straight west through the pass, you'll find a number of the problematic beasts. I don't know if you will want to keep one for your collection, but the number of them is out of control. Lotus turned away from watching the food to question the shaman. What sort of beasts are they that Karl might want to keep them? The dwarf chuckled, knowing that Lotus would be even more interested than Karl. Most of the overpopulation issue is with owlbear-type monsters and sand yeti. The owlbears are native to the region, but overpopulated. The Sand Yeti tribes have been driven south by the wet summer north of us. The sand has been flooding and collapsing their nests, so they moved into the mountains to stay dry. They're quite the pest, but their fur is soft, and their potential is good. He explained. You had me at soft fur, Lotus agreed. Naksha frowned. Aren't owlbears also soft? Lotus nodded happily. Very soft. But they're feathered, not furry. That was apparently an important distinction, though nobody was under any illusions that Lotus would not try to cuddle the owlbears just because they had feathers instead of fur. Karl smiled at the dwarven shaman. Perhaps we should head for another sector of high-population beasts. Asking this particular team to go after the cutest and cuddliest of monsters is a bit of a challenge. Petros and the food stall vendor both laughed at the insinuation. Indeed, it was hard to get teams to control the owlbears, as they were generally good-natured, unless you got too close to their young, and they were good about keeping pests away from the livestock. The Sand Yeti population, on the other hand, was far from beloved. Why don't you head further up the river towards Nulnulgat? Then you'll be out of owlbear territories, and the only powerful monsters you'll find in excess are the Sand Yeti? That should be a solid compromise. Petros offered. Lotus shrugged, so Karl nodded in agreement. All right, I will ask the city guard for an incident map tomorrow. Today, we will explore the city and take a rest. I hear that dwarven hospitality comes with ale-soaked brisket and roast potatoes. That was how Karl and the others ended up in a dwarven tavern deep within the mountain, drinking ale and sitting around a seemingly endless supply of meat and potatoes that the server just kept adding dishes to. How long has the weather been wet that it's pushing so many monsters south? Remy asked as she picked a potato out of the pile. Petros shrugged. About 3 months now. The wet season has been much heavier than usual. They'll likely go back when things dry up, but there is more food down here than in the desert, so we might have to chase them off. A dwarf at the next table overlaughed. I don't think it'll be that hard to get them to leave. It's almost winter, and there's Sand Yeti. Once the snow starts flying, they'll bugger off right quick. The other dwarves began to laugh at the thought of Sand Yeti in the mountains over the winter. We're not the only ones that have it hard this year. Gabble has had a population boom among their beasts and feral monsters. They have been getting monster spawns for the last year, and the monsters that come out of those are all insane, even when they should be intelligent. But now, they're breeding, and half the country is overrun. Not that it was highly populated to begin with, but the danger level there is so bad that even Bongans stopped attacking. If the undead think that you aren't worth attacking, things have gotten bad. But I heard that they've got undead roaming as well, looking for the lost system stones. The dark-haired dwarf laughed. Looking for the system stones? Karl asked. Oh, do you not know the story? Get Elder Petros to tell it. He's good with the old stories. Petros chuckled, and a number of the dwarves turned to face him, while the waitress brought a refill for his ale. In the distant past, before the last resurgence, it is said that the land of Dragon Lord Gabble, southwest of Naraletum Lake, a circle of stone pillars once stood. The center was made of solid gold, imbued with the power of the world dragon. Any who stood upon the holy altar would be blessed with his luck. Some would activate a system class. Despite lacking the compatibility, others would advance their class or gain a new skill. For thousands of years, pilgrims would come to the site to receive the blessings. Then, tragedy struck. Lord Gabble was killed by an unknown assassin, and the entire mountain where the system stones once stood vanished as if it were never there. The pilgrims waiting to visit lost all memory of the location, even with the ones who had already visited telling them it should be right in front of them. So, the system stones were lost. None know where they went, but some say that they are simply hidden, disguised behind a barrier. Others say that they are lost to time. But no matter which it is, the search for the lost system stones continues to this day. Petros told the story with dramatic tone changes and elaborate hand gestures, drawing the viewers in. Ray tilted her head. The stones weren't made of gold, though. They're just shiny stones. Everyone turned to stare at her. You've seen the system stones? Petros asked. Not those ones. A set in the Golden Dragon Nation. They were definitely just carved from stone, not made of solid gold. But the effect was right. There was even one girl who accidentally turned herself into a war djinn by letting the system stones randomize her. Karl laughed at the memory, and Petros frowned at him. You were there, weren't you? At those stones. Karl nodded. They're not permanent. They appeared along with a monster spawn and vanished just as suddenly. But during the day or two that they were active, they worked exactly as you were describing. If there is a set still active in Gabble, it would be a huge benefit for anyone who could find them, or for the ones who could destroy them. That's why the undead are looking for them. Like the giants and some others, they don't want anyone to have the system. They believe that it disrupts their natural advantages. Petros explained. And because the giants want them destroyed, we won't let them. Just on principle. One of the other dwarves laughed. That made perfect sense to Karl. Anything that the giants wanted to happen was likely to be a disaster for everyone else, so it was better to oppose them just on general principle. Plus, the giants were just generally hateful and violent sorts of creatures to begin with. Karl laughed to herself at Karl's logic. The giants surely didn't see it that way, but there was just enough dwarf in him that the instinctual hatred for the giants bled through into his thought processes. Finding the lost system stones actually sounds like a fun side quest, Naksha suggested. Tessa nodded. If we're going to go out and help deal with the overpopulation of monsters, including some from the monster spawns, who are generally insane anyhow, it wouldn't hurt to search around for signs that the stones might be hidden behind a spell. Petros chuckled. A proper adventure instead of a simple quest to reduce monster populations? That sounds like the sort of thing that makes the dragon gods happy. You shouldn't find too much resistance there if you want to clear the insane monsters. There are a lot of monster-populated villages in Gabble, but the majority of the cities are dwarven. Just ask around, and they'll be happy to tell you what is what. Karl nodded. Hopefully nobody minds that we've changed plans to go to an entirely different nation to do our hunting. The totem-ranked shaman just waved off his concern. One hunting party more or less won't change much. I think that the council is more worried that you might change your mind and start abusing the free pass into the dungeon you obtained to mine it clear every day. The lost revenue might have made them cry. Karl smiled. Coming here every day for lunch in a dungeon run is tempting, but we're a busy guild. The dwarves laughed at his assertion. The Darklight hosts certainly didn't look too busy, out wandering around other countries looking for quests to fulfill, even though they were certainly not short on money. If anything, they almost felt like a mission team from the Dragon Church, just out to make the gods happy. The blue dragon with their creations, the green with healing and maintaining natural balances, then the red and black in the battles along the borders with Bomgan. If they started mediating disputes, the dwarves would suspect that even the bronze dragon was favoring them. It was only natural when they had 3 dragon clerics in the same group. Traveling with a cleric was a luxury for most guilds and adventuring groups. They served their gods first, so it was uncommon for them to remain long-term with one group. It was beginning to get late, and Karl was about to suggest that they find a room at an inn somewhere when Thomas, the peak overlord-ranked paladin that led his last run through the dungeon here in Bara, came in looking like he had been through hell. Thomas, what happened to you, man? Karl called before he could take a seat. Karl, you're a sight for sore eyes after today's run. We took a group of 5 through the dungeon, only to find out that they had stealth amulets that made a bunch of monarchs feel like overlords. Just like that, we found out on the first pull that none of our damage dealers could actually deal damage. At least not decent amounts of it. I spent 9 hours just to get them past the first boss, so I didn't lose money on the run, and we nearly died more times than I can count. The dwarf ranted. No amount of extra fee to do the run would truly make up for a day like that. Why don't you go with my team tomorrow? There are 6 of us, but I can show you something cool once we're inside. Karl suggested. Thomas looked at the group of clerics and Dana with a hint of horror in his eyes. No offense, but after today's experience with monarchs in the dungeon, I don't think that I'm up for it. And my team is all taking the day off to rest. Karl shrugged. Understandable. I might take my team through tomorrow before we leave, but I can just grab a few extras to fill the numbers. With 3 clerics and my buffs, I'm not too worried about the completion. Thomas gave a dry laugh that turned into a hoarse cough. Well, we've seen what your beasts can do against the final boss pull, so I don't doubt that you could clear the dungeon even without any more overlords. How about? I recommend a friend of mine and his sons. They're all paladins, and I'm sure they'd be happy to take up frontline duties for you. With the hawk and spider, the damage should be more than enough. Karl winked at the dwarf. I've got the whole team here today, so we've also got an impenetrable bulwark behemoth for tanking duties. With a war cleric on his back and his bulwark, he makes a mighty shield wall. Thomas whistled in appreciation, and Petros stroked his beard as he came to a realization. You know, I used to think that the classes were somewhat balanced by the system. There was something that they were all lacking to make up for the areas where they were strong. A built-in team building exercise, forcing us to work together. But that's not true, is it? There are simply grades of classes, and we're all in the common or uncommon classes. You pulled a rare class, and it can work on its own, but still has some limitations based on the beasts that are chosen. Perhaps the stories of the godly classes aren't so far-fetched. The old shaman suggested. The godly classes? Dana asked. Petros nodded. Almost everyone knows about the golem mages and the golem crafters, who can make golems with runes. But the old stories say that there were once golem masters, absolutely overpowered champions who could even summon duplicates of people they had met. Duplicated, right down to the skills that they could use. He paused there to let that sink in. If Dana could summon clones of herself or Ophelia, how powerful would her class be? Or if she could do something like a mod and summon 4 copies of Ray or Remy, what could survive that? Even compared to Karl's powers, that was an unfair advantage. They wouldn't even need to hold back in combat, as they were just summons and could be replaced if they were killed. Summoning multiple copies of an immortal Ray with instant respawning abilities and all her own skills? That was the sort of class that sounded too ridiculous to be real. Petros chuckled. I see that you can understand the implications. If there really were someone alive today with a class like that, what could stop them? Karl can already challenge most totems in single combat. But a class like that? They could just duplicate their enemy and beat them with numbers. Note to self. Find a way to let Karl summon more of me. Ray joked through their mental link. Why you? Imagine how much apocalypse I could make with a half-dozen of me. Remy laughed. Why am I suddenly a summoner? Karl asked. You're asking that now? You've already got Lamia and animal golems. What is wrong with gaining a few higher-quality summoned beasts? Ray countered. The dwarves noticed Karl smiling to himself and assumed that he was just imagining the possibilities. But they weren't wrong. With Skill Master 5, there was no reason that he couldn't advance golems to whatever came after Greater Golem, and a full rank above himself. It was just a matter of luck. It was late in the evening when Karl led the group out into the dim light of the tourist district of Bara to a hotel that Shaman Petros had suggested. It was set up for large groups, as it was near the dungeon, and the sizing was multi-species friendly, unlike some of the inns that were deeper into the mountain, where most of the rooms were sized for dwarves. While a few of Karl's group members might be all right with that, most of them would be incredibly uncomfortable on a dwarf-sized bed. The next morning, they all gathered at breakfast to make a proper plan for their excursion, now that they had additional information about the threats. I've got a copy of the day's mission request from the innkeeper, but it's not a big list, as it only covers the region immediately around the mountain. Even if we want to go deal with the Sand Yeti issues, they're not on this list. Karl explained. Tessa shrugged. We can't get lucky every time like we did in Drod, with their nationwide threat assessments being passed out at the guard station. Why don't we skip over the Sand Yeti groups, as they're going to go back soon enough on their own? We can start with the monster spawns, as they're an invasive threat. Lotus suggested. To the nature goddess, the invasive threats would always be the priority. Naksha shrugged. That works for me. They all need dealing with. Ophelia nodded in agreement before speaking. We should go see the dungeon first. Not just because I want to see how Karl's combat ability improved after that last incident, but to see if we can get anything good out of it. It's Overlord ranked, so it might give us something unexpected. As I recall, Thomas was going to bring some friends of his by this morning if they agreed. At the least, we should give them a couple of hours and leave after lunch if they aren't coming. They didn't have to wait long, as the dwarves were already outside the restaurant when they finished eating and already geared up for the dungeon. You're going to join us today, Thomas? I thought you were going to take a day off. Karl commented. For your group, I'll skip the day off. Hell, I might even make up some of the lost revenue for the week. It's been a rough one all around, and we've had to abandon more than one attempt after the first boss. The paladin explained. That was barely a break-even day for the group with the entry fee. It might be half the dungeon run, but it was far less than half the total loot at the end. Did everyone have what they need? Other than packed lunches, we can get those from the restaurant now. Karl asked. The restaurant had them pre-made and sitting on a counter for the adventurers, so it only took Lotus a second to get the food and return. Good to go? Now, let's go see what's in the dungeon. I want to see Ray bully the spiderlings. The little cleric announced. The three new dwarves looked around to see who she was talking about, but with so many women, it was impossible to tell who Ray was. She's in her separate space right now. If the beasts are out, they will count as members, and we don't want that, as there are already 10 of us. Karl explained. So that's how you get around the restrictions on group numbers. We will take a moment to introduce the boys to the team once we're inside. We might as well get ahead of the lineup. Do you have your token? Thomas asked. Indeed I do. The guard at the dungeon smiled as he saw Karl's token and nodded to Thomas. I see that you found your new friend again. Go ahead. Hope you have better luck today. The gate guard greeted them. It can't be much worse than yesterday. But this group is stronger. The guard wasn't sure about that, as half of the group wasn't trying to hide the fact that they were monarchs. But they did have a black dragon and the Karl with them. That cat demon was already a minor celebrity in the city guard community, as they had all seen the artifact axe that he made. The three new paladins were nearly vibrating with excitement when they finally got into the dungeon without paying any fees. This is going to be a good day. I can feel it already. I'm Charlie, and these are my sons, Greg and Gary. The oldest of the three unfamiliar paladins greeted them. From left to right, we have Naksha, Ophelia, Lotus, Dana, and Tessa. If you didn't already know, I'm Karl. Now, the beasts that just appeared are Thor, Hawk, Remy, Ray, and Kara. Hawk had already reduced his size to the same one that he was using the last time that he was here, and the sight was highly entertaining to Remy. A tiny, indoor-sized hawk was a novelty after being used to him taking up the whole roof of the workshop. That's quite the team, and they're all strong overlords. I see why Thomas said we would be fine even with the monarchs in the group today. Charlie announced as he carefully watched Kara. She's friendly. You don't have to worry about her biting. Karl offered. I'm not worrying about being bitten. I'm worried about being robbed. I keep regularly used items in my pouches instead of my inventory. The paladin complained. They all assumed the worst of me. Kara complained. Remy hissed with laughter. But he's not wrong. You were going to see what was in his pouches. Leave the poor man alone. He's here to help. Thomas distracted them by going over the basics for the run. My fellow dwarves all know the dungeon routes by memory. So, we can do it again the same way as last time. We will get in position, and then Hawk and Ray can pull the mobs to us. Be careful not to use area effects that go outside the current battle so that we don't accidentally attract more monsters than we can smoothly handle at once. I have no doubt that some of you can deal enough damage to pull more than one group at a time, but trust me, it is faster to do them in order. He reminded them. Karl nodded and took out his bow. This was going to be a fun run, and watching Hawk hurl spiderlings like baseballs was always great entertainment. With that final warning, Ray leapt forward to engage the first group of the dungeon, and Karl let an arrow loose into the spiderling nests. The amount of mana that he used was the same as usual, but the damage done by the explosion was significantly higher than usual. It was hard to quantify what the difference between a special constitution and an epic grade physique was, but when he saw it in action, there was no denying that there was a hidden modifier in there somewhere. Not only that, but the mana that he used recovered nearly instantly. Karl wasn't sure that he had judged it correctly, but when he fired the next arrow with the same result, a lot of dead spiderlings, he was certain that his status had been elevated. I get it now. The Karl has become a boss monster. Ray realized as her next group of potential targets vanished to a single arrow. She hurried off to grab another group, and Karl carefully picked off the spider rider from the pack. Beside him, Dana laughed. Are we going to do anything at all? Or do we just watch the Karl and Ray show? Karl chuckled. The first few pulls are easier. The number of mobs increases once we get to the intersection. That's when everyone will get a real chance to fight. Karl wasn't joking. Once the additional dark elves started to join the groups, there was more than enough for everyone to do, especially as they couldn't use any of the larger scale attacks, which would pull more groups to them before they were ready. Unfortunately for Thor, the way that the dungeon was set up, there was no good way to use Bulwark. Aya's new signature spell was rendered redundant by the enthusiasm of the enemy and the narrow streets where Thomas chose to fight. But not all was lost. He did get to stand behind the dwarves and smash the attackers with gravity slam, while Tessa threw spears at them. That was fun. Ray has a particular affinity for the spider priestesses, so we will let her deal with them. The rest of the damage dealers can take on the spider riders, and I will deal with the spiderlings. Karl explained as the group dynamic changed during their approach to the first boss. It was an easy shift for the group to make, as the majority of them had hardly been doing anything to start with. But it did leave Ray in a bit of a conundrum. There was only one spider priest with each group. One. That was not nearly enough. So, once she was finished with her target, she started in on the spider riders, helping the rest of the team finish them off so that they could keep moving once Hawk brought them another group. He was getting extremely accurate with his spiderling tosses as well. Direct throws, bouncing them off a wall, sliding them on their backs to trip someone in the next group. He could do it all. Dana laughed as a quick flip of Hawk's body sent a wounded spiderling directly into the face of a dark elven warrior, who signaled his group to charge into combat. Hawk laughed happily as the elves charged, then squawked in annoyance as they started throwing attack skills at him. Seeing how frustrated Hawk was, Ray waited a few extra seconds before launching her attack. Let the silly bird suffer for a bit if he wasn't going to retreat far enough to make the enemy engage the dwarves. The beasts aren't even taking the dungeon seriously, are they? Everything dies so fast that they are just playing around. Charlie asked. Thomas shrugged. Whatever shared skill they have is incredibly overpowered. The faster they clear, the more damage they are doing. That's why the bird pulls monsters before the last fight finishes. But we are almost at the first boss now, and it's only been a little over an hour. We will take a quick break before the boss fight, and then continue. The boss needs to be kept on the ground so that we can fight it properly. Lady Rack will help with that, as she did last time, but I will ask that everyone avoids using skills that encourage the boss not to step on the ground. There are many area skills that do great damage, but if the boss takes flight, none of the melee classes will be able to do their job effectively, and it will start going after the weaker members first. Thomas explained, with a whole group of monarchs among them. It was pretty obvious who the first ones challenged would be. How intelligent is the boss? Dana asked. It's a dark elven warrior, smarter than average among sentient species, and it's got a vicious sort of cunning. If you leave yourself open, it is prone to switch targets to go after wounded or vulnerable members instead of the highest damage dealers. It's particularly fond of going after the healers as well. The paladin explained. Lotus frowned. She wasn't the fastest runner at the best of times, and these elves had all been extremely agile. If things started going bad, she was definitely hiding behind Ophelia. That seemed like the best choice. If the boss couldn't see her, it couldn't attack her, and Ophelia was the biggest one who couldn't fly. But then Thomas nodded to Ray, who sent out a net of webbing, and Lotus realized that the boss had more things to worry about than a green dragon cleric. Like a Karl, and a black dragon cleric, who had realized that her breath weapon did not melt Ray's webs. It was putting up a valiant fight, though, hacking at webs, throwing out skills that sometimes even broke the eternal lightning barrier that Thor had over the group. A few times it even broke free and went after Karl, who had been repeatedly shooting it full of arrows. That led to an epic fist fight, and Lotus was beginning to regret the fact that she didn't have a way to record that and watch it again. No, she did have a way. Somewhere in its space, the butterfly was watching, and it could put on a reenactment when they got home. Instead of letting the boss attention go back to Thomas, who was ostensibly the group's main tank, Karl kept the attention on himself to test the changes to his body. With Kara, they could nullify the strongest of the boss attacks, but the ones that were hitting Karl were still enough to take down his barrier in a single strike. He wasn't in a hurry to bring them back up, though. He had to see what would happen if one actually hit him with void body, impenetrable bulwark, and his new constitution. The first strike that hit without a barrier up slid Karl back by over a meter, but only left a thin gouge in his armor spell, and what was likely to be a nasty bruise underneath. That was a pleasant change. Those hits were taking most of his effort to keep everyone protected through last time. If Karl had to guess, he would say that he was very close to on par with the dungeon boss as far as durability went, but with faster regeneration. While his armor might get beat up, if the armor broke, he would still recover from the wounds inflicted in a matter of seconds, where the boss would not. Ray wrapped the boss up to keep it from flying, while Karl traded blows with the twin scimitars of the dark elven warrior. Karl's speed was enough to keep the boss tied up while the rest of the group pummeled it with skills. But the real star was Ray, who had the timing of the boss's power explosions down to an art. Kara couldn't cancel them, and they broke the web every time. But Ray managed to get the web back on the boss right away, even in its enraged state, which allowed Karl to capture its attention before it turned on anyone else. With that alone, the fight was destined to go smoothly, and they didn't have to worry about Lotus or Dana, their physically squishiest members, being targeted for attack by the boss. The boss fell with little fanfare, and the group gathered to try the bagged lunches from the hotel. Good work so far, everyone. We're making great time, and even with the level disadvantage, the damage from the ladies is still commendable. I don't know what sort of group buff that is, but I would say that it more than makes up for the fact that you're not overlords. At least, it does when we're clearing the trash mobs. Now, the rest of the dungeon is about the same, but with larger numbers of everything, increasing until we get to the final boss area, which will be a courtyard surrounded by military barracks. Karl and the other area damage dealers will pull everything to the center of the platform and let the area damage wear it down. We will only need to fight if they start getting too close to us, where they can see us through the storm. That tactic saves at least an hour in the dungeon, so we're going to make the very best of it. Thomas explained to the group. The other dwarves looked skeptical, as did every one of the ladies. But Karl knew that. It worked, and with the entire group here this time, it should work even better than the first time. The increased number of mobs only increased the speed that Rampage stacked at, and after the first minute, the beasts were practically walking through the dungeon. With Kara throwing around void blasts, Remy using chain lightning, and Hawk throwing fireballs at anything that moved, the Dark Elves really didn't stand a chance. Eventually, it got to the point that they weren't even waiting to pull groups anymore. As soon as the numbers got low, Hawk would go and get more. So, they usually had 2 groups in combat at any given time, with Thor reinforcing the front line of paladins using his massive body. As Thomas said, he made a much better door than a window, and the behemoth practically plugged the street, leaving the spider riders to go around one side of him or the other. Both sides had dwarven shields waiting to stop them, as well as multiple ranged attackers, while Karl and Dana were both standing in the air above Thor's back height, so they could rain spells down on the battlefield. Karl could feel that the others were already well into the monarch rank, despite how recently they had advanced, but it would be quite a while before they could make it to Overlord. By his guess, it would take close to 100 runs through the dungeon, with their current ratio of damage and healing, to move through the full rank. So, perhaps 80 more from where they were now. But there was no way for him to tell if that faint increase in power level that he was feeling from them would happen on every run, or if it was an advantage from the first visit to Bara Dungeon. Finally, they made it to the final pulls, and Karl explained the plan to both Hawk and Remy to ensure that there was no miscommunication. Karl and Remy would start up the Apocalypse spells, blanketing the area. Then Hawk would pull all the mobs into the spell. At that point, everyone who could use it would start casting Meteor Storm or an equivalent spell into the chaos. It was going to be one of the most insane spectacles that the dwarves had ever seen, but it should get rid of all the elven warriors at once. Thomas lit a tobacco pipe as the show started, and the other dwarves gave him matching confused looks. They were clearly about to be swarmed with dark elves, but the main tank was stopping for a smoke break. What level of confidence was this? Then, the meteors began to fall on the courtyard, and a massive lightning zone appeared on the ground, while a lightning element blockade hid them from sight, as well as giving them an extra layer of defense should any of the soldiers make it this far. And that is how you clear a courtyard. Now, let's get the pillars up and prepare for the boss. Half an hour later, the group stood victorious over the body of the final dungeon boss, checking their loot. Lotus frowned at the assortment of random Overlord-ranked uncommon and rare items in her inventory. It wasn't her fault that there was nothing for her to do. She was the healer, and nobody was taking damage. But still, she didn't get a single cool thing out of the whole dungeon. Dana did. She got a tiara. A good tiara, epic great. But Ophelia had struck out as well, so Lotus was somewhat assured that the dungeon wasn't only picking on her. Thor and Tessa got matching rings with Life Link, which allowed the one with less health to share the health pool of the more durable partner. It was an ability that Karl could add to items as well, but Thor looked adorable putting the ring on Tessa's finger, so Lotus thought it was better this way. The rest of the group, including the dwarves, had tactfully decided not to say anything about what appeared to be a proposal from a behemoth to a war cleric. Karl wasn't sure how Tessa had taken it, but he didn't doubt that if she took it as a marriage proposal, Thor would be fully on board with that. Did anyone get anything that they would like to trade? Sometimes it does give items that aren't suited to your class. Thomas asked. Everyone shook their heads. The loot today wasn't great, so nobody in the group would actually need it. But Ray transformed into her humanoid form and handed Thomas a pile of black cloth. To make you less shiny. A gift from me, she explained. Thomas shook out the item and found that it was a pure black tabard, with short sleeves and a spider web pattern in dark gray. It was also a rare grade Overlord ranked item, and had bonuses for self-mending and stealth. Did you make this? Thomas asked, startled. Even before he had equipped it, the item was clearly made for a dwarf. Ray nodded happily. I made it while we were on lunch break. Try it on. Thomas tossed the cloth over his head, and it equipped instantly, covering his shining plate in black cloth to mid-thigh. He twisted and turned to check his appearance, and realized that his armor no longer clanked and creaked, nor did his footsteps thump when he walked. Ray smiled happily. Much better. All the paladin, none of the extra noise. Charlie and the other dwarves began to laugh. Stealth dwarf. That made Thomas snort in amusement and confused Ray. Dwarves are never sneaky, you see. We have a surprisingly low number of rogues and thieves among the mountain folk because we're so bad at sneaking around. Thomas explained. Ray smirked at the paladin. Now you are the sneaky dwarf, in the name of righteousness and good ale. The dwarves cheered, while Tessa rolled her eyes. The beasts returned to their spaces, and Karl led the group out of the dungeon. The guard gave them a startled look as they left. That was a quick one. Did it not work out with the monarchs? Thomas patted him on the shoulder. On the contrary, we are already done the day's run. We even had the Beast Master call out an army of illusions to mine out the surface ore. Today was a good day. They had let Karl keep the ore, but the guard didn't need to know that. Karl had sent all the ore back to Ashbringer, whose storage piles in the guild bank were nearly full again. The shop's guild bank vault apparently wasn't intended to be bulk storage for inner mine. It had more than enough for a full guild to craft for a month at a time, but not enough to be loading multiple ships with or for export. They would have to get a warehouse if they were going to collect that much. Are you in a hurry to leave and go look for monsters? The dinner pot should be on at Nona's, Thomas suggested. Karl shrugged and looked at the others for their response. I think that should be fine. One day of delay isn't going to make a huge difference. The dwarves led them deep into the mountain, where they found a solid stone inn, obviously one of the original structures of the city, as it was carved straight from the mountain and not built inside an artificial cavern. It was clearly made for dwarves, but once Karl transformed back to his natural state and Ophelia returned to human, they all fit well enough. Thomas rubbed the back of his neck and blushed slightly. Sorry, I might have forgotten that you're all so much taller than we are. But the food here is spectacular. It's totally worth it, even if you're a bit cramped at the table. But I have to say, it's surprising to see everyone looking human. Much different than your usual appearance. Ophelia nodded and flexed her fingers. It feels weird to be a human. My fingers are all wrong. But I fit in the chair, and that's the important part. Thomas chuckled. I take it that you don't use your human form often? That's uncommon for a werbear. Ophelia shrugged. I'm also a bear totem berserker. The bear is the source of my power, so I rarely bother to leave that form. Plus, it blends in better when I'm among the demons at home in Drod. Thomas was about to say something in response, when the conversation of a group walking in got everyone's attention. Looks like Lord Bomgan is probing for soft spots again. First he went after Drod. Now he's going after Unzatherb and the ships in the channel. If I didn't know better, I would think that he lost something, the way that his fleet is spreading out. The dwarf was loudly informing his partners. They've been all over the coast of Gabble as well. Not attacking inland, but sailing the coast and attacking ships. If I didn't know that they were thousands of years old, I would think they were a new civilization, mapping the shoreline for the first time. His partner agreed. Karl frowned. What could the undead be up to? The undead were definitely up to something. That much was clear to anyone who had been offshore in the last few weeks. It didn't appear to be about loot. They were still striking at whatever came close to them, not hunting high-value targets. And it didn't appear to be about numbers, as they weren't taking excessive numbers of prisoners either. So, the mystery of their goals faded into the background, and the conversation turned to what could be done about the increasingly high numbers of monster spawns. While that was a threat that the Golden Dragon Nation had been used to for many years now, It was new to the Dragon Isles, and the nation of Gabble, or the Gabbalese theocracy, as the dwarves in Barad jokingly called it, was in bad shape. They were already a low population area, with most of their cities and major roads running along the coast. So, there were many instances where they didn't even know there was a problem until the number of monsters got high enough that they started to spread out and threaten villages hundreds of kilometers from their starting point. At that point, the original portal was long since closed, leaving the monsters behind with no actions to be taken except to minimize the threat. But while Gabble was mostly a dwarven nation, there were entire villages of monster species living there as well. To say that the ogre villages were less than pleased when insane ogres showed up and started to attack them without listening to reason would be an understatement. But it also created friction and distrust between the monster villages and the dwarves that they were used to trading with. If the vanguard of the convoy wasn't someone that the guard personally recognized, they would be on guard against attack, and everyone's first response was to treat them with suspicion, despite having been neighbors for decades or centuries. Some groups got over it, others took it very personally. Oddly, the Naga tribes, who were not known for their hospitality or social nature to begin with, were among those who took it the best. A sane Naga and a crazy Naga looked the same from a distance, they had said. There were some suspicions that a few of the monster-populated villages had used the monster spawns as an excuse to settle old grudges, but so far, nobody had managed to prove anything of the sort. So, if we just wander around the inland areas and stop to talk to the villages, we should be able to find the worst of the problems? Karl asked as the waitress brought out a skillet full of honey-soaked cornbread for them to snack on. One of the dwarven locals nodded. That would be the easiest way. There are roads, of a sort, connecting them, so it's not hard to get from one to another. But where you find damage to the roads, you'll most likely find a monster spawn. They seem to have something against all forms of development. Karl nodded. The monster spawns are known to attack buildings as well, and it's not always monsters. I have heard of some that were magical beasts as well, but just as insane as the rest. The dwarves shrugged. It's hard to tell unless we actually see them appear. There are plenty of things in the wilderness that can drive the animals insane, including the undead. Dana chuckled. So basically, it's hard to tell if the root cause is the spawns, or if there are other creatures driving them insane. So for the most part, the beast attacks get written off as a general threat and not part of this phenomenon. Thomas nodded. Exactly. But if you head towards the middle of Gabble, you will find plenty of trolls and satyrs living in small villages. They're easier for most groups to get along with than the north. The closer that you get to the lake, the more lizard species you'll find. You have a Naga queen with you, so it might not be bad, but they aren't big on sharing their troubles with outsiders. They believe that it makes their warriors look weak, and weakness means invasion. So, if you ask them about trouble, you'll just be told that there isn't any, or that their people have taken care of it already, even when that is clearly not true. It's a bit of a running headache for their nation's armies, I'm told. But you will also find more dragon clerics there, and you can ask them. To the east, taking up most of the middle of this island, is Sholaha, and it's run by the Dragonkin. Mostly full of the various monster species, but usually affiliated with one of the dragon gods. I recall that there were tournaments there as well. Karl noted, and the dwarves all began to laugh. Ah yes, the tournaments. That's all totem and mythic ranked, for entrance to their dungeons, though. Even if you might be able to win, you don't qualify to enter yet. The paladin explained with a huff of laughter. Karl shrugged. It sounded tempting, I'm not going to lie. But I can wait until I reach totem ranked. That shouldn't be a problem for me to do in the next year or two. Charlie slapped his sons on the back. See, boys? That's the sort of attitude you should have. Surpass your old man and make it to totem ranked. None of this being satisfied with your power level, even if you're happy with your rank in the Holy Order. Tessa gave him a curious look. You're paladins by religion and not just by system class? That's surprising. The four dwarves all nodded. Followers of the great god Thorin, Lord of the Mountains. The only remaining dwarven god, so far as we know. The rest all joined one of the other pantheons, and over the years the dwarves forgot about them. But not the indomitable lord. You know, it is said that he once walked beside the world dragon, back when he was a mere immortal, before he ascended to divinity. So, perhaps the dwarves and the dragons were destined to be connected. Tessa smiled. And not just because both dragons and dwarves like to live in Mountains. Late that evening, Karl and the others had returned to the same inn that they had stayed at the previous evening, for one last night of rest before leaving. How do you plan to go west? The road runs northwest into the city of Kizdila before you'll find a secondary road running west into Gabel. And that is a 4-day journey, all the way up to Nulnulgat. The waitress asked as they made plans for the journey. We have the services of a thunderbird, and there is a black dragon among us. So, I was intending to simply fly straight west until we saw signs of our target. Karl suggested. The stout young dwarven woman nodded. Just be sure to dress the ladies nice and warm. If you're going to fly high enough to get up above the mountains, the air will get mighty cold. Once you get to the Narabar River Valley, the mountains will mostly end, giving way to the craggy hills of the West Country. If you're going straight west, the border shouldn't be far from where the hills flatten out to badlands and desert. Who named these places? Ophelia muttered, struggling to pronounce half of the words that the dwarf was saying. The waitress chuckled. They're in Hill Dwarf. It's a rough-sounding tongue, a creole of dwarven and serpent with a bit of Orcish thrown in for spice. But, as they're still all over the island, nobody ever tried to mess with their city and river names. Besides, they picked names that the locals could pronounce, and many of them are lizard folk or dragon-descended. Tessa took out a map of the region and showed it to the waitress. Is there anywhere here that you would recommend that we go to check in with the locals and ask about the targets we want to hunt? The woman pointed at the icon for a medium-sized city near the border, close to the southern shores of the island. Don't stop there. Shaffelold, better known as the Shite Hole, is a filthy place full of bandits and merchants. As you're flying, you could stop in at Baruch. That's 100 kilometers north, but about the same distance by air from Bara. That one is mostly hill dwarves and beastkin, so it's a bit rowdy, but they'll give you good directions on where there has been trouble. If you run into issues, stop at the weaponsmith and ask for Iggy. He's an old royal guard, and he won't send you astray. She insisted. A friend of yours? Ophelia asked. The waitress shook her head. Not personally, but I have met all his sons. They're royal guards as well, on deployment in the West Country at the moment. Are there any names I might be able to pronounce? Ophelia asked with a smile. The waitress smirked and gave her a conspiratorial wink. Aye, if you go west down the road from Baruch, you will get to Banar. Now, either of those can be pronounced with a werebear's huff and roar, so you should be fine on that front. But after that, it will start getting harder again. Where are you stopping the night? The border is close to 600 kilometers from here. Everyone turned to Karl, who simply shrugged. If we don't get distracted, that's an easy day for our ride, as well as for Naksha here. I don't see why we can't just go all the way to Baruch for the night. The black dragon snorted in annoyance. If she had her choice, she would be napping in the sun in the tiny space, not flying through the frigid air of a 5,000-meter high mountain pass. But that wasn't information that the waitress needed. The waitress went to serve another table, and Karl turned to Naksha. Before we go, I have a question for you. Would you like to officially join the Darklight host? You are a skilled team member and a valuable asset to the guild, so I would like to formally ask you to join us. The dragon smiled, and her eyes flashed black as her draconic instincts took over for a moment. Even black dragons, who were so often shunned and lived alone, yearned for a place to belong. Yes, very much yes. It would be an honor to join your guild. Guild member added, Naksha. Lotus pulled her into a celebratory hug, and Ophelia laughed. You'll never escape from the cuddle monster now. Naksha's soft laughter had a haunting echo that caught the attention of many of the morning diners. A small hazard of living with green dragon clerics. But at least I am safe for her to cuddle. After all, their most common cause of death is trying to pet things that they should not. She insisted. Karl could see that. While Lotus was more than a little flaky, even Doug seemed like the sort that just might try to pet a dire bear to see what happened, possibly while stoned. If anyone needs to send goods or collect anything from the guild bank, I recommend that you do it now. We'll be getting further away every day, and I don't know how far the range extends. Karl reminded them. Mostly, that would be an issue for him and Remy, as they were the ones who were usually interacting with the shop inventory every day. But the guild shop had plenty of items ready, and Karl had already made an epic grade sword with holy item and flaming body on it to give to the auction house this month. A holy flaming sword was suitably impressive looking, and with the issues Drod had been having with the undead, it would probably be in high demand. That should be enough to get them by, as long as there were no custom orders while they were out of range of the shop. But that also raised another question in Karl's mind. At what point would they move far enough northwest that they would be in range of Supreme Lady Matilda's guild house in Sayosesa? Once they were, they should be able to access the main guild bank again, and then Davis could transfer the items to the guild shop's inventory. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.